technology advances, so does cybercrime, with cybercriminals employing even more sophisticated tactics to undermine and sabotage businesses. That's why you need a fully fledged cybersecurity system. It's your shield against the unseen threats of the cyber world. It enables you to fortify your business and shield your data and digital assets against the threat of cyber attacks. It is the guardian that ensures your digital assets remain secure, making you unbreakable against cyber threats. SLT Mobitel Enterprise offers a multifaceted approach to cybersecurity with 8 layers of security. Perimeter security is your first line of defense, safeguarding you with firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and VPNs. Network security solidifies the defense further, while access layer endpoint security and application security are also in place. Your digital assets. The data security ensures data loss prevention. The fully fledged system also offers programs to ensure continuous monitoring of your system through incident response, penetration system, and risk management. SLT Mobitel Enterprise also takes measures to educate your employees through security awareness training, phishing simulations, and password managers. If you ever felt insecure of the unknown, fear not. With SLT Mobitel Enterprise Cybersecurity Solutions, you've got what it takes to build a defense as strong as your determination to succeed. SLT Mobitel Enterprise, you've got what it takes.
Communication on the internet relies on IP addresses, numbers that must be assigned uniquely to every device connected online.
Network operators all require IP addresses to connect their networks and their customers to the internet. These IP addresses are obtained from organizations called Regional Internet Registries or RARs, and every IP address allocation is registered by the RAR in an online database called WHOIS, which publicly identifies the holder. IP address registration is critical for internet operations and stability.
There are 5 RARs in the world, and the registry for the Asia-Pacific region is APNIC, serving 56 economies.
Like all RARs, APNIC is a not-for-profit, membership-based organization and operates on open, democratic principles.
The APNIC community decides how internet number resources are managed in the region, following an open policy
delegates here, including our sponsors, our partners, and the participants of the conference, LKNOG9.
To begin our event, please rise for the national anthem.
Sri Lanka Mata, Upper Sri Lanka, Namo, 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 Namo Mata, Sundara Siri Barini, Surandi Ati Sogamana Lanka, Ranya Dhanaya Nikamal Palaguru Piri Jaya Bhumiya Ranya, Apahata Sapa Siri Sata Sadhana, Jivana Ye Mata, Piliganu Mena Apabhakti Puja, Namo Namo Mata, Upper Sri Lanka, Namo Namo, Namo Namo Mata, Obave Apavidya, Obamaya Apasatya, Obave Apashanti, Apahada Tulabhanti, Oba Apa Aloke, Apadi Anuprani, Oba Apa Jivanave, Apa Muktiya Obave, Nava Jivana Demini, Nitina Apa Kubudu Peran Mata, Jnana Vidya Vadavami Naragila Yanu Mena Jaya Mudikara, Ekramavaka Didaru Kalabhavina, Yamu Yamu Vinopama, Prema Vada Samadeta Durala, Namo Namo Mata, Upper Sri Lanka, Namo Namo, Namo Namo Mata.
As a tradition, it's our in our culture, we light the oil lamp, marking the opening of this ceremony, the conference. So we would like to invite special invitees to come forward to do the honors of lighting the oil lamp as a tradition. Jivanti will list the names.
Mr. Danika Pereira, the founder of Helakuru, our keynote speaker today. We warmly welcome you. Mr. Devin Pelham from Apinic. Mr. Charithan Pereira from Dialogue Asiata. Mr. Prabhat Dahanayaka from Amazon Web Services. Mr. Laksha De Silva from Lanka.com. Professor Roshan Ragel from Learn. Mr. Sampath Nayaka from LK Domain Registry. Mr. Rishinath Tambaya from Plexus. Mr. Mahesh Atapattu from Morality, Mr. Rene Fitchmuller from Flex Optics, Ms. Subhashini, our Vice President from LKNOG, and Mr. Kaushalya, the Secretary from LKNOG.
Yeah, please come forward to do the honors of lighting the oil lamp. And Professor Gihan from .lk domain, also we invite Professor Gihan specially. I think we missed the name.
So, Mr. Professor Galle is not here yet. So we are asking Mr. Tuan to come to light up the oil lamp.
Thank you so much, and I thank everybody who came up front, the distinguished guests and the sponsors of the LKNOG9 for giving us the honor of lighting the lamp. So the tradition and the cultural bit done, but not done yet, because unlike some other NOG events, the tech events, we have some glamour added on to the event as well. Some culture, let's enjoy a traditional dance. There are more to follow, but let's start with this dance. It's a traditional dance, and Jivanti will explain what it is about.
Yes, it's a traditional Sri Lankan dance where we welcome our participants, all our guests, sponsors for our Sri Lankan event, LKNOG.
So I'm told that the dancing group is still dressing up. So to fill the gap, I will add some notes about LKNOG and what LKNOG does and what this community is doing in Sri Lanka. So first of all, I would like to invite, welcome all of you from abroad and from Sri Lanka, from many organizations, government, regulators, as well as corporations coming here for a glorious morning in this wonderful place, Golfes Hotel. We welcome you warmly to this event in Sri Lanka, Colombo. So, to talk about what LKNOG is, Lanka Network Operators Group, like all the regions, most of the countries, we operate network operator groups. It's a not-for-profit organization. It's run by the community, the tech community, the network technology professionals. And we hope to bring about network operators and professionals in networking technology in Sri Lanka together for few purposes. One is education, knowledge sharing, and collaboration. So the basic principle is help build networks, meaning personal networks, people networks, between networking technology people, right? So we are trying to build networks among networking people. So that is our purpose. This is a not-for-profit organization run by professionals, volunteers from many environments like the academic, the network operators, the corporations, and regulators, and supported by many organizations supporting the internet like the APNIC, IANA, ICANN, and so on. So the objective of the LKNOG is to provide a platform locally as well as regionally, locally Sri Lanka and South Asia as well, to discuss new developments and trends in the industry, networking industry, first one, and secondly, learn and share new technologies and existing technologies, and also to discuss operational issues and share our knowledge in how to handling these operational issues when it comes to difficult situations, and also sharing best practices. For example, we have the first session, best practices on DNS. So these kind of best practices are very important when we are running large networks like service providers and also corporate networks. And we also intend to do another thing, that is to unearth talent locally who can contribute in the local and regional level and even global level, educating other networking professionals in technologies and manners and whatever, the good things that we talked about earlier, right? So LKNOG9 is the 9th conference in 2025. LKNOG1 we had in 2017, and up to now we successfully did 9. This is the 9th conference. There was a gap during the pandemic period, but we are happy that we have been able to conduct this conference annually as a premier event for the network professionals in Sri Lanka, networking technology professionals in Sri Lanka. So following this conference today, the whole day conference, there will be 4 workshops running from 22nd to 25th on 4 tracks. First track is on network automation. Second, virtualization. Third is on DNS. Fourth, in AI and network, AI for network engineers. So very relevant in topics, 4 workshops running through 4 days, 22, 23, 24, 25, July 22nd to 25th. So many of the people here will be participating in these workshops, and these are very important for our emerging engineers as well as senior engineers to get to know these technologies better. And local and international resource people are supporting us in this endeavor to have this conference and also having these workshops. Firstly, we have 2 service providers supporting us, Dialog Asiata and SLT Mobitel, resource people giving sessions here and learn. Open University of Sri Lanka, Oral IT, also doing sessions. Their professionals are supporting us doing sessions here today. International Internet Management Organization like RIPE NCC from European Agency for Managing the Internet Resources, RIPE NCC, APNIC, Asia Pacific, Regional Internet Registry for Network Coordination Center in Europe, RIPE NCC, and APNIC for Asia Pacific Network Information Center. These two are giving us resources to conduct the conference today. And also NSRC, Flex Optics, and Superloop. There are professionals coming from these companies and organizations to do some sessions here today. So before I go to the next part of the talk here, shall I invite the dancers so I don't spoil the time? After the dance, I'll introduce you to the sponsors, the topics on focus, and then we'll go to the sessions after that. So I will cordially invite the dancing team to give. So I hope all of you enjoyed that exhilarating and wonderful, beautiful dance from the young ladies of Sri Lanka. So with that happy note, I would like to continue the welcome speech. And I have to mention the president of LKNOG, who is now currently following his PhD studies, Tilina Pathirana in Norway. He's unable to be present here today, but he has done a lot of background work, so we have to appreciate his leadership for carrying this conference successfully today. So with that, now we are in a very critical and transformative period right now. Why? The 5G is looming on the horizon, right? Everybody is excited. The service providers are frightened, probably. And the SATCOMs are now trying to disrupt the industry, right? Starlink. So these are the challenges. And also the government initiating a lot of digital initiatives. Network professionals, we have a big challenge to face. As business management people as well, we have big challenges. Some are getting big opportunities, some are having a lot of challenges facing these opportunities, disruptive technologies. Right. With that, I would like to mention the great sponsors who are supporting this event today. The gold sponsors, AWS, Amazon Web Services, gold sponsor, Dialog Asiata, and SLT Mobitel. There are 3 parties supporting us as gold sponsors. Silver, APNIC, Asia Pacific Network Information Center, HP Aruba with a partner distributor Plexus in Sri Lanka, and Orel IT, IT and data center and managed services company in Sri Lanka. And then supporting community partners, LK Domain Registry and Lanka.com, and community partners Learn and ICANN. And in addition, there is a fellowship partner, Flex Optics, the well-known optics instrument producer in the world. So now I come to the topics that we'll be covering in brief, so that you know what is coming in, and you have to wait until the end to cover all these things. Very interesting. We'll be talking about interesting technologies, trends, sharing experiences, and sharing status updates of the networks and service providers and internet as a whole. So first, we will be starting with DNS, the good manners, the good practices of DNS, and then we will be moving on to 3 segments in AI, which is very relevant nowadays. The keynote speak will also be based on AI and the relevance of robust internet on the AI, use of AI. And generative AI, there's another session, and also AI use case when it comes to network management and security. And then we have another very important technology session for segment routing, which is very relevant with the massive growth in traffic that we are expecting in the near future. Segment routing. And then network management when it comes to university and enterprise networks. Some sessions on status updates of the internet. And 1 session on 5G and the industrial experience and the plans for 5G. And 1 session on optics from Flex Optics. and one session on the internet exchange update in Sri Lanka. So these will be the topics that we'll be covering today throughout the session. So we expect all of you to stay with us for the whole session. And in between, there will be some wonderful entertainment sessions like this to wake you up, right? So with that, let's make it more interesting and have a good conversation and good discussions and knowledge sharing during the session. So I hand over to Jivanti to continue the rest of the introduction of speakers and so on.
Yes, thank you, Asela. So today, our first speech, starting with Philip Peeves. So Philip is seasoned expert in OS development, embedded systems, network operations, and cybersecurity, empowering clients to deploy robust, secure infrastructure across diverse domains. A long-standing FreeBSD developer and cluster administrator since 2003, he is also trusted advisor on routing, DNS, DNSSEC, and critical internet infrastructure, regularly sharing his insights at global tech conferences. So today we have Philips. So he's going to talk about KIN DNS. We call it as KIN DNS. So we are welcome Philips for our first speech. Thank you.
I thought I had some slides. I'm just going to do a nice dance. I don't think I'm nearly as good as the nice ladies who were here before me. I think that might be nice.
Check, check.
All right. Oh, look at that. Excellent. How do I get to the next slide? Do I just wave at you and hope for the best? All right. Hello, everyone. I need to set it. You give me a magic device. Good. Now I have two magic devices. Let me get rid of some technology. One moment. All right, first talk of the conference. This is about DNS, because it's always about DNS. No matter what you do on the internet, it's always a DNS. If something breaks, it's going to be the DNS. Oh, it's never the DNS, it's never the DNS. It can't possibly be the DNS, but it's always the DNS. So I'm going to talk a little bit about best practices regarding running DNS infrastructure. These guidelines apply to everyone, and they're not very difficult. And also, they don't only apply to DNS. So even if you've never run a DNS server, you should run a DNS server. Many of these guidelines apply to all sorts of infrastructure. Couple of acknowledgements. NSRC funds my time and my travel. They don't fund my time travel, except monotonically forward approximately 1 minute per minute. NSRC is the Network Startup Resource Center based at the University of Oregon. We help networks start their internet adventures. And Kindness is an ICANN initiative. They started it. I'm just running with it and preaching it to anyone who will listen. So I pronounce it kindness. K-I-N-D-N-S is a little tortured. If anyone runs a network, you've probably heard of manners, which is what many people have been teaching for 20 years and it never caught on for routing security. Then someone came up with a nice name for it, manners, and suddenly it caught on and everyone was doing manners and the entire internet routing security ecosystem improved by leaps and bounds. ICANN noticed this and thought, well, let's try this with the DNS as well. We've all been teaching DNS best practices for 20 years and longer, but nobody ever pays attention. So what if we try to give it a nice name? So kindness is a tortured baccanism about knowledge sharing and instantiating norms and all sorts of other nonsense. It really is just a nice name for best practices. And it wants to be a simple framework. So this is not your ISO 27001 audit. There are no reams and reams of paper and boxes to tick. It's a couple of best practices which keep your DNS robust and working so that, it's still always going to be the DNS, but at least some of the simpler DNS problems won't come to bite you. So the kindness guidelines are divided up into, how do I go back now? Into a couple of boxes. They try to look at your DNS deployment, and you get to decide which box you are in, and depending on the box, you have more or fewer guidelines to follow. They're the basic guidelines that apply to everyone, and then there's some extra ones depending on what sort of DNS setup you're running. So if you're running a TLD or a critical zone, which I think 2 people in this room are doing, you have a couple of extra guidelines to follow. If you are running a public recursive resolver, which nobody in this room should be doing, but 85 of you inexplicably are doing, you have a couple of other guidelines to follow. Second level domains, that's everyone in this room. Shared recursive resolvers, that's most of you. If you are an ISP, you should run DNS servers for your customers, right? If you are a company, you should run your own DNS server on site. Who uses 8.8.8.8 in this room? Great, nobody is awake. All of you are using it. Everywhere I go in Sri Lanka, I seem to find my DNS traffic going to Google. I don't know why. If it's not going to Google, it's going to Cloudflare on 1.1.1.1. If it's not going to Google or Cloudflare, it's going to 9.9.9.9 because someone's heard that maybe we should use another one. All of these are wrong, right? They're not, they're not manifestly terrible ideas by themselves, but if you run a network, you should keep your DNS traffic local. Talk a bit more about that later. And then there's private infrastructure. There's no one-size-fits-all for these guidelines. You pick your box, and then you follow the common guidelines, and then the extra ones that apply to you. So that's the same thing I said, but just as a nice little picture. The DNS, either you're an authoritative operator, you run .lk, or you run yourshop.lk. You're an authoritative operator. There's the recursive resolver operators. That's if you're an ISP, if you're a company, you run a DNS server, and you provide recursive service for other people. At the end of the day, we're all in this show together. We're all, it's one internet. We're all hardening the DNS ecosystem for each other. Remember, this is a completely voluntary sort of framework. There's no, you must do this, you must do that. They're guidelines. You should do these things, you should follow them. But by joining this voluntary initiative, you help make the internet better for everyone, not only your customers. Right, so, how many guidelines are there? 8. Can you remember 8 things? I think so. Most people can remember 8 things. None of these things are specific, or well, most of these things are not specific to the DNS. I'm not going to read them out, but I'll pick out a couple of them because they bear repeating. Access control lists. DNS server should not be responding to traffic other than DNS. If your DNS server is compromised, which it shouldn't be if you follow these guidelines, they shouldn't suddenly start forwarding email. Also, your DNS servers should only serve DNS to the people they should be serving DNS for. I'm pleased to say that Sri Lanka is in a much better shape than other parts of South Asia. I ran the numbers this morning, and there are 85 open resolvers in Sri Lanka. That's a good number. I'd like that number to be 0, but 85 is a good number. Bangladesh, there's 110,000. These are consumer modems, consumer devices that inexplicably are DNS servers. You must have an access control list in your network somewhere that drops traffic to DNS servers that shouldn't be DNS servers, right? Other things I'd like to pick out is access to your DNS servers should be restricted to your DNS operators. Of these 110,000 DNS servers, putative DNS servers in Bangladesh, most of them also respond to HTTP and to SSH. Should I be able to reconfigure a random person's DNS server from anywhere on the internet? Well, maybe, if they ask me nicely, for a small fee. Vendor, a DNS server should not be able to make random HTTP requests to random web pages on the internet. No one's going to install, hopefully, a web browser on a DNS server. Just lock it down. If it's running FreeBSD, restrict outbound HTTP and FTP to freebsd.org. If you're running Linux, restrict it to your vendor, right? DNS servers also need to be able to make queries, so allow that, but nothing else. Also, especially for DNS servers, block bogons, so address space that's not announced on the internet. Just drop traffic from it. Even if you're doing it at the edge of the network, because networks can break, explicitly drop it on your DNS servers. That's a basic common sense thing to do. It's cheap. What does an access control list cost these days? Going price? It costs you nothing, right? A couple of entries in your at the edge of your network and on the host, run IP tables, run PF, whatever. It doesn't cost anything, and it saves you a lot of hassle down the line. Who has not heard of BCP38? Other than Dave, who has never heard of BCP38? Right. It's 2025. I should not be talking about this anymore. And yet, everywhere I go, I still find networks accepting traffic from not their address space. I still see networks originating traffic that is not from their address space. Please, especially if you're running a DNS server, drop it. DNS is a huge amplification vector. You can send a very short query, a couple of 100 bytes, and get a megabyte of traffic out. If you don't implement BCP38, you are paying to send that traffic to the poor little innocent victim on the internet, right? It's so easy to do, and you do this network-wide at the edge of your network. You configure it once, and you never have to think about it again, right? I've said this before, DNS servers run DNS and nothing else. In these days, you run a virtual machine, and it's so cheap to just set up a second virtual machine. There is no reason in 2025 to run the same or different services on the same machine. In 2005, or even in 2015, I might have accepted an argument that, yeah, but we can only afford one server, or we can only afford two servers, so my DNS server is sharing a machine with, I don't know, the mail server or something. In 2025, that argument is completely off the table. What does a virtual machine cost these days? Going rate? Nothing, right? Just spin up an extra virtual machine for your DNS, and anything that's not DNS should not be installed on this machine, except for monitoring, right? Don't go too far with this. I've showed up in a couple of places where, yes, but Philip, you told us to uninstall everything that's not DNS, yet not your monitoring. So you have to monitor your DNS servers, so don't make it impossible to monitor your system. Revision control. I don't know, who's coming to my workshop tomorrow and Wednesday? Okay, one person, the one person who doesn't need it. Okay, great. It'll be a one-person, one-on-one workshop, fantastic. Your DNS configuration needs to live in revision control, and I argue that everything needs to live in revision control. Your entire network configuration lives in revision control. Another way of spelling revision control is a favor to your future self, because stuff breaks. If each of your machines is a pet, you need to keep it alive, and you can't simply replace it. Put your DNS configuration in revision control, please. Credential management is the other one I like to call out. Many companies have really strict processes for hiring new employees, you know, security training and best practices and all of that sort of stuff. And then you go to each of your machines, you give them an account, and you put passwords everywhere and public keys and all of that good stuff. But none of these companies have processes for getting rid of employees again, right? So, you know, you're working for this company for a year or two, you get bored, you leave, but your account lingers on your former employer's network. Maybe when people leave your company, also delete their accounts, not just to protect against the case of them becoming angry at you in the future and discovering that they still have their VPN and they can break it, but someone else might compromise their credentials and then break into your network. Have a good policy for getting rid of accounts you don't need. This is really simple to do and shouldn't take a lot of effort. Person leaves the company, delete their account, or at least delete their keys. And it goes without saying that passwords are, by themselves, not a good idea in 2025. Use second-factor authentication, especially for your control planes. Right, so those were the basic practices for everyone. So I'll talk a little bit more about recursive operators, just a couple of guidelines, because everyone should be running a recursive DNS server. I don't want to see anyone pointing my DNS at Google anymore. I don't want to see everyone pointing my DNS at Cloudflare anymore. You are punishing me with several milliseconds of latency on every DNS query by sending my traffic to Google or sending my traffic to Cloudflare. In Sri Lanka, I think it's not too terrible because you've got the big caches on your own island, but in other parts of the world, you're sending your traffic abroad, and that's not great. DNSSEC, not optional, right? Your DNS server should only be responding to queries from inside your own network. I don't need to do too much of a rant about this here because there's only 85 open resolvers. But check that your DNS server is not replying to queries that are coming from outside your network. There's a couple of other ones. I'm not going to read them all out, but number 6 is particularly important. Monitor your DNS infrastructure. If the DNS breaks, everything breaks. Don't just outsource it to Google, don't outsource it to Cloudflare, and don't wait for your customers to complain at you. Monitor your systems, right? So, if you've ever had the pleasure of sitting through one of my DNSSEC workshops between, I don't know, 2003 and today, you've probably seen this scary, scary slide, and I do a nice dance going through it in great detail. The good news is you don't have to care about this at all. Right? This is the scary, scary slide, DNSSEC in a nutshell. It's ridiculous, it's hideous, and you don't have to care about this because DNSSEC is on by default in every single DNS server implementation in 2025. Bind has had DNSSEC on by default for well over 10 years. Unbound has always had DNSSEC on by default. PowerDNS likewise. Even Windows has DNSSEC enabled by default today. If you don't turn DNSSEC off, it's just going to work. So go through your network and check if you're not doing more work and breaking the internet for all of your customers. Don't turn off DNSSEC. It just works, right? If you don't turn it off, it'll work. If you're turning it off, stop doing that, right? There's no reason to turn it off ever, for validation, I mean. .lk is signed. Your local TLD is assigned top level. By turning on DNSSEC validation, or by not turning off DNSSEC validation, you take away a huge number of threats for all of your customers at no expense to you. Right? Just don't turn it off. Open resolvers, I keep hammering on it. There's only 85 in Sri Lanka. I will go and find which networks these 85 are on, and I will find the network operators and talk to you. I want that number to be 0. An open resolver is a machine in a network that should not be a DNS server that's replying to queries from anyone on the internet. I can be sitting at home in Hong Kong. and I can send a query to one of your DSL customers or one of your 5G customers, and it will cheerfully reply to DNS queries from me. Why? And most of these are also transparently forwarding their queries to either Google or Cloudflare, so you're paying for that traffic. You're paying for the traffic for me to get my query to that server, and then you're paying again for the query to be sent to Google, Cloudflare, whatever, and then you're paying again for the traffic for the query response to me. Just, you know, block that traffic at the edge of your network. I shouldn't be seeing it. Right? QNAME minimization is notionally a privacy enhancing technique. If you remember, originally the DNS algorithm fundamentally is you ask the same question over and over again as you walk down the tree until you get the answer. But you don't have to. You can, QNAME minimization, you strip off more and more information. So you ask the domain servers or the authoritative servers only what they're authoritative for. Again, the good news is this is on by default. It's on in bind, on in unbound, on in power DNS. Windows doesn't support it, but if you're running Windows on a DNS server, you're doing something wrong already. So, you know, consider your needs. So you can't run kindness compliant servers on Windows, but just don't run Windows. Friends don't let friends run Windows, right? Your recursive resolver should not coexist with authoritative DNS servers. Again, virtual machines are cheap or arguably free. Bind, historically, you can run as both authoritative and recursive. I think that's a terrible idea. Just spin up a second virtual machine, one for your authoritative and one for your resolvers. You have to have at least 2 recursive resolvers. Should they be on the same machine? So I keep saying that virtual machines are free, but that doesn't mean you should run your 2 recursive resolvers, ns1.yourisp.lk and ns2.yourisp.lk should not be on the same physical machine. It should be common sense, but it's remarkable how many times that goes wrong. And monitor your infrastructure. Don't wait for your customers to scream at you. All your infrastructure must be monitored, not just your DNS servers, but everything. And remember to monitor both success and failure. So check that it's working, but also check that things that shouldn't be working aren't working. So check that you can't get to your DNS server from outside your network. That should fail. Also check that domains that don't exist actually don't exist. There's a couple of misconfigurations you can have where your DNS server starts misbehaving. Test those things. Also test for latency. If your DNS server is taking half an hour to respond to a query, that's half an hour your customer has to wait for everything on the internet, essentially. So check for latency. I don't have a lot of time left. I think I had 20 minutes. Yeah. If you're doing something like split horizon DNS, consider your needs. So many people, when I talk about DNSSEC, they ask, yes, but well, we've got this internal DNS zone as well, and we can't do DNS signing because then our internal zone would stop working, or we'd confuse ourselves and bad things would happen. Domain names are cheap. Talk to Gihan, he'll sell you an extra one, right? If you have yourshop.lk, you can also just get internal minus yourshop.lk for a couple of extra rupees. There's no reason for you to have yourshop.lk resolve one way outside the company and then another way inside the company. Just get another domain. Having more domains also exercises your revision control. It also exercises the rest of your infrastructure. Get more domains. They're just strings. They're nothing to be afraid of. You don't have to put everything under yourshop.lk. Just get more domains. If you must keep everything under one domain, set up a subdomain. But again, just go buy another domain. I'm not advertising for domains.lk or anything, but just go and get more domains. Just, you know, if you have to go down this path, consider an internal root of trust. But talk to me before you embark on that adventure, because there's lots of little edge cases. And I think that's all I have time for today. So it's really just best practices. and common sense. There's nothing scary about kindness, and it's nothing new. It's what I've been singing for 20 odd years with a new label on it. And if you get your DNS right, many other things here in your network will just work. So at no cost to you, ICANN provides this nice kindness self-assessment thing. If you scan this barcode, your phone will explode. If you scan this barcode, don't scan arbitrary barcodes. If you scan this barcode, you go to an ICANN little form where you can fill in what sort of DNS server you're running and what sort of practices you're doing. Please be honest about it. It's completely anonymous. Well, you can say who you are, but you don't have to. And tell them, you know, we're doing this and this good practice, this and this, this and this, this and this. At the end of it, you get a little report saying you should focus on this. And we get nice statistics about what we should focus our teaching on. Because if I go around the world and I teach things that everyone already knows, it's not much use to anyone. Whereas if I can teach the things that people don't know, it's a lot more valuable to them. So that is all. Well, there's also a mailing list. My slides, I think, are going on the LKNOG website. If you really want to get into kindness, there's a mailing list you can join. Nobody seems to send email to it, so that means DNS is fixed. It works for everyone. But the one thing you want to do is the self-assessment. And with that, I think I'm out of time. Any questions? Other than, why are you still talking about DNS after all this time?
Check. Right. Any questions for Philips? Short questions we can take, I think, a few minutes. Right.
Questions from anyone other than Dave?
Question from your colleague. You should have asked it at the table itself.
Well, it's not really a question, it's actually more of a statement. I'm going to be talking a lot about what Philip has talked about, but I'm not going to be nice. I'll be naming people. So if you think you're on his list, we'll find out shortly.
Fantastic, yeah. Remember, the internet is a public space. Your mistakes are visible to everyone. And DNS is the name and shame protocol. All right. If no more questions, or if you're too shy to ask questions, I'm here all week.
Yeah. So he's there. So don't worry if Philip, we have more than 35 people for your workshop, so you can be happy, right? So every workshop will have around 35 people for each workshop. So that's great having so many people, good crowd. So, yeah.
Feedback.
Yeah. So with that good session on kindness, like manners, we had several sessions for manners, mutually agreed norms of our routing security, last few workshops that we had. So like manners, we have kindness. Nice name, isn't it? Really nice name. So Philip, that's great. I think we keyed this name in 2022. So it's a very good document. For manners also, it gives you a very good framework. So kindness will give all the engineers and the network managers a very good framework for securing DNS. So with that, we will move to a short session on, yeah. So before we move to the next short session, you have a gift, Philip. Please. Yeah. So the Vice President of LKNOG, Suba, will hand over the token of appreciation to Philips. Yeah. So we'll have a photograph as well. Please. Can you, would you like to come to the stage? It'll be nicer. Good. Look good on the photograph.
Thank you, Peeves, and thank you, Suba. Now we have another very special segment. It's about LKNOG Fellowship Program. So it is an initiative that supports emerging, talented and passionate professionals from the networking community by enabling access, exposure and engagement in global forums. So these fellowship programs we started last year with Flex Optics. So today we have Mr. Rene. So we are welcoming him again and give some thoughts on our fellowship program. Thank you.
Klop, klop. Hello. Awake? Yes or not? We're not. I can wake you up, man. Easy. Good morning. My name is Rene. You can hear me? Yes. My name is Rene. I was responsible for the APEC region until we hired this Himalayan guy, Tashi. He is our lead for APEC, so I'm handing over APEC region slowly until end of the year to Tashi. Then I'm going out of the region and going to a different region. Fellowship. Who ever attended the fellowship program? Please, hands up. One. You can go up, eh? Not so many. Tashi, you too, right? So, also Tashi was part of a fellowship program in the past, so Tashi and me, we know us since 2019. We met the first time Sarnok in Kolkata, and now he is working for us. Fellowship. So normally I had also a presentation when I'm right, but I don't need it. I can talk freestyle, so it's also easy. Fellowship is a very important topic for me. For us as a company, I wanted to show in my presentation how important our fellowships are for our community. In the beginning, we have heard what is a NOC? How important is a NOC for our community? It's for me, a NOC means it's a safe place for sharing knowledge and experience without to have this competition mindset in your head. It's a 16:9. You need to squeeze it a little bit. So. Fellowship program, what it means for me, it's a very important topic. So I started with LKNOG, I think last year, 2024. We have 2025. I think we spent last year roughly $35,000–$50,000 only on fellowship sponsorings. We are doing a fellowship sponsoring also for APNIC. We started 7–8 years ago in Bhutan. It was a try. Since 2018 or 17, we are pushing $5,000 each year for each of the BT NOC into the community to say, okay, bring local people from Bhutan, only from Bhutan, to Paro or Thimphu to attend the NOC meeting, the BT NOC, to make sure the accommodation is covered, also the travel expenses, etc. are covered. We're doing what I mentioned also for APNIC, like twice a year. Now we have also, I'm doing it also for Sarnok, for BDNOC, Bangladesh, so for a lot of Asian NOC meetings. Why we are doing it, it's very important for us to move away from the commercial events as a company to support the next generation of network engineers. It means for us talent development. It's one point. The other point is like community building. It's a very important topic for every one of us. Community building, I call it also second family building. The second family, it's like each of the attendees of a NOC meeting. Yeah? It's good for you to have a good connected network inside of your network operator community segment to have like a faster transfer when you have a problem, as an example, in your infrastructure. It's easier to call a friend outside of the NOC community instead of going to a consultant or whatever. It saves you money and lifetime. Innovation catalyst is You're getting faster access to news, and also like us as a company, we are providing, so what we do as a company, so we're doing a little bit magic with transceivers, so we are offering and providing universal transceivers with a coding box to make the network engineer's life a little bit easier and more flexible. What are the benefits compared to a commercial exhibition stand? It's very clear. On a conference or on a fair with a booth, you have only a stand, you're limited in your interaction. And fellowship sponsoring is, for me, a long-term agreement to each of the fellows. As an example, when I'm attending a NOC meeting and we are doing a fellowship sponsoring, I'm sitting down with each of the fellows, we are sitting and talking, what is your goal, what you want to reach in 5 years, long-term, mid-term. And also I have a huge network. I'm working since over 20 years in our industry, in the tech and internet industry. I have also a network of mentors, and I can introduce fellows to my mentors to support them to get better education for free and all this kind of stuff. What our company strategic roles when we're talking about investments is like, as I mentioned, we are moving a little bit away from the commercial conferences, commercial fairs and all this kind of stuff into the fellowship support. Why we are doing it? FlexOptics, yes, is a straightforward commercial company based in Germany, founded in 2008 by two friends who studied together in Darmstadt on a technical university. But why we are doing it? I had a lot of conversation with big companies to get more money for fellowship budgets for NOC meetings, and everyone was literally declining it, my request. They said, I don't have a return on investment. I said, what? What is better to see a happy face after they attended a workshop week or a conference? You know what I mean? It's like you're giving people the possibility to attend a NOC meeting or attend a conference, attend like a workshop week or whatever to gain, to get more knowledge and all this kind of stuff. Why you need a return on investment? The return on investment is when you talk to such fellows in 5 years, and right now there is like a unit lead or head of a unit or whatever, and is leading a team with 10 or 15 teammates. That's success, not the return on investment. Not every time. It's a question of return on investment. It's a question of what you want to do and what you want to reach for goals in your life. So one of our strategic goals as a company is, as I mentioned, pushing more capacity on budgeting into the fellowship. The major milestone what you can reach is better relationship to everyone. So you have, for me, it's as a responsible person from FlexOptics, it's better to have a good, straightforward, and a good connection to possible customers, yeah, or also to existing customers. The reason is when you have a problem and you are our customers, you're talking to me and not like to someone else, to a customer service hotline or whatever, and we can figure out what is the problem. That's relationship. A NOC meeting is based on relationship. Our life is based on relationship. Your relationship with your wife, your relationship with your kid, and the same is in our second family. Knowledge and access and sharing. Sharing is caring. It's one of my philosophies in our industry. Tashi and me, we started a couple years back with Karma in Bhutan, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3 workshop. You will see one of this transceiver 101 magic in Tashi's presentation. It's why you're not standing up and saying, I'm sharing my knowledge, I'm sharing my experience, talk about your life. I'm also like, did a couple of things in my life which was bad. I'm diagnosed with ADHD. I have a massive impulse control disorder. I'm working also on different other projects for the community. I have one project is working in a toxic environment, how we can survive, what we can do, how we can change our environment from a toxic to a non-toxic to a real teammate environment. So it's also like knowledge sharing with the community and with the fellows. market development, when I know as a company that's a benefit for fellowship sponsorings, why you need to push more money into fellowship sponsorings is like, where the market is going, what we will expect in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years. And yes, branding. Everyone knows the orange guys, they're traveling around the world, and I don't need, so as the best example, when I was traveling the first time to Indonesia, someone was pinging me, hey dude, send me your arrival data. I said, oh, it's a little bit risky for me, you know, it's my flight number, I'm arriving, what do you want to do? I want to pick you up. I said, huh? I don't know you. No, I know you via Facebook, you know what I mean? It's like share everything with your community. He picked me up, always he was picking me up, Hernan from Herza. Always he was picking me up at the airport. When I'm coming to a new region, everyone was coming, hey Rene, let's go for dinner, Isidro. That's the reason I'm saying it's my second family since over 20 years. That's the reason it's one of the projects, so from my bottom of my heart is like, I call it the Flex Optics International Fellowship Program. I want to extend it, not only to have it here in APEC, I want to extend it also to Africa next year. A short overview, we invested like roughly $50,000 only in fellowship. Partial, $1,500 here for a NOC meeting, $5,000 here for a NOC meeting. But I have rules for our fellowship investments. I want to have at least minimum 50% of the fellows females and 50% of males. It's a minimum requirement for me. I'm happy we have here, and congratulations to each of the fellows who are elected to be part of this program here for LKNOG. We have 7 females and 4 males. It's an amazing turnout of the fellowship committee. Many thanks. Sahir, where is Sahir? Many thanks for your work, man. Well done. Really good, really good. It's amazing to see such a turnout of like applications and who are elected, and yeah, the balance, more females than males. It's amazing for me. I love it. That's the fellows for this year. Congratulations again, and congratulations. We will see. We have a short session, I think 5:30 today, and I've heard we have also a social. Someone paid for it. Amazing. Yeah. What is the last rule of my fellowships we are supporting as a company? It's like not gain the knowledge only from the workshops and the conferences. Please go back to your companies and share the knowledge internally with your colleagues. Do own workshops, share the knowledge. And also with the community, it's like this year you attended a fellowship program. Next year, please go onto the stage and talk about your experience. Motivate people to apply for fellowship programs. It's very important. Apply. Empower your organization. Please go back, talk to your leads, make trainings internally. I call it in one of my projects, we need to go back to the human capital and improve the human capital, and act with high motivation. You're elected, it's a honor, it's a gift. And here we are. Normally I scheduled 45 minutes, but I've heard we have a good keynote, and I'm looking forward to the keynote, and I don't want to go longer. So I'm done. Thanks for everything. By the way, I don't know how many years I tried to attend the LKNOG. So finally, after 5 years, I think I tried to attend. It never was possible. And also, my grand-aunt was born in Colombo and raised up in Sri Lanka. So she is also from Sri Lankan. So yeah, many thanks. When you have any questions, I'm here until Wednesday. Thanks. Any questions?
Well, before moving to the most important keynote, I have one announcement to make. So about the number of participants for the workshops that we are having on 22nd up to 25th. AI, of course, has got the majority, 50 people, 50 heads, right? And DNS, Philips, you have got 33. And then virtualization, you have 30 people participating, and network automation, we have 37 people registered for the workshops. That's very good numbers. For those who are participating in the workshops who have registered, please collect your token from the registration desk over there during your breaks. And you will need that to enter the workshop with the token. So moving ahead, we are moving to a very interesting, probably very exhilarating speech from one of our young entrepreneurs from Sri Lanka. I would like to introduce to you Mr. Danika Pereira, who is the founder of Helakuru, Pay Here, HelaPay, and Esana. He is the CEO of Bahasha Lanka, a unique company. He calls himself an accidental entrepreneur. Why? Because during his research project during the bachelor's life, he found an opportunity to include his innovation into mobile devices, where he developed the Sinhala fonts. Is it Unicode? Yeah, Unicode, right, for the use of mobile phones. And then that became business later on, and now he is a well-known personality in Sri Lanka as an entrepreneur. So now he is a serial entrepreneur. So accidental entrepreneur became a serial entrepreneur, and he is the founder of many of the well-known brands in Sri Lanka when it comes to digital domain. So to go ahead with more information about his profile, he has got his BSc in Computer Science and Engineering from University of Moratuwa. He's got an MBA from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, PIM, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Today, the innovation that he has made has met the services of 10 million or more people in Sri Lanka. Later on, he also challenged the status quo of online payments with a well-known product, Pay Here. I think it's a very popular payment consolidation platform in Sri Lanka, a digital platform, an aggregator platform for payments. And in 2011, as an innovator, he has won the M-Billionth South Asian Award, multiple global and local recognitions, including the E-Swabhimani, a Sri Lankan Appreciation Award, and NBQSA Award for his innovations. He is recognized as an emerging entrepreneur, emerging ICT leader, the most innovative ICT entrepreneur of the year from University of Moratuwa and Computer Society of Sri Lanka and SLASCOM. 2019, he was recognized as an Iron Soul by the government of Sri Lanka for his change-making contributions towards the digital empowerment of the country. And now, 2021, he was recognized as the outstanding young Sri Lankan role model for the inspirational entrepreneurial journey he has had so far. So with a lot of brands affiliated to his name, I kindly invite and proudly invite for LKNOG, Mr. Danika Pereira, for an insightful and, I think, enjoyable and knowledgeable session on your journey. The topic is on importance of robust internet infrastructure in the context of emerging AI technologies. The robust internet versus AI, or for AI. Danika.
Aibuan. Good morning to all of you. It's been a great honor to address you all today. And I would like to thank LKNOG Lanka Network Operators Group for having me today. So even though I'm not actually a networking guy, a network operator or a networking professional, but a tech entrepreneur, I would like to humbly say that I would have never been an entrepreneur if there was no proper internet infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Because if you think, all of the innovations I did was digital, all of the businesses that I made was digital, all our marketing efforts, communications are digital, and how we serve our customers, serve our users are through digital means, and even after-sales customer service is also rendered digitally. So I take this opportunity first to pay my gratitude to all of you, the internet enablers in Sri Lanka, for helping me to be who I am today. If I recall, as a kid, my first computer experience was actually from my neighborhood, right? It was actually my neighbor. There was a friend of mine at the same age. So we were actually playing together from the childhood, studying together. So he was actually the one who got a computer first, right? And I had the opportunity to experience a computer for the first time at those days, early 1999, as I remember, when I was at about grade 8, right? And later, actually, I also had the chance to get a computer for me from my parents, a Pentium 3, as I remember, the first computer. And at that time, you know, I could experience internet from that dial-up era, right? I still remember the sound of, you know, connecting through dial-up connection, right? Hope most of you may also remember that sound, right? Where you cannot actually take any calls during your internet connectivity session, right? So from that time, then actually, so those days, it actually took, you know, a few minutes just to load an image sent to you from someone, likewise, back in the days, right? And after that, actually, after some time, after a few years, I experienced ADSL internet through our local telcos, right? And then actually, when I started a company, started a business, I had the opportunity to experience fiber. And very recently, coming to the latest of internet connectivity, I got the opportunity to be one of the first among to experience satellite internet also in Sri Lanka with the Starlink launch. So I just wanted to share these internet experiences I had throughout my journey, which again actually provided me the backbone to become an entrepreneur and deliver our services, right? So one of actually the videos that I did recently for this unboxing of my Starlink kit, some has even replied that maybe I'm the brand ambassador for Starlink in Sri Lanka, right? There's nothing about like that, you know. I use actually all the internet connections, all the, you know, telecom services from all these brands. It's loved, really love to see Dialog, SLT Mobitel, and all those are in one board, right? My personal mobile connection is Dialog from the day one. And my home internet connection is actually SLT, and even we have used Lanka Bell for my company, and Hutch for payment gateway, SMS gateways and stuff, right? So we are actually the users of these things who actually got the benefit out of this to build a business, to build brands, to build companies and all, right? So the Starlink thing was actually, since I am a technology enthusiast, I always do not hesitate to experience or experiment any new technologies that is coming into the country. So back in the days, the same happened when I actually was in my university. Professor Gian is here, one of my lecturers and supervisor of my language-related project. So when I had to do a university project, the third year at the University of Moratuwa Computer Science and Engineering Department, we had to do an individual project, a 6-month project. There also actually, what attracted me was a very new technology into Sri Lanka, which was Android. Right? Android phones were not much popular or not much available in the country, but we had the opportunity to develop for Android, to do a project on Android. I even didn't own an Android smartphone at that time, but since I was really interested on these new technologies, I thought to do a project on Android. And the motivation provided for me for that through one of the passion that I had. And that passion was actually about the Sinhala language, the Sinhala fonts. Right? So that two dots, my enthusiasm on new technologies and actually the passion on language, Sinhala language, Sinhala fonts, allowed me actually to do an innovation at that time where there was no Sinhala Unicode rendering capability available for any smartphone devices back in the days at about 2011. I could actually innovate a mobile rendering technology where I can give an app level, not OS level, but app level Sinhala Unicode rendering capability to Android. And I developed it as a mobile web browser, which was actually the very first web browser which gave the Sinhala reading capability, Sinhala rendering capability for Android smartphones. It actually got a very organic attraction among the Sri Lankan users, especially the bloggers at that time. Anyone who blogged 10 years, 12 years back? Right? There was so nice blogging culture at that time, right? Everyone was actually writing their own Sinhala blogs and others going and commenting likewise. So this solution that I provided as my university project was very much popular among them, and then the demand came from themselves to have a solution to write Sinhala also, not only to read, right? So from that era, from university era, my passion was actually problem solving, right? I developed a skill where to identify the market gaps, where to identify the problems in the society, problems in the community, and coming up with innovative ideas, innovative solutions digitally to solve them, right? Set browser solved Sinhala reading problem on smartphones, on mobile devices, and then from the demand that I got through that, I identified another problem. Sinhala writing was not possible before on mobiles, and I introduced a solution to that as well, which is actually today, every one of you know, Helakuru, right? And then I didn't stop there. I started my own company with Helakuru and that first innovation set browser. And when we operate as a company, I started identifying the problems relevant to the businesses as well. One of the main problems was actually this online payment acceptance in the country. Back in the days, It was only the banks who provided payment gateway technologies, payment gateway facilities, but unfortunately they were not accessible and affordable for many of the startups and new businesses in the country. So as a new business, as a startup, even for us, the payment gateway was not affordable or accessible. So I identified that also as a problem, and when I look around, it's not actually only a problem for me, but also for many businesses and startups around. So that's where actually I got the motivation to come up with a solution for that as well, where I developed Pay Here and introduced to the market. Initially, it got several regulatory challenges because due to our law, bit of outdated law, it was only possible for banks or licensed financial acquirers to provide payment services, digital payment services in the country. So we had to actually work with the regulators and update even the law to come across that red tapes. And after about 2 years, we relaunched that service, Pay Here, as a central bank approved service after getting all the regulatory clearance. And when we actually run Pay Here for several years, I identified another problem related to the cost factor of online payments, digital payments, right? Since there was no or lack of local payment operators, we had to rely much of actually these global payment operators or payment networks in processing our domestic payments. So even today, when we actually pay through our cards, which is actually foreign branded cards, we had to pay a huge amount of money, which are even foreign exchange outflows from the country as processing fees for these foreign parties, right? But if you take the example of India, they could actually build up their own digital payment network as UPI and process or switch all of their domestic payments within the country, which actually reduces the cost of online payments significantly. And identifying that gap, and also inspired by that India's journey of UPI, we actually introduced another solution as HelaPay, which is actually a local, 100% Sri Lankan digital payment method, where the processing of digital payments happen only through local parties, local banks, National Payment Network, Lanka Pay, and local companies. And also moving to another area, leveraging actually this power of digital technologies and real-time communication technologies, we even could actually challenge the status quo of how people in Sri Lanka are getting informed as well through our own digital news platform, SNA. Right now, it's not actually not the TV at night or not the newspaper at the next day morning. Majority of Sri Lankans get informed in real time through the digital news service that we introduced through Helakuru, which is SNA. The problem that we identified there was actually this disinformation and misinformation problem in the country. If you think about actually the political aspect of the country, for many years, those are driven by misinformation campaigns and disinformation campaigns, mainly through mainstream media. Since people didn't have access to real-time information, mostly, they could very easily deceive people with misinformation. So social media came as a solution with the social media era, especially the Gen Z and all that started using social media as their source of information. But again, the social media also had this issue of misinformation and disinformation. So SNA was a solution for that, and we could actually make people aware in real time about what is happening around the country, the facts, not the opinions. So likewise, right now actually we have identified another gap, and recently announced a launch of one of another brand as HelloGo to fill the gaps in this mobility industry in Sri Lanka, ride-hailing industry in Sri Lanka. For most of you, or most of us, we may not see much of actually the gaps or problems in that market, because most of the time we actually use them as passengers. But it's actually a market operated by two parties, not only passengers. There should be drivers also to make that market work. From the other side, there are so many gaps existing. If you only empathize from their side a little bit, you will start seeing them. And we are actually introducing HelloGo as a solution to fill those market gaps. And I just actually ran through my entire entrepreneurial journey on how we actually solve problems with digital-first innovations, digital-first services, right? And there is actually a specialty in the recent one, HelloGo, because it's actually the very first one we introduced to the market in this generative AI era. So many of actually the aspects of that will be inspired by or will be aided by generative AI, right? So with that, how I see generative AI, I think actually we are in the beginning of the next era of computing. It's actually kind of a transition period right now, right? If you think back, the first era of computing, of actually starting from 1980s to 2000, the first era was actually this personal computer revolution, right? Computing became personal, right? It was shifted from the mainframe computers to the personal computers, where everyone actually had the opportunity to use computational power to get things done. And they actually introduced their productivity, introduced their efficiency using personal computers, but mostly through internal data processing. Maybe Word, Excel, PowerPoint kind of tools started making the lives easier of people in the world. And if you think about the traditional businesses like banks, back in the days, the banks operated totally with manual operations, right? So with this first era of computing, all of them got computerized. And then came the second era of computing, this mobile and cloud revolution from about 2007 with the introduction of smartphones, iPhone in 2007, and then followed by Android. Computing became not only a thing that you access when you have a specific time in front of a computer, but the computing power came to our pockets, right? And this is actually the era where even the connectivity started playing a major role, right? Computing power coming into our pockets means we started actually being connected throughout the day, right? In the first era, it was only when you are in front of a computer or a very specific period of our day, right? But in the second era, we started connected throughout the day, and then actually this internal data processing became more decentralized through cloud, right? No longer we needed to have our own personal computer to work on the thing that we were working on, the Excel sheet or the Word document or kind of. The cloud infrastructure made it available to access from anywhere you work. So even the workflows became more mobile and 24/7 because actually it gave the capability to work on the stuff you are working digitally throughout the day, connected all the time. But still, people were using computing as a tool to increase your productivity, increase your efficiency, to do things smarter. But right now, from 2020 onwards, we are experiencing this third era of computing, the generative AI revolution. With this, the machines do not only compute, they actually create, they actually summarize, they actually code, they actually design, they actually collaborate. So in this third era, we will be more using the computational power not as actually tools, but as actually co-workers. The future labor force will be actually a combination of human labor force and AI labor force. There are some things that you don't need any more humans to get done. To manage them, to strategically drive them, still, yes, we need humans, but there are many bottom of the pyramid stuff we can completely replace by AI, and it will happen. Right? And in terms of the entrepreneurial aspects, AI now has become like our co-founders. Right? So back in the days, we actually, when we get a new idea, we used to brainstorm with our colleagues or our co-founders, right, our team members, and improve that, validate that, and make it completely with the human effort. But right now, we have a great companion to brainstorm our new ideas, to validate our new ideas, to make them actually smarter, and also to reduce our development time. We can actually use AI to code for us, AI to design for us, AI to generate content, to do the communications, everything, right? That's why I mentioned that Helago is actually the very first product that we are currently building in this new era of computing. And we are using all of these strengths of AI co-workers and AI co-founders to strengthen our product and the service also in future. So that is actually the future that we are heading. Regardless of you are an employee, regardless you are an employer or an entrepreneur, how people worked in the world is changing now. That's why I mentioned where in a kind of a transition period. Still, we cannot predict what are the capabilities or what are the full potential of this, right? When the text-based generative AI tools come into the picture, it was actually so much surprising even for us who in the industry, right? And when the text-based ones came, we thought, okay, this is only for text. They will never have this visual thinking or creativity of human, and they will never come up with images or graphics. And it also came. And when images came, when AI started to generate very creative and artistic images, we thought, okay, this is just images. It will never come to videos, right? But what happened? Right now, even it generates videos, right? So all the filmmaking industries, advertising industries, many of the industries are getting affected. And even Sinhala, which is relevant to me and Professor Gihan here, right? Even I didn't expect that. Now, AI will be this much accurate when it comes to natural language processing, when it comes to Sinhala, right? But if you see the internet videos and all the stuff generated by digital creators and influencers, you can see how accurate now even the Sinhala video, the voiceovers, the lip syncing, and everything is happening perfectly, right? And in a side note, I have a little kind of a humble, proud there, because these LLMs, large language models, always actually train or learn things with the available information or data on internet, right? It may be internet, it may be books on anything. So we actually have a kind of proud. With Helakuru, we could actually challenge the status quo of this Sinhala on digital, right? From Singlish to Sinhala Unicode. So it became Sinhala Unicode content became more available when everyone started to make content on Sinhala Unicode, and we actually could play a major role through Helakuru for that. So that is actually Sinhala becoming this much accurate in the generative AI era. We actually have a humble, proud, and also I think everyone who contributed to Sinhala Unicode development and execution of Sinhala Unicode also have that pride. Okay, so in this AI era, the connectivity becomes critical than ever. Because you know better than me, right? For an AI to work, especially a generative AI to work, a stable, fast, and scalable internet connectivity is really important, right? And from a country's perspective, the connectivity everywhere with no connectivity gaps is really important if we are to leverage the strengths of computing in this AI era. Unfortunately, still we have the problems of connectivity in rural areas, undeserved areas within the country. Still, we have some gaps. We specially identify that, we specially note that as a brand. Helakuru is actually not only a brand or not only a product serving only the urban crowd, serving only the tech-savvy crowd, right? Even farmers and even actually the people who have a very limited knowledge about technology, very limited linguistic skill to get the use of technology through the smartphone devices. Helakuru is actually covering a wider range of people. So we actually notice these gaps very much. So I think it's actually a very critical role for the network operators and the network professionals to fill these connectivity gaps as well and ensure 100% internet connectivity within the country if we are to leverage this computing in AI era. And I think the new technologies are coming right now. Something like direct-to-cell is already operational, where you can actually directly connect your existing mobile devices to the satellite internet, right? And with no extra equipments, extra hardware, or anything. The low-orbit satellites will work as a stream of cell towers, right? Where you can actually have a backup for your own networks to serve the undeserved markets, undeserved segments. So it's a great opportunity that the local telcos, local operators can collaborate with these direct-to-cell providers, because most of them will work as collaborations in the same way that we all experience international roaming at the moment, right? You don't go and place cell towers in all the other countries, but you collaborate with the telecom operators from other countries to give the same user experience to the user. They just have to use their existing SIM, existing connection, but they can actually keep connected to internet wherever they roam worldwide. So this direct-to-cell concept will actually come in such a way where the existing providers can serve only the undeserved or unconnected areas, uncovered areas through direct-to-cell approaches, right? And I think it will actually be a win-win for all of us to achieve 100% connectivity within Sri Lanka. And as a country, I think that should be the vision of everyone here in the crowd, to have that kind of a connectivity, to leverage the power of AI in this third era of computing. And I wish you all the very best to drive our country to that common vision, common goal, so that we all would be able to leverage the power of AI in this new era. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danica, for a wonderful speech. The special thing was that he was not using any slides. Everything was in mind. So with his vast experiences as an entrepreneur and talking about the three generations, the PC, the mobile, and the AI. So everybody was listening, I think, full-heartedly. It was very interesting. So thank you so much. So we have a token of appreciation for Danica. So thank you for accepting our invitation. We have a token of appreciation for the speaker and the keynote speaker, Danica. Right. So with that, I invite the secretary of LKNOG, Kaushalya. Kaushalya is outside. So before he comes in, I have another announcement, including the token, and also there's a T-shirt, a complimentary T-shirt from LKNOG. Please collect during your breaks. So Kaushalya, please. If Kaushal is not there to, in the interest of time, I would Yeah, Kaushal is here. So Kaushalya, we invite you to present the token of appreciation to Danika, our keynote speaker.
Yes. After two speeches, now it's time to have a short break. So we have the tea time. Please proceed to the tea area. So refresh yourself. We will come again after a short break. Thank you.
Networks are the building blocks of humanity, the conduits of pioneers and change seekers. They are the bringers of opportunity and the bedrock of Sri Lanka's largest telecom and mobile operator. They connect the heights of global capitals to the farthest reaches of potential and growth, empowering and encouraging better living and strengthening every enterprise dream. Throughout 160th, inspiring generation after generation to push the boundaries of possibilities so that you can fashion no matter who you are. Because at SLT Mobitel, no dream's too big. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Here's to the not-so-popular ones who were rebels and disruptors in their own right. They were able to see beyond the present and shape the future. Here is a man who imagined machines that could think. Today, we push the boundaries of artificial intelligence, creating solutions that shape the world of tomorrow.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? and lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? and lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise.
Hello, everyone. Tea time is over now. We are kindly invite you again to the hall because we have another entertainment session after that. Please take your tea and or coffee and come again to your seats. Thank you. Yes, hope you have enjoyed the refreshments. So now we have an entertainment session before we are going to our next talk. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you have enjoyed the South Asian cultural dance. So our next talk is very interesting. So yeah, going to listen to Professor Roshan Ragel with insightful talk. So here it's his profile. Professor Roshan Ragel is a professor from computer engineering at University of Peradeniya and the CEO of Learn, Sri Lanka's National Research Institute and Educational Network, where he has championed initiatives like Asia Connect since 2017. An international recognized researcher with over 200 peer-reviewed publications on AI, IoT, and network technologies. He's received numerous awards, including the 2025 IEEE Marie K. Keller Teaching Award, and led international AI strategy committees. Please join in welcoming Professor Roshan Ragel to the stage as he speaks on Gen AI network engineers.
Very good morning, everyone. And like it was mentioned earlier, it looks like AI has a lot of attraction. Even the workshop that has some AI in it has more registration. So in the disguise of AI, I'm going to talk about something else. Right? So I'm going to talk about the economic reality of Sri Lanka. Right? I think I have the right audience. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So some numbers in terms of Sri Lanka's economic reality. I mean, we all know, most of us who are in this audience are from Sri Lanka, and we all know our reality. But just to put it into perspective, we are talking about Sri Lanka's GDP per capita. This year, the numbers are about 4,000, and some other countries have numbers like 100 plus, and even a country like Singapore, I said even country like Singapore has 90 plus, $1,000 a year. Why we think, or the economists and also engineers think and others think this is the reason, the reason for being so is one, the country's global innovation index. We are 89th in the world, while the other countries that I have listed there are at least within the top 20. Economic complexity index is another number. Again, Sri Lanka is 80 plus, while the other countries are in smaller numbers. So this is the reality. This is what's happening. And just to take it a little further, if you take Singapore and Sri Lanka, if you take post-independence, we were similar, and you know, like Malaysia didn't want Singapore, and then Singapore is here now. Right? So how they did it? One, engineering. So most of it is related, I mean, it's related to most of you through engineering and proper education and other structures, and other infrastructure and others. And countries like Ireland had a lot of challenges, civil war and whatnot, but now it's the third largest digital export, software and others, in the world, and second largest GDP per capita in the world. Right? So they are doing really well as well. And I don't have to talk about China. Right? So another country who has a decent GDP per capita for their population. I'm going to connect this to also, Danica is not here, I'm trying to connect it to what Danica was talking about in terms of the next big thing that is happening, right? How, if you go back and look at how these previous countries have come out and doing well, take countries like Singapore or countries that are not listed like South Korea, how they are doing really well is riding one of these revolutions, one of these changes, right? So same happened to Ireland, their digital exports, right? So we have been trying as a country to use this digital different rights in the past to come out, but we couldn't still do so. One more chance we are getting. Why I say one more chance is including items like what you see here. That seems to be, okay, I can't project it. Okay, it's not, okay. So if you look at the very first one, it's AI and information processing technology is expected to be one of the top driving business transformation. That is what Danica was also talking about. And therefore, we think it's time to use it. In terms of money, this is again a prediction. So AI is expected to bring about in the order of $20 trillion to the world economy. I hope you know Sri Lanka's, the whole economy is less than 100 billion and $25 trillion. So if you take a really, really small portion of it, and if you can drive and bring changes, like in the companies like what Danica is running, and more, if each one of us start one, or not all of us, at least few of us start one, I think we can solve all our problems that we have here, and we can be one of the richest countries as well. So in this line, a few things we had done as a country these days, starting from the last government and the one currently is in power, following up, is coming up with certain items. One, framework for AI, or strategic framework AI. This was prepared 2 years ago, and last year it was released, and I think now it was put out for public opinion for a while. It's a digital strategy, part of digital strategy 2030, and where we are talking a lot about how AI can come in and change. And the ICTA is also looking at how this can be implemented. The strategy can be implemented under various sectors, infrastructure, data, government services, skill development, and so on. So these are things that are already happening. So in the same line, let's see how generative AI can help, or how we can use it for engineering and also network engineering. Yeah, I was joking at the beginning. I'll say a few things about network engineers as well. So this is the plan. I'll talk about generative AI generally in engineering, and also how it's useful and how we see its potential in network field where we are in here, and also a few other things like challenges. And so just to start, artificial intelligence is, as you all know, changing the world. And just to take a step back, we are specifically now talking about generative AI, but generative AI is part of deep learning, and deep learning is part of machine learning and so on. So machine learning is being the current mostly used AI systems. AI is not new. It's about 75 plus years old. Started with Alan Turing thinking, okay, machines seems to be can do things that we also can do, like people. When he did this system for breaking the Enigma machine during World War II, since then a lot has happened. Something that is very interesting that happened regarding AI and machine learning happened in 2016-17, when a company called DeepMind built a software called AlphaGo. So how they build it, I call it a software, but it's a machine learning model. But what they did is they built this AlphaGo, a game player that plays against people. In this example, the then Go champion. And it was able to beat the Go champion in 2017. Very different to something like how machines were able to beat chess champion 20 years prior to this. In 1997, the then standing chess champion was beaten by Deep Blue, another computer. But this is very different. What is the difference is the previous machine was able to do it by not using machine learning, not using deep learning, not using a learning technique. So now we figured, yeah, machines can learn like how we learn, not like how we can program them. Right? So look at data, learn. So not just Go game, it can learn any game for that matter. Right? So that's something new. And that was the DeepMind company and later acquired by Google. That's why the New York Times title says Google's AlphaGo. The same company also built something else which changed and had a good look at AI in a serious way. You know, Nobel Prize for chemistry, not like for peace, for chemistry is given for something very serious, or physics for that matter. Right? So the Nobel Prize for chemistry last year was given to a team who built the same similar team, like the one who from DeepMind, who built the system for protein folding. So the system is called AlphaFold, and the one who is from the DeepMind side is David Baker, and there are two others. So first time a computer scientist or an engineer winning a Nobel Prize and for chemistry. So the interesting thing, also Nobel Prize was again shared by a computer scientist. So first time the committee was considering things like Nobel Prize, which is given to really big breakthroughs in the world, is given to people who build AI systems in both chemistry and physics. So that is a serious undertaking and understanding. So at the same time, if you look at numbers, how AI systems are used in industry, so here it's every business that is using AI. The light color one is generative AI that started in 2023. The darker color is just AI. So in 2017, the time where this AlphaGo and deep learning becoming popular, the numbers at that time was just 20%. At least a business uses AI just for one of their functions. So the numbers have increased to about 50, and you can see over the next 5 years, the numbers are not changing. It oscillates between 50 and 60. But now, we are breaking out of it, and we are going beyond, or we are reaching 80%. These numbers are again from last year. There are 2 points in the last year. We are breaking and going closer to 80%. So 80% of the companies that were surveyed uses AI for at least one of their business function. That is what it means. So everyone using AI, that's the point. And the study goes into more detail. On the other hand, people are compared against machines now. Right? So here is a comparison between people and machines. So human performance is the black line at the top, and each one of these colored line is an AI system. The interesting thing, as you can see, is a lot of different systems. AI systems are doing better than people, right, individually. So this is also happening, and with this, we see a lot of potential. And so more of those. This is the latest. Nowadays, they are also comparing the last year version. They also have, we also have PhD level science questions where AI can do better. So we had to figure out how to give PhDs now. And thank God that was not the problem when I got mine. So and also others, right? So multimodal understanding and reasoning, all that. Now AI systems started doing well, better than people. So with that background, let me just play a small video to give an overall idea about different AI systems. Can the team support playing it?
I am a visionary. Illuminating galaxies to witness the birth of stars. And sharpening our understanding of extreme weather events. I am a helper, guiding the blind through a crowded world.
was thinking about running to the store.
and giving voice to those who cannot speak.
Do not make me laugh.
I am a transformer, harnessing gravity to store renewable power. And paving the way towards unlimited clean energy for us all. I am a trainer, teaching robots to assist, to watch out for danger, and help save lives. I am a healer, providing a new generation of cures and new levels of patient care.
Doctor, that I am allergic to penicillin. Is it still okay to take the medications?
Definitely. These antibiotics don't contain penicillin, so it's perfectly safe for you to take them.
I am a navigator, generating virtual scenarios to let us safely explore the real world and understand every decision. I even helped write the script. Breathe life into the words en muchos idiomas y escribí la música. I am AI, brought to life by NVIDIA, deep learning, and brilliant minds everywhere.
Right, so that just to give you a glimpse of the different type of things AI can do, starting from composing music, to navigating on roads, to supporting doctors, all sort of different things in between. So let's see how it's also transforming engineering, and then a little on network engineers. So here is just a glimpse of the different type of things that are possible with AI, and also specifically generative AI, an AI system that can generate text, audio, video, all sort of different material. So if you look at the whole spectrum of engineering, including things like computing, or civil, electrical, mechanical, aerospace, and whatever you can think of, each one you can think of applications where we can use AI systems. So particularly in any field, these things matter in engineering, data-driven decisions we all are making. Obviously, it's also useful in other fields, not engineering, but I'm just focusing on engineering, starting from if you take data, cleaning, to descriptive statistics, to prediction or predictive modeling, correlation analysis, and even to visualize nicely, we can use AI systems and generative AI systems. Tools like PowerDrill is supporting all this in data-driven insights, or other tools like Julius AI. These are generative AI tools that are supporting by you can drop a bunch of data and it can generate all this in no time. Right, so, and even other places where you want to design things using generative AI, basically you can talk to it and generate. And like even generating code, GitHub Copilot is becoming very powerful. Something that is interesting is this comparison. You can see this is a study that was done in 2022 with GitHub Copilot, how fast the timing difference you can see, those who used GitHub and those who didn't use. Yeah, so it's double or less than half. So things are getting faster, better, and other places as well. Right, so all these things are getting faster and better, and therefore we can make use of this opportunity to accelerate our performance, do more, and do productively positive, better outcome. So in case of networking, the few places where generative AI can be used. In fact, like it was announced, we are running a workshop on Thursday, Friday, where we are also looking at it from a more detailed perspective, hands-on on how generative AI or AI and generative AI can be used for network engineers. So in terms of application, we can just consider places where we do a lot of repetitive work, usually, as you know, and particularly writing and configurations, like, for example, configuration templates, monitoring and anomaly detection, like I said, that data analysis that we can do, those places, troubleshooting assistance, even security related. Even by talking about DNSSEC earlier, so security related items we again can use AI. In addition to all this, we also can use it for a lot of different type of documentation, not just to summarize and prepare reports, but also to prepare runbooks, incident summaries, and even topology related docs. All that there are tools. So if you want to look at some real world scenarios, prediction maintenance, for instance, if you want to do like identify when a hardware is going to fail, now using the telemetry, using the data, we can connect it to an AI system and get the output. Right? So even other places like optical power levels, we can look at them and figure out what's going on with the fiber link. Like that, every area, capacity planning, we can use AI system for prediction, AI system for generating some of these reports, that like the one I was mentioning there, or even other places, automated incident summaries, we can prepare them now. Let's say we take the raw file logs. We don't have to anymore go through details one by one or write a script to go through them and do all this. We just can dump it to a generative AI tool, and it can analyze and understand language and do things easier, better, faster. So I already mentioned about playbooks. And with all this, not to support these vendors, but just some sample. There are plenty of vendors who are supporting now. Every one of these vendors now have AI-enabled systems, right? So they support AI system. They are all integrated, generative AI integrated. Therefore, engineers' job is becoming sometimes less harder, so that they can focus on communication, focus on what they want, and what the output they get, than doing one step by step. So those are automatically generated using several platforms. These are just 6 examples. I just took first 6 that popped up from a search. But every vendor has their own solution with AI integration now, generative AI particularly. All these are good, but we also have challenges. I've listed them as ethical considerations. One of the problems is equity. Whether all of us, and particularly those who are learning these, whether they have access to all these tools, the technology, so that, and as a country, whether we have access to all this technology, so that we can develop our capacity, achieve what we want to achieve. Like I said earlier, as an economy, if we want to come out, we have to support and develop our capacity at the level like the audience who we have here, who are employees of most of the companies in the domain, but also students, learners. Can we support all of them? I think organizations like you, LKNOG, and also all the partners, you should also look at this aspect, the aspect where you can support the students. Support me, I'll support students. That's the idea. Right? So bring more into it. And in fact, like, it's not that difficult, because this sort of model is already figured out how we can do it. Even if like an AI ecosystem, we had to have open educational resources. I'm sure you know, like, there are plenty of them out there now coming into picture with Creative Commons licenses, Wikipedia type platform where data collected, and AI tools. There are plenty now, but the access to some of those tools are not easy. So we had to figure out how to do that part. For now, the tools are for learning fine, but if you want to do something serious, we don't have tool access to do those because they are expensive. And more than everything else, a unified regulatory framework. That is what the government is working on. In fact, government is updating the Data Privacy Act to include AI-related matters and more seriously look at data privacy in the context of AI. That's sort of happening. So with this sort of setup, it's possible for us to go forward. But we had to also educate our users who is responsible for all this, who is accountable when they use AI. Same for network engineers. We can't tell the NOC or the NOC engineer can't come and say, hey, I said so and I did it, and then you don't have network after this point onwards. Right? So we had to take that, the engineers had to take, or basically people had to take the responsibility, because I'm talking about ethical issues. One other problem is with AI systems, as you know, there are more and more devices are required, more and more hardware required, GPUs required. With that, we are also talking about a lot of electronic waste. How do we come out of such problems? And now, in the top 15 cybersecurity threats, number 11 is AI. So that's also there now. So AI is also part of it. AI misuse actually is part of it. Sorry for my wording. And you can also see number 5, which is AI-powered cyber threats. Can we use AI for the negative side of it? Misuse, the power using AI. So they are also coming into the picture. So we had to figure out how to navigate this space if we want to introduce and start using them. Right, so let me finish. So generative AI and AI is changing the world, and it has a lot of potential. It has a big market. In terms of economic impact, I mentioned like 25 trillion is the estimate by 2030. $25 trillion is a lot of money. And even a small portion of it, if we can ride the economic benefits, it's really good. On the other hand, we also had to worry about the employability. So here is something that is coming from the World Economic Forum, the report released in February this year from the last year's study. They identify about due to the changes that are happening, particularly with AI, the number of jobs that are going to be destroyed is in the order of 100 million. And that's actually 90+ million, but let's say 100 million, the purple color. And the jobs that are going to be generated new are in the order of about 170 million. So where are we going to be? Or where our new, the students who are graduating are going to be? It's on us. Or all of you, right? So all of you who are responsible for your employees, whether we can use them as they are, like those who are having stable jobs, or do we have to upskill, reskill them? All these are discussions we wanted to have so that we can navigate the space first and also do better and improve our economy. In terms of navigating and doing better, one of the things that the same report talks about is the core skills that are needed for 2015. There are about 26 in the list. And the top 10 I just wanted to highlight. If you look at them, most of them are not about network engineering or any engineering for that matter. Right? So it's mostly about general skills, and particularly about some of the skills we earlier thought are soft skills, like motivation, self-awareness, empathy and active listening, curiosity and lifelong learning. So those are skills that are on the top. So make sure your upskilling programs not only include technical hands-on skills, but at the same time these skills so that they can navigate the space. Our employees can navigate the space. So that's just, and also that there are plenty of different tools developed for targeting specific applications. So that is just to show you that there are different applications and different tools. Therefore, it is important that we use and learn and use the right tool to do our job. There are plenty of tools identified for specific areas as well. We are having our workshop, like I said, on Thursday and Friday. Looks like you already have registered. And this is a program where we have not specifically focused on a specific technology, specific tool, but what we have done is we have developed a program that that is more of a learning how to learn type of a module, a program where the learners, the engineers who are going to participate in it will on their own figure out how they can use AI tools for their work. That's the idea. And those who are joining us on Thursday, Friday, we'll see how it works. Thank you very much. And just a last word from, I'll quote Fei-Fei Li, one of the popular deep learning scientists. She said this was in somewhere in 2017 or so. What she said was AI won't replace humans, but humans using AI will, right? So hopefully you all are going to be the humans who are using AI. And thank you very much for the opportunity once again. Thank you.
Any questions related to Gen AI for network engineers? Seems not. They can ask when they are coming to the workshop. Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks again, Professor Roshan Ragel, for the insightful talk on Gen AI for network engineers. So we can continue the conversation on Thursday and Friday. And yes, it said that most of you have registered for the workshop. So, sir, we have a token of appreciation for you. I invite Mr. Shrimal from LKNOG to distribute the gift. Yes, our next speech is from Leah, all the way from Netherlands. So Leah is an expert internet infrastructure and network operations at RIPC-NCC, the regional internet registry for Europe, the Middle East, and parts of Central Asia. With deep experience in managing the securing critical internet resources, Leah will share insight on the recent Baltic Sea cable outage in her talk, how the internet routed around the damage. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Leah Hestina to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? I think it's good afternoon, actually. Let's wait until my slides is available. But good to be here. This is my first time in Sri Lanka. I'm very happy to be here. And I would like to thank the program committee of LKNOG for accepting my talk. So, yeah. Let's see. All right, I have time. I don't know, Dave, you are after me. To Sahir. Hello. The weather has been very, very nice. I was in Ella 2 days ago. It was sunny and cool and not humid, so it was such a perfect weather. Yeah, in the Netherlands, weather talk is like the icebreaker. So wherever you are, if you meet someone that you don't know, you just talk about the weather and complain about the weather. But I'm not complaining about the weather. The weather has been very nice here in Sri Lanka. Let's see. How many of you here have heard about RIPE Atlas, by the way? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. You are the right audience, because I'm going to talk about RIPE Atlas. It's the internet measurement platform of the RIPE NCC. Oh, yeah, it's here. Let me see. Okay, let me go back. All right, so before I start with this presentation, I would like to give a short introduction. So my name is Lia Estina. I work for the RIPE NCC. For those of you who don't know what RIPE NCC is one of the 5 internet registry. Our region is in Europe, Middle East, and a bit of Central Asia. And next to being an internet registry, at the RIPE NCC, we build tools, internet measurement tools to support our members who are mostly network operators like many of you here. And, but you know, first, yes, for our members, but we know that the internet doesn't care about borders, right? So that's why we are also serving the global internet community so that everyone has the same access, everyone has the same tool in order, you know, to help ourselves. So in this talk, this is about a use case that happened last year in the Baltic Sea. So I'm sure many of you heard a lot lately about submarine outage, and this is one of them. This is what happened in the Baltic Sea. And when this thing, this is based on 2 RIPE Labs articles. So RIPE Labs is our platform to share like a use case, a research result, and all the likes. So you can take a look at this article, these 2 articles about the Baltic Sea damage in RIPE Labs. But next to the RIPE Labs article, there's also a podcast with my colleague Emil Aben, who's been, this is his work, this is his analysis. He's the data scientist of RIPE NCC. So in this interview, anyway, I forgot the word. Just now I remember the word, now I forgot the word. So he will talk about his analysis in depth. So I highly recommend you to listen to the podcast, that's the word. So let's take a look at the timeline of what happened last year. So on 17th of November, BCS East-West cable was damaged, and the next day another cable was reported damaged. That is the Sea Lion 1. So Sea Lion 1 runs from Germany to Finland. And these 2 cables, they were restored within 10 days, which is quite fast, right? And then Sea Lion was damaged again on the 25th of November, so on a Christmas day. It's a good, it's not a very good Christmas present. And then it was restored again on the 6th of January. But then in January, there's a 3rd cable which was reported to be damaged. That was from LVRTZ. And this one was restored within 32 days. So when this thing happened, there was a lot of media coverage. Many media online or newspaper, they reported about these incidents. Many made speculations, raised their theories, and asked questions. But I just want to make it clear for everyone where RIPE NCC stands. So at the RIPE NCC, we do not make any speculations. We do not make any theories. So what we do care about is when this kind of incident happen, what kind of impact it has on the internet. So that's where we are interested in. And then we ask ourselves, do we have the data? Do we have any data on this incident? Here's another, I'm just going to share it here. This is another interesting article that covers about this Baltic Sea damage. So when this thing happened, we asked ourselves, do we have data around the incident? And of course, for us, because we have this platform which is called RIPE Atlas, it's an internet measurement platform that consists of more than 13,000 vantage points connected in many networks. So not only in the Netherlands, not only in Germany or Nepal, it's all over the world. I think the coverage of the country right now, it's around 90-something%. So as you can see in this picture, you see that there are many probes connected globally. And so this is the tiny device, the probe. But then we have the one that we called RIPE Atlas Anchor. This is a much more powerful probe. We have almost 900 of them. So now we have 890 probes or anchors connected around the world. And just to give you an idea of what RIPE Atlas does, so on a daily basis, it runs around 35,000 measurements on average. So these measurements is based on built-in measurements. So when you plug in the probe, it will start running measurements. But also the measurement which are created by users, like by you and me and other people outside this room probably. So this kind of measurement. So this is what makes RIPE Atlas special, right? So any one of us can use this platform and run tests like latency, traceroute, DNS, and other types of measurements. So just performance-related measurements towards your network from all the probes that we have around the world. But the one that I would like to talk to you about, it's not RIPE Atlas in general, just the RIPE Atlas Anchor, which is, remember I told you there's this much powerful probe, which is called Anchor. So this Anchor, what makes it special is each and every anchor which are connected continuously run ping measurement towards each other. So you can imagine there's a bunch of data that we will be able to see if you have an anchor in your network, and you will be able to see if there's any latency change, if there's any route change. Suppose there's an incident somewhere, and that's what makes RIPE Atlas anchors very special. We call it anchoring mesh measurement. So what kind of data do we see on the 17th and 18th of November when the two cables, BCS East-West and Sea Lion 1 that run from Germany to Finland broken or accidentally broken? So as you can see in this picture, we have a good and enough vantage point in these countries. Which is very important. Without this vantage point, we will not be able to get any insights. And that's what makes it important, like having this vantage point. So this is what Emil checked. So he checked the data 12 hours prior to the incident and 12 hours after the incident. So this is what he sees. On the left-hand side, on this on the y-axis, you can see this is a pair of anchors. So one anchor is in Sweden, the other anchor is in Lithuania. So remember I told you that it's doing a mesh measurement. This is a pair of two anchors from Sweden and Lithuania. So the gray area, like the pale area, it's showing the normal latency. So nothing is going on there. The latency is quite happy. But the orange part, it shows that there's a latency increase. And if we take a look at the time of the incidents at 8 o'clock in the morning on 17th of November, we see that there is indeed an increase in the latency. Obviously, and the darker the orange, the higher the latency. But what's interesting in this picture, if you take a look at the top graph, let's take a closer look. So this graph, it's showing like the packet loss. So we did indeed see a shift in the latency. I mean, it's very minor, right? It was like around 10 to 20 milliseconds. But we don't see any, significant increase in the packet loss, which is good. It means that, the packet reached its destination. Yes, there is an increase in the latency, but still got delivered, right? So that's good. And this is the same thing that happened in Sea Lion 1. It's approximately, there's increase in the latency, but there's no significant packet loss. But here is quite interesting. So this area this is the time when, before it was reported that it's being restored. So there's some pair of anchor that it has some increase in the latency, and then there's a big jump of the latency in many pairs, as we can see here, followed by packet loss. We don't know what's happening there. We just show what we see in the data that we have. This is something that, the layer 2 people will be able to find out. So, summing up, we did, so as we can see, the internet is indeed did what it was built to do, right? It routed around the damage, despite of, despite of the increase of the latency, there is no significant increase in the packet loss. So the internet did what it was meant to do. It routed around the damage, which is good. Here's another quick example that I want to show you, a use case that happens a couple of months ago in Chile. So in Chile, a couple of months ago, there was a national power outage. And thank God we have many anchors in Chile, so we could show some data. Just like the previous one, the pale area are the happy, the happy latency. There's no latency increase there. And the gray area is when we see that the anchors, the pair of anchors, we don't see any data. So probably these anchors are have become disconnected for around 24 hours. But the interesting part here, what we see, there's just a tiny, short, brief disconnection of all the anchors. You don't really see it probably here, but there is a line here and here. A brief disconnection in the beginning of the incident and 24 hours after that. But the rest of the pair on the pale area, it's quite okay. So this is like an indication that part of the, the core internet infrastructure in Chile was still functioning when the incident happened. So up until now, I talk about the end-to-end latency data, but Emil, my colleague, the data scientist, the brain of this, he's interested in, he knows that, the internet, there was an impact on the internet, but what he wants to know is how was the traffic routed? So this is the observation, the summary of observation that he did based on all the anchors that he observed. So this is an impression of the level of resilience of the network. So there are three levels of rerouting that he sees. So the first one is the inter-domain rerouting, which is rerouting between the domains. And so the traffic was rerouted through other IS or through an IX. And then there's the second one that he observed, which is the intra-domain rerouting, which is which makes the traffic stays within the same ASN, but using alternative paths. And the third one is the circuit level rerouting. So this is using an alternative path, but still between the routers, and even still using the same IP address. So as we can see from the previous graphs, that yes, there was some level of resilience in some of the anchors that we observe, but And this is how that observation is based on. So there were around 2,141 paths that he observed between Germany and Finland, and he spotted 637 paths were using inter-domain rerouting, and around 25.9% of the paths saw an increase of more than 3 millisecond latency, which is not much, but still, this is what we, as a base, what we want to measure. And then the intra-domain rerouting, it was affecting 1,044 paths, with 38% of the paths saw an increase in the latency. And for the circuit level rerouting, there were around 460 paths only, with 5.2% paths show latency increase. Yes, it was some networks was have some resilience, but it's not always the case, right? So resilience is not really guaranteed. Here's another example of what happened in Africa, in the coast of Ivory Coast. So we take a look at the anchors that we have in UK and also in Ivory Coast. It affected 4 submarine cables, so it was a landslide of submarine cable. So here, this is a bit more messier data, but we can see here very clearly that right at the time of, after the time of the incidents, there's something going on with the internet. There was a lot of delay, a lot of increase in the latency, which is followed by packet loss. So there were about 20 to 30 milliseconds increase in the latency and followed by packet loss. So in conclusion, what does all this rerouting tells us? So if we take a look at from the bigger picture, the internet did what it was designed to do. It routed around the damage. But being able to see it happen and understand how it works, it really requires collaboration from all of us. It really requires shared data so that we can have more visibility and know what to do. And also, yeah, we need more vantage points so that we have visibility indeed. And if you look at it from the network operator or network engineer point of view, it's a reminder for all of us that redundancy works. The internet routed around, the traffic was rerouted across networks, within networks, and even on a circuit level. But if you're not monitoring these layers, you might miss what happened when something happened to your network. So having these vantage points, having this vantage point will give you visibility. And then if you look at it from a network planner point of view, infrastructure planner, for example, it shows that building multi-levels of backup across providers and also internally is key to resilience. And that's why, because when something breaks, other parts where there is redundancy, it can help, keep the internet stable. And if you look at it from the policymaker point of view, it highlights the importance of investing in diverse infrastructure and internet measurement tools. Because as we can see, the area and the countries with good visibility and routing diversity, they suffer the least, and the impact is not as much, and they can recover faster. So, but how far can we see? If we take a look at the data, what we have in Sri Lanka, this is just to show you the ASN hegemony in Sri Lanka. So what we would like to have, there are 3 big ASN in Sri Lanka where we where we think it's very important to have the coverage, like having RIPE Atlas probes and also RIPE Atlas anchors. So, and if we take a look at this picture, the interconnection in Sri Lanka is quite strong with minimal, reliance on foreign ASN. This is, if you take a look, if you go to this QR code, it will bring you to this picture visualization. This is an interactive one. And so this is the map where we show where are all our anchors. And we don't have any in Sri Lanka. We will have more because I have visited Learn last week, and we agreed that they will host Anchor and other RIPE NCC tools, which is great, thank you. But what we want to have is, at least in every economy, we need to have 5 anchors connected in 3 different locations and at least 3 different IS. That would be the bare minimum where we will be able to see some data. So I'm hoping that after LKNOG we will have more, fun touch point, because right now we only have four probes in Sri Lanka, and that's not enough. We need more diversity. We need more fun touch points. But I'm very happy with this organization or these individuals who host the probe and keep the probes connected. This is where the probes are located and the list of a network where we want to have the probes. Again, at the end of the day, we need to have a fun touch point. Having this visibility matters. So let me give you a short, a summary of why you, as network operators, why RIPE Atlas matters. So first, like what you can do with RIPE Atlas, you can see how your network perform or how are all your customer reaches you. What's their latency? Are they going outside the country before it reaches your target? And having this data, it will help you troubleshoot much faster, because you will be able to spot the issues, where the issue is, the path it's taking. And yeah, so this is like spotting the routing issues or latency issues. So with RIPE Atlas, not only you can run one-time measurements, but ongoing measurements. So if you know, like, oh, this network is important to me, I want to make sure that this network always stay online, always reachable. So you can monitor it on a longer term. And if your performance is perfect and it's good, you can show it to your customer, right? This is something that you can sell. This is money. You can plan smarter. If you know, if you have this data, you can plan much better. You can do a better peering policy, and use this opportunity and mitigate the risk. Because sometimes when you're relying only on one upstream provider, then if that upstream provider is not available, then you're doomed. And yeah, being part of RIPE Atlas community is wonderful. Everyone is happy because in RIPE Atlas, there's no money involved. Just to remind you, there's no money involved. It's all take and give. So we use a credit system. If you host a probe, you get credits, and from that credits, you can run your own measurements. This is why RIPE Atlas stand up, I just mentioned it, there's no cost involved. RIPE Atlas has been there more than a decade. It's been used by thousands and thousands and thousands of users. And if you're interested about security, if you use RIPE Atlas, a user will never be able to reach to the probes directly. It will always first go through the web interface, for example, and then the web interface will talk to our controller, and the controller will instruct the probes or the anchor to run the measurement and report the measurement back to the controller and keep the results in the data repository and communicate it back to the user using the same mean. If you're interested in hosting an anchor, this is just the requirement. I'm sure you will be able to see this data, these slides after the talk, so you can go here. This is the difference between RIPE Atlas and RIPE Atlas anchors, because sometimes there's a confusion what RIPE Atlas and anchor is. And I'm at the end of my presentations. Does anyone has any question for me? Wow, I'm on time. Oh, yes, okay, oh no. Why these people? Okay.
I think well over 10 years, probably well over 15 years, I have handed out dozens of little Atlas probes. I'm always disappointed when Leah gives a talk. I love Leah's talks, but one of her slides always makes me cry. It's the one that says probes that are online in certain parts of the world. I have handed out to several people in this room probes at several previous occasions. You know who you are. I'm going to be nice and not name and shame. Please go and look in that little box from LKNOG9 or from SANOG 20-something, SANOG 10-something. Look for that little white box. The later generations are little black boxes. There's probably a little tag on it, talk to Trouble after installing it, and go and install the damn thing. Please. It doesn't work if it's sitting in a box. Right.
Awesome, thank you, Trouble. Yes, please do. If you have one in your drawer or not having any cable or something, please check the cable and put it back online, please. Thanks. Or for the first time, yes. Rene.
Yeah, hello. Thanks again, Leah. It's a very important community topic globally. The other one is I'm missing the virtual machine possibility.
Sorry?
The VM possibility with your Atlas probe and anchors. So we have two options. We have a hardware option. You can grab a box here, or you got it already. Or you install Atlas probe and anchor on virtual machine. So it's the easiest way.
Totally correct, yes. We have a software version of the probes and VM for the anchor.
And I'm just going to make a comment. Many of us use these measurements for this sort of stuff. So when we have big scale outages, I go and send out a ton of trace routes to see what's going on from different vantage points, so that when I do my presentations, I've got something interesting to show you. So this is useful stuff. And as Leah has said, it's really sad that we don't have many probes in Sri Lanka. In fact, South Asia generally is not well connected from an Atlas standpoint, and a probe standpoint. So please get behind it and do something.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I'm still here until tomorrow, so feel free to talk to me. I can also give you some demo about the RIPE Atlas. Thank you again, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am taking the floor from here onwards from Mr. Asela. Mr. Asela is with us here. So today we are having a very fruitful discussion about network and IT future of the Sri Lanka. So first and foremost, let me thank Ms. Leah for her wonderful presentation that has been encouraged us and envisioned us. And I should thank all the audience who raised questions and interact with her. And Leah, thank you very much for coming all the way to Sri Lanka and engage with us. And let us go into the next discussion of the session. Before that, we will not forget the contribution of the Leah. So we have arranged a token of appreciation for her great contribution and the knowledge that has been shared with us. So Leah, thank you very much, and come forward and accept our appreciation on behalf of LKNOG.
We are inviting Mr. Galle to distribute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 9th Summit of Sri Lanka Network Operator Group Conference and Workshop. So today we have completed a lot of discussion, especially our keynote speaker, Danica and Professor Galle, and Philip, I think he's still with us, and just finished the session from Leah. So we are moving ahead, and we are going to have another very important discussion before the lunch break. And this will also be very important for us, especially we are going to discuss about the future of network and IT, especially in Sri Lanka, and how we are going to evolve into the South Asian region. So we are going to invite Mr. Dev. Let me give the opportunity to introduce Mr. Dev to the floor.
Yes. Mr. Dev Phelan is a senior expert at EPNIC, the regional internet registry for the Asia Pacific region, specializing in internet resources management and data analysis. He will present fascinating insight in his talk, The Internet by the Numbers, Sri Lanka edition. Let's warmly welcome Dave Phelan to the stage. Yes, he's here.
All right. Who was at CENOG 40? Put your hands up. Anyone? Come on, it was here. Well, it was over at the Hilton, but you get the idea. This is an update on what I did there. I'm also going to talk a little bit about some of the other numbers. So, who am I? This is me, not the cat. I'm the description up here. But I've been doing this internet thing for a very long time. So you can tell by the grey hair, this isn't just from my kids. It's from getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning to fix broken networks. So what are we going to talk about? Lots of different numbers. So V6 stats, we'll look at some RPKI stats, and more importantly, some security stats. So why do I like these numbers? Because numbers are useful to us. We can use them to benchmark what we're actually doing. So how's our network performing compared to other networks? How is Sri Lanka comparing to other networks or other economies within the region? We also can work out what we need to fix. So are we doing everything that we can do to make our networks the best they can be? So can I do better? You know, my customers are paying me money for a service. Am I providing them with something that is worthy of them giving me money for? So lots of data sources I gather. A lot of it I've collated over time. So I've got lots of different points in time reference, which is quite useful when I'm doing comparative analysis. So back in 2024, long time ago, so this was about June last year, so about 12 months ago, this was the state of global IPv6. Green is good, red is bad, anything sort of orange to yellow is sort of okay. Now we can thank India for bringing the South Asia numbers up, but I won't talk too much about them. But at the end of the day, if Reliance Jio stopped doing IPv6, India's numbers do that. So India owes a lot to Reliance Jio. But globally, things weren't too bad. Fast forward 12 months, things are getting better. We're starting to see areas of the map light up in South America. We're seeing North America sort of get a bit greener. My end of the world is getting greener, but there's still lots of chunks of red. You will note Sri Lanka is a green dot there. So that is good. So globally, global preference has been about the same. It's sort of been hovering around that 38 to 40%, sort of goes up and down. Asia as a whole actually is pretty much the same. North America has seen a bit of up and down. South America has been a bit of a winner. Europe has gone up. Africa, marginally. And Oceania is, again, all about the same. So Asia, we split into 3 sub-regions. We have South Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. I don't worry about Central Asia. I don't have any countries there that we look after. But obviously, South Asia is leading the board. 57.7% IPv6 preference in South Asia. If we look at the countries in South Asia, here's the comparisons I have. So I'm going back to 2020 when I first started talking about this. Sri Lanka was sitting at around the 25% mark. Yeah, okay, not bad for 2020. But 2022, obviously during the pandemic, networks got bored and went, we'll finally deploy V6. So doubled in 2 years. And it's sort of been hovering around that sort of 50 to 60% mark for the last, 2 to 3 years. Comparatively against everybody else, you can see apart from India, India's been pretty consistent. Bhutan has been lifting up, and Nepal has also been going up. This is mostly being driven by the mobile network operators. They're getting more customers, but they've run out of IPv4, so they're flicking all their mobile networks into IPv6. 5G is also assisting with this. If you are operating a 5G network, you have to have an IPv6 backbone. You have no choice. So 5G is now definitely bringing this along. For people that can't read a list of numbers, here's a graph. And here is Sri Lanka's graph. So I've gone back to pretty much 2014 when there was nothing happening. And you can see the growth that we've had since 2020. There's been a few dips here and there, but there's also this really strange area of the graph sort of there. Did some digging. So I've got 2 numbers here. One is IPv6 capable, as in your network has devices that respond on IPv6. Preferred is, I will use V6 instead of V4. So your client sitting at the end of those connections will go, you know what, I'm going to listen to that quad A record and actually do something with it. So I went looking, I thought, God, that's a big dip. It's got to be one of 3 networks. Who did it? Good news, it was none of you. I then went and looked at the global numbers. That dip was replicated across everybody. So that was a measurement artifact. So be relieved. But the one thing I do like to see, and which has been fairly consistent, is that gap between capable and preferred. There's normally about a 1 to 2% gap. If that stays at that level, it's fine. It's when we start seeing differences of 5, 7, 10, 20%, that indicates we have one of 2 problems. We have either bad DNS or very, very different V4 versus V6 routing paths. I'm not going to go into a diatribe about how Happy Eyeballs works, but Happy Eyeballs needs to have consistent DNS and V4 and V6 routing. Without those 3 things, Happy Eyeballs breaks, which means your V6 uptake breaks. So are we going backwards? Well, yes and no. There's been some more things happening in terms of client uptake. Are networks deploying more V6? No, they're not. So if I look at the 33 registered ASNs that we have in Sri Lanka, 3 of the networks are over 50% preferred. No guess as to who they are, but it starts with SLT, Dialog, Lanka. Okay, so those are the obvious ones. Only one of them is actually showing reasonable numbers of eyeballs. So just because you've deployed V6 in your network does not mean your clients are actually using it. The ones I can see are using it, so that's good. But 11 have not even taken an IPv6 allocation from APNIC yet. 11. If you think you are in the room, go and see Pubadu, he will help you. So why are we not seeing the uptake? So end user acceptance from a residential and mobile user standpoint, this is a no-brainer. Mobile users and home users don't care whether they're using IPv4 or IPv6. They will use whatever you give them as long as they can get to their Netflix, their YouTube, their Instagram, all that sort of stuff, they're happy. So they don't care. Business and enterprise is the big problem. An enterprise admin, I'm pretty sure I said the same thing 2 years ago, would rather have their own teeth pulled out without anesthetic than deploy IPv6. Tell me I'm not lying. The other one is networks not being ready. This is becoming less of a problem from a hardware standpoint. Last 15 years, pretty much everything has been V6 capable. Some of the cheaper low-end CPEs are a problem, so ISPs, stop handing out $20 CPEs. They don't work. Some of it is also some of your addressing practices. We can talk about that later. I haven't got all day. The other one is software and billing stuff. There are things that people use for doing billing that is not V6 ready. Don't ask me why you're still using it. And mobile networks particularly suffer from additional licensing costs. Additional APN licenses, depending on your vendor, cost a lot of money. I understand why you don't want to do it. But the big one is people. So people not being trained. Now this is the bit I find really difficult because I've lost count of the number of IPv6 trainings I've done in South Asia in the last 5 years. I can't count it anymore. I've done that many. And yet here we still are talking about the same things. The other problem, sorry, educational institutions, you are part of the problem too. You teach them all about V4 routing and V4 address planning. You tell them that there's a thing called IPv6 and it's 128 bits, and then you leave it there. You maybe start talking about segment routing or SRv6, and then you leave it there. You need to implement more IPv6 stuff into your curriculum and go in with a V6 first mentality. If you can subnet and address plan IPv6, IPv4 is a walk in the park. Lack of ability to address plan. The number of times I have seen a network that are treating V6 like it's V4. It's totally different. You've got to think of it in different ways. I am the first to confess I completely made a mess of my first V6 network because I did bad address planning. So learn to address plan properly. And the bosses. The bosses don't like change, they like stability, they like the money train to keep delivering the money, and they don't want to threaten anything that could actually stop that. Deploying V6 does not break these things. So bosses in the room, if you are here, start doing it on more than just your mobile networks, please. Why do I need to deploy V6? Well, if I need to buy more V4, I'm up for about $12,500 US for a single /24, give or take. If I want something of a usable size, say a /16, then I'm up around the 2.8 million US. I can buy a lot of new hardware for 2.8 million US. So stop trying to patch the gap. CGNAT is not free. Your vendors love the fact that you have to keep putting more V4 users behind more IP addresses. Once you've run out of your address pool for CGNAT, you're in trouble. You have to go and buy some more 24s to go and stick on your CGNAT boxes, and you need a bigger CGNAT box. It's an endless cycle. Let's stop that from happening. We've had a 3-fold increase in 8 years on V6 uptake. That's a big number. It's taken us a long time to get there. But the hyperscalers are catching up. So Azure, AWS, GCP, for the whole part are V6 ready. AWS still have some services that aren't quite there yet, but they're the edge cases now. Pretty much all of the CDN providers are doing their CDNs over IPv6. I have V6 at home. I have the typical 2 kids, teenagers, who are on every piece of social media on the planet. 80% of my traffic at home is on V6. 80%. I'm just one user. As an ISP, if you could offload 80% of traffic off your CGNAT, how much money are you going to save? Lots. So start doing it. And for the first time this year, we started seeing Asia go above 50% IPv6. This means it is now the dominant protocol in Asia, V4. The legacy protocol is dying a slow death. So we need to get moving. Stop saying, I'll do it tomorrow. We've been saying that for nearly 30 years. Your networks aren't getting any simpler, they're getting bigger. And if you need money, there's grants available to assist with this. So go shopping for grants. And if you need practical help, guess what? That's what I do. We can do training. Next, RPKI. Same picture, different stats. So this is route origin authorization, part of our network security framework, BGP framework. And the good thing is, back in 2024, the actual ROA signing in South Asia was pretty much a solved problem. South Asia is very green on this map, and that's because of a lot of effort that came from people in my team working with people within the South Asian community. Fast forward, we're still green here in South Asia, but the rest of the world is starting to catch up. So global IPv4 signed, finally tipped over 50%. Asia gone up generally, but the rest of the world has seen a good uptick. Again, South Asia looking pretty solid. Lots and lots of green areas on that map. Sri Lanka, fantastic job. 1/24 is not signed. 1. If somebody from ITCN wants to go and see me later, I'll help you sign it. Takes 5 minutes and it's done. But this is good. This is really good. So don't stop doing that. Sri Lanka, again, nice flat graph, looking fantastic. Now this is the sad story. This is route origin validation. So our RPKI system needs 2 bits. The route origin authorization, you sign your routes with your origin AS. The next step is actually doing something with this. That doing something bit is dropping invalids. So you should not need to accept invalid routes into your network. The total number of invalids in the global table is only around 4,000 routes. It's not many. And most of those are not real invalids. It's somebody who's mixed up a max length on a signing, which means they've still got a covering ROA, and it works. So they're not losing traffic, it just means that their traffic engineering probably isn't working the way they think it is. But these big chunks of red make me sad. You are under 1% route origin validation, which means nobody's actually doing it. The only nodes I can see doing any ROV is the Cloudflare node sitting in, I think it's SLT's network. It does it, because Cloudflare do route origin validation. 0.32%. Bhutan is the only one over 30%. They were one of the first. It was Bhutan Telecom who did route origin validation. Pakistan is mostly what I call fortuitous validation. My upstream validates, therefore I look like I validate, but I don't. India, I was there a couple of last month, no go. Nepal, I was there 3 weeks ago, nobody. So I'm working with networks to fix this. I've already talked to 2 networks in Nepal who have pretty much everybody covered. I should have Nepal up to 60% validation by this time next year, I hope. It's up to them to do the work. So what do you need to do? Well, you've already done part 1, apart from 1/24, which needs to be signed. Make sure that your rowers match your BGP routing. This is the big one. Go and check in various things, go and look at route views, other BGP point-in-time sources. Make sure that what you signed on your rowers is actually what you're doing. We also have a problem with over-signing. Haven't got time for that today. Route origin validation. If you have a full table, so if you're getting a full table from your upstreams, start doing route origin validation. Dialog, SLT. You are the 2 biggest networks here. Start doing it. It's not going to hurt. You're not going to break anything. Nobody's going to die. I promise you. If you aren't getting a full table, talk to your upstream and say, hey, why aren't you doing route origin validation? I'm sure that your account manager at Dialog and SLT will tell you that it's happening soon. Trademark. Now, the fun one, security. So, I'm going to talk about denial of service. I did the same thing in SANOG 40. So, I've got a collection of data, and we're going to look mainly at the layer 3 and above type problems. So, simple denial of service, we all pretty much know. An attacker will send some traffic invalid to a victim machine, and victim machine catches on fire, and we now have no service availability. Pretty straightforward. Simple DDoS, well, I've gone and rented a botnet from Botnets R Us, and I've started an attack to go and send invalid traffic from multiple sources to my victim, and eventually my victim's machine catches on fire. Again, service goes dead. But these are all pretty boring, so let's ramp it up. I've gone and rented the next size botnet from Botnets R Us on the dark web. If you want their onion address, let me know and I'll share it out. And I will go and tell my bots to go and launch an attack. So I'm going to go and do a denial of service attack against using DNS. So I've got my own domain server, domain, evil.com, because I'm a nice guy and I like to make it really obvious. Within my DNS zone, I have a very large text record. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go and spoof my target's address. So make it look like the traffic is coming, he's requested this big record. And I tell my botnet to go and request this from all of the open recursive servers that I can find. And there are lots. Then the open recursive resolvers go and talk to my DNS authoritative resolver. It will pull my 4K text record and then send the request, send it back. Come on. There it is. It's a little bit slow today. And then it will send from all of these open resolvers the traffic to my victim. My victim is unhappy, machine is on fire, and service goes down. So what works for this? Why is this so useful? Well, we're using UDP. UDP does not do three-way handshake. I can spoof an address with UDP really easily. But amplification, well, what am I doing here? I'm sending a small request, as Trouble said, and I'm getting a big return. Fantastic return. How good? This good. So if we look at DNS, depending on the record size, 28 to 54 times amplification. That's good numbers. SSDP or UPnP as you know it as, 30 times. Memcached should have been a solved problem. I said this 2 years ago. It's not good. Memcached is a memory caching daemon on a lot of star NICs operating systems. It is exposed on port 11211. There was a CVE around Memcached in what, 2013, 14? Somewhere around there. 99% of us patched, firewalled, did everything we needed to do to stop this from happening. Is it 51,000 times? That's pretty big. But it's still out there. There's still people who have got unpatched boxes sitting there on the public internet. And the other one is NTP. Do you know how many cheap router vendors actually expose port 123 on your little $30 CPEs? Lots of them. So many of them. But NTP, 556.9 to 1. It's always a consistent reply, so I know I can get that. So why am I telling you this? Because every operator in this room deals with DDoS and DOS attacks. But they do the absolute minimum to make sure that they're not being part of the problem. How bad is it? It's not good. So this is mostly sourced from Cloudflare Radar, Shodan. I went and ran a ton of queries and got a ton of results. Last month, for the top 5, we only had Hong Kong and Japan from our region, but USA is consistently winning. USA. It's not a good number. You don't want to win this competition. Global numbers. Again, this is from source attack vectors. What are we actually seeing out there? Mirai UDP flooding. So when I presented this 2 years ago, Mirai was like number 5, and I was surprised it was even there. Now it's back up to number 1. There is a new variant of Mirai bot running around out there, infecting all of your IoTs, going gangbusters and having a great old time. And again, because it's connectionless, it's UDP. Unless you're actually looking for it, you're not going to find it. It's a bit of a tricky one. But SYN flooding. Why is SYN flooding still a thing? Even the cheapest CPEs have a checkbox in setup saying, SYN flood, block, yes please, checkbox, done. Please fix. But yes, we've got DNS amplification, we've got fragment flooding, lots of different things. What's happening in Sri Lanka? Well, NTP amplification is your attack of choice. Why? We'll see in a minute. Followed by just random UDP flooding, DNS amplification, and there is a small amount of Mirai floating around. It's not too bad, but it's not great. Who do you like to target? China. Most of your attack traffic is going to China. Exporting, nice. Then Brazil, Great Britain, US, etc. Not too bad. It's better than Bangladesh. Bangladesh, the number 3 attack target for Bangladesh is Bangladesh. Networks attacking each other to make their performance poor so that their customers will switch over to a different network. It's a way of doing business, apparently, I've been told. Right, so when I did this back in October 2023 to now, what's changed? Well, things have gotten better. My numbers slightly disagree with Philip's. I see about 120 open DNS resolvers. PC's about 85. We'll split the difference, okay? It changes day to day. Yes? I forgot about TCP. Oh, right, I include TCP. I count TCP as well. I get 140. Yep. See, I look for UDP. Oh, sorry, I look for 53 and then look for the recursion enabled. They're the 2 flags I look for. So I came up with 120. It's 121 today. It's not neither here nor there. Now, this one here is the disturbing number, NTP. It's gotten worse. That's gotten better, that's gotten worse. Somebody's changed CPEs. A lot of these are some Cisco devices that I've seen floating around, but other than that, it's OpenNTP servers. SSDP, so UPnP. Now, it's gone down, but I've got a couple of stars there to remind me to give you some other information. So, even though I've only got 168 SSDP services exposed, I still have visibility of nearly 55,000 devices that are using UPnP through the networks. Out of that 55,000, 5,700 were AV tech cameras and DVRs. Just let that number sink in, 5,700. On July 14, a 6.4 CVE was released against, you guessed it, AV tech cameras and DVRs. Do you know how many of those 5,700 devices have been patched and fixed in Sri Lanka? It's an authentication bypass as well, by the way. So I don't need your username and password to connect to your cameras and DVRs because I can just step around it. Based on what I could find, I would say about 150 have been updated out of 5,700. They're all running some form of Linux, which means, guess what? Welcome to botnet world. If you don't patch them, don't fix it, you're in trouble. So, don't let the little 168 number fool you, it's pretty damn scary. Memcached has gone down, congratulations. It should be 0. Please filter if you haven't got access to update firmware for whatever reason to fix this bug. Just filter port 11211 inbound. Problem solved. Done. Same with this headline number, NTP. You should not be letting your customers be NTP time servers. Nobody wants their Stratum 5 time service. Nobody, not me, but it's just an amplification source. Filter inbound. You should have a standard list of ports that you filter inbound, particularly to your residential and broadband networks. 123, 161, 25, 80, 443, 53. These should be standard port filters on residential networks. They don't pay you enough for you to care to give them more services. They pay you the least, don't give them everything. Telnet I just put there because why are you still using Telnet? Is Telnet secure? Anyone? You've got a 50-50 chance of getting it right. You all know the answer, right? Telnet is not secure. I can just sit somewhere on the internet, as long as your packets pass through me at some point, I can capture your Telnet credentials. Please stop using Telnet, disable it, turn it off. SNMP, again, I've put some stars here. So these are, I didn't have numbers for this in 2023 for some reason, but these 172 devices are all running version 2 with the read-only password of public. Do you know what that means? I can SNMP walk those devices. I can learn things about your network that you don't want me to know about, but you've left the door open, so I've just had a little peek and gone, oh yeah. Now, the other reason I put the stars there is to remind me that one of these, wait for the irony, is a sonic wall firewall. 14 of these are a mobile operator's core switches. I'm not saying which one, but go nuts. If you think it's you, go and do some port scans on your networks, please. I found some lovely, lovely switches with lots and lots of information. And just as a baseline number, how many open MikroTik boxes have I got around there? 327. Now, I'm looking for specific firmware versions that, again, allow for authentication bypass. So these are MikroTik boxes I can log into if I want. Again, CVE released back in 2017 for this one, so it's really old, that allowed people to log in without needing your credentials because the router would give them up as part of the handshake. And having port 8291 open is never a good idea. Same with port 161. We don't need that open. You don't need to gather SNMP from unauthenticated sources. So what do I need to do? Well, first thing, protecting your own services from attack. Anycast your DNS resolvers within your networks. Enable some IPS and DDoS protection. Look at your overall network architecture. Make sure that all of those management type interfaces aren't just sticking on public internet addresses. The other thing, stop your things from attacking other people. So do some rate limiting. If for whatever reason you have got a recursive resolver sitting on your network that you do want public, maybe limit the amount of queries it can take from a single IP or multiple IPs, or rate limit how much it can send out. BCP 38, second time you've heard this today. Again, we should not be talking about this in 2025. The fact that it's a BCP and it's number 38 tells you how old it is. Securely configure your DNS, NTP, and SNMP servers. If you have recursive DNS resolvers, as Trouble said, they are there for your customers. You don't want to be Quad 8, Quad 1, Quad 9. That's not your job. Let them do that. How badly was Sri Lanka affected by the Quad 1 outage last week? Anyone? Oh, good, you didn't feel it. Quad 1 went down for 25 minutes last week. Not good. Unfortunate. Tata decided there'd be Quad 1 for half an hour after that. Guess where all the traffic went? India. But it was an RPKI invalid, so it wasn't too bad. So no open resolvers, that's the key here. Only allow your authorized networks to connect to your DNS resolvers. Other things I can do if I'm being attacked, I can do remote triggered black holing. This has been around for a very long time. Usually my upstream will have a community I can tag the being attacked prefix with, and they will then go and black hole that for me and soak the traffic up. URPF, again, has been around for a very long time. Basically, we're looking for the evidence of a route existing in my route table. If it's coming in on the right interface or not coming in on the right interface. A lot of DDoS sources come from these types of addresses that really shouldn't exist. They're coming from bogons, unassigned addresses. You can even combine the two and do source remote triggered black holing. So there's an RFC that covers this, as well as a nice Cisco explainer article. But basically, you set up a sinkhole, routing to a null, you enable URPF in loose mode, then go and create a community, and the next hop for that community tag will be into your sinkhole. Once you've identified a DDoS source or a DOS source, you just tag that prefix with that community, and bam, traffic goes away. And I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch right now. Do I have any questions? If you're thinking they're too sensitive to ask, I'm around all week, so come and see me. I'll be here all day today. So if you think you're one of the networks that I have mentioned, come and talk to me and I can give you some more information or show you how to find it yourself. Everything I have shared today is public information. This is on readily available websites on the regular internet. If I can find it, the bad guys can find it. So don't make it easy for them. That's it. Thank you very much. ITCN, so government network. Again, public information.
Right. Dave, thank you for that information on Sri Lanka and all the globe as well. So you shouldn't be disheartened because your efforts on teaching us all these for all these years have given good results, right? Unless it was for, yeah. If it was not for Geo, we would be #1 in South Asia. So anyways, that was a very good session because some of us who are in the management probably wouldn't have understood the total technological words there, but those who are network engineers probably will relate very well with that presentation. So before you leave the stage, we have a token of appreciation for you. Dave, I would like to invite Sahir, one of our committee members, active members of LKNOG, to present the token of appreciation to Dave. Thank you, Dave. So you will be here with us for the workshops as well. So anybody who wants to deep dive into the facts that he was presenting, you are always welcome to engage with him and all the APNIC team and the ICANN team around here and get the information. Because it's very important stuff for managing a robust internet and secure internet for us. So, Jevanti, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Asela. We are now came to the lunch time. So before that, I will invite all of you to the evening gathering that we have organized in the Breeze, Barracuda, just near the Golfers Hotel. So at 6 o'clock. So we all invite to engage with us and do some networking session with networking people. Yes, it's time to go for the lunch. We will meet after 1 hour break.
Okay, lunch.
Small announcement. You have to present the lunch token that you received during the registration. So please support to our organizers and the hotel staff by presenting your lunch token. Thank you.
got to put your past behind you. Look, kid, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
be alone. Just wanna be alone. Same old thing keeps me around. If you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you. Just wanna be alone. Just play pretend. All your girls, they just wanna have fun. But it's the same old thing that we all see. Same old thing that keeps speaking. But I just wanna be alone. Just wanna be alone. Same old thing that keeps me around. If you wanna come around, maybe it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, maybe I do. Just wanna be alone with you.
today's digital world, research and education demand more than just connectivity. They require secure, high-performance infrastructure designed for collaboration. Learn, the Lanka Education and Research Network is Sri Lanka's national research and education network. We connect over 60 member institutions, including the University Grants Commission, state universities, other higher education institutions, TVET centers, and research organizations. Learn provides dedicated internet access, private intercampus networking, and global connectivity through international research and education networks. Our services include domain registration, DNS hosting, email relays, federated identity access, Eduro, and access to global academic platforms, tailored to meet the unique needs of education and research. Beyond infrastructure, we empower institutions with capacity building, training, and free and open source digital solutions to advance digital transformation. Learn is a not-for-profit company limited by guarantee, owned by the University Grants Commission and 17 state universities. We operate independently with a mandate to serve the academic and research community of Sri Lanka. This is Learn, connecting institutions, advancing knowledge, and shaping the future of research and education.
Networks are the building blocks of humanity, the conduits of pioneers and change seekers. They are the bringers of opportunity and the bedrock of Sri Lanka's largest telecom and mobile operator. They connect the heights of global capitals to the farthest reaches of potential and growth, empowering and encouraging better living and strengthening every enterprise dream. Throughout 165 years, networks are what we enabled, what we offered, inspiring generation after generation to push the boundaries of possibilities so that you can fashion your own future, your own success, your own destiny, no matter who you are. Because at SLT Mobitel, no dream's too big. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Here's to the not-so-popular ones who were rebels and disruptors in their own right. They were able to see beyond the present and shape the future. Here is a man who imagined machines that could think. Today, we push the boundaries of artificial intelligence, creating solutions that shape the world of tomorrow.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all are enjoying the delicious lunch at Golf Face Hotel. So we are scheduled to start the session by 2:30, just for the information. And enjoy your lunch and come back to the hall by 2:30. Thank you.
In today's digital world, research and education demand more than just connectivity. They require secure, high-performance infrastructure designed for collaboration. Learn, the Lanka Education and Research Network is Sri Lanka's national research and education network. We connect over 60 member institutions, including the University Grants Commission, state universities, other higher education institutions, TVET centers, and research organizations. Learn provides dedicated internet access, private intercampus networking, and global connectivity through international research and education networks. Our services include domain registration, DNS hosting, email relays, federated identity access, Eduro, and access to global academic platforms, tailored to meet the unique needs of education and research. Beyond infrastructure, we empower institutions with capacity building, training, and free and open source digital solutions to advance digital transformation. Learn is a not-for-profit company limited by guarantee, owned by the University Grants Commission and 17 state universities. We operate independently with a mandate to serve the academic and research community of Sri Lanka. This is Learn, connecting institutions, advancing knowledge, and shaping the future of research and education.
Networks are the building blocks of humanity, the conduits of pioneers and change seekers. They are the bringers of opportunity and the bedrock of Sri Lanka's largest telecom and mobile operator. They connect the heights of global capitals to the farthest reaches of potential and growth, empowering and encouraging better living and strengthening every enterprise dream. Throughout 165 years, networks are what we enabled, what we offered, inspiring generation after generation to push the boundaries of possibilities so that you can fashion your own future, your own success, your own destiny, no matter who you are. Because at SLT Mobitel, no dream's too big. SLT Mobitel, the connection.
Here's to the not-so-popular ones who were rebels and disruptors in their own right. They were able to see beyond the present and shape the future. Here is a man who imagined machines that could think. Today, we push the boundaries of artificial intelligence, creating solutions that shape the world of tomorrow.
Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother. Setting trends is easy with the right infrastructure. And being in tune helps lead your business forward. Using cutting-edge technology keeps you ahead. And why not lead a pack? And lead the way with a way that's all connected. Transform your business with Dialog Enterprise as the leading ICT provider for enterprises in Sri Lanka. We have the technology, expertise, and island-wide presence that has made us leaders, and we can help you lead your industry to the future today. Dialog Enterprise. Every business aims to be leaders in their industry. Guidance by another leader makes the journey smoother.
Networks are the building blocks of humanity.
Welcome back to the Sri Lanka Network Operator Group 2025 Conference and Workshop. So we are having the 9th summit for this year. So we have successfully completed our first half of the day. So in the first half, we had a keynote speech from Mr. Danica Pereira, and we had a very good, insightful discussion with Professor Roshan Ragel on AI for network engineers. And then we heard from Ms. Leah about the Baltic Sea cable issue and the learnings. And then we moved to Mr. Dave about the internet by numbers. He specially highlighted about the Sri Lankan statistics. So now we are going to start our session, second session after delicious lunch from Golf Face Hotel. So this session, we are going to discuss about the 5G for digital Sri Lanka, which will be done by Mr. Mr. Shalika from Dialog. So let me give the opportunity to introduce him to the audience.
Yes, Mr. Shalika Halpandeniya brings over 7 years of expertise in core network planning and modernization at Dialog, specializing in GSM, WCDMA, LTE, and disaster recovery for critical infrastructure. Today, Shalika will share insight of 5G digital Sri Lanka, exploring how next-gen networks will transform connectivity and innovation. Please join us in welcoming Shalika Halpandeniya to the stage.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's just after lunch, and it's sleepy, isn't it? But let's get back to the work. So I won't take that much of time, so I'll make sure that I'll finish by time. So in Sri Lanka, over the years, has performed well beyond its means in 2 industries as a lower middle income country. One is health, and other was telecommunications. In health, we still performing well. Our health system are affordable and of high quality. But in telecommunication, what's the state? And we were in a better country, but now we have fallen behind. The regional rivals has bypassed us, and they are moving ahead with the next generation of technologies, introducing 5G and beyond. So by Q3 last year, there were 348 networks launched 5G commercially, and out of which 60 are 5G SA, the advanced version of 5G. In our region, the India, the Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, all our competitors has launched commercial 5G. But we have launched the 5G POCs, the trial networks, both Mobitel and Dialog in 2020-21 period, but the commercialization is lagging due to various reasons, uncontrollable by the operators, economic, so on. But the point is, our rivals, our economic rivals are moving ahead, deleting our competitive advantage. And so what is 5G? So 5G, it's the 5th generation radio technology, which brings much faster speeds and a generational leap from the 4G. So it will bring 100 times speeds than the 4G with the 5G Advanced, and ultra low latency communications in the range of 10 milliseconds with the 5G SA networks. Also, the 5G SA will enable the machine type communications, the millions of use, the IoT devices and the sensors in a square kilometer. But the most important thing is 5G, it's an ecosystem enabling other industries. So it will enable the economic enhancement via various industries. Whereas in the 4G, it was only on the connectivity, but 5G will enable various digital ecosystems. So as tech professionals, our duty is to bring the advanced technologies, the new things into the Sri Lanka. So I urge you to be a part of this leap to make Sri Lanka advance in the digital economy. So get back into the details. So historically, Sri Lanka has done well in the telecommunications. We were the first to launch various telecommunication technologies in Sri Lanka, starting from roaming to 3G and the 4G. We launched first in the region, ahead of India. Even in the 5G, the Sri Lanka launched the 5G trial networks, both Mobitel and Dialog, in 2020-21 period, well ahead of the India. But the commercialization is lagging. On general broadband also, by 2010, we were leading the digital adaptation in Sri Lanka. We were well ahead. But by 2010-15, the rivals started to catch up. And the rivals has passed us by 2020. Now the gap is bigger. Even the countries like Cambodia, Bangladesh, and Vietnam are well ahead of us. Even the Bangladesh is catching us fast. So these are the exact countries who are competing with us in manufacturing as well as digital economy. Thirdly, the Sri Lanka, the mobile broadband, our rank was 65th out of 173 countries in 2014, and we were 11th in the region, in the Asian region. But by now, last year we were 118th in the world and 26th in the region out of 32. That means only 6 countries are behind us now in the Asia. So unless Sri Lanka bridge this gap to have quality connectivity, we will fall behind these rivals. And these rivals will get our competitive advantage diminished. And this is the mobile broadband, where we have a very good coverage comparatively to the rivals. So our broadband population coverage is about 97.5, and our data tariffs are also reasonable comparatively to the other countries. But speed is we are lacking in the speed, and also the user data per single device. That's, of course, a byproduct of the lower data speeds. But the situation is further dark in the fixed broadband, where our penetration is also lacking, our speeds are lacking, and data usage also lacking. In addition, we have one of the highest data rates, the tariffs per Mbps in the region. And one thing is the minimum broadband standards also evolving. What is acceptable minimum broadband speed? So FCC, the Federal Commission of Communications in the USA, they have defined the minimum acceptable communication, the speeds for broadband, and that is moving. So in 2005, they have defined the minimum speed as 4 Mbps downlink and 1 Mbps uplink. In 2015, they changed it. Downlink as 25 Mbps and uplink as 3 Mbps. Now, in the 2025, they have already changed it again, based on the new applications and the new use cases, which are expected in the next 10 years. So currently, they have defined in the last month the minimum this is for the home broadband speed as 100 Mbps downlink and 20 Mbps uplink. So that is the state that we need to target as a Sri Lanka, as a country. So that cannot be done without a generational leap in the technology. So we need to deploy newer technologies, newer networks to bridge this gap. So why 5G is suitable for Sri Lanka? First, the 5G was commercialized in the world in 2018-19 period. There's a 6-year gap, and that means the ecosystem is developed well. So the networks as well as device ecosystem in the world, it's well developed. And the second, the Sri Lankan 4G networks are already saturated, meaning that operators cannot expand their network or enhance customer experience without deploying larger number of new sites or upgrading their networks. Then there's the catch-up. Operators know that there's a new technology coming up and which is much mature. And why do they need to invest on an older generation? So operators are also reluctant to invest on an older generation, that is 4G, while they know that 5G is in the line. So for the experience-wise, this is a death spiral, where 5G commercialization is not happening, and also the 4G investments are not coming up. Thirdly, I mentioned earlier that we are very low end of the broadband experience, the home broadband. And the device, but on the other side, the device ecosystem, it's coming up. In Greater Colombo areas, from Colombo 1 to 15, the 5G supported devices consist of 20% of the all devices. And entire Colombo district, it is about 15%. It is 12% in Jaffna, and it is 11% in Gampaha. So that means that the ecosystem is coming up. And there are 5G-enabled smartphones around 45,000, 50,000 rupees now, and all mid-range smartphones are now 5G-enabled by default. And we expect that by end of this year, the 5G-enabled smartphone price will drop down below 40,000 rupees. So that ecosystem is coming up. And lastly, the government vision. The government wants to build digital economy to be $5 billion by 2030. For that, the connectivity, the quality connectivity, it's a must. Without quality connectivity, this government vision will not succeed. And we already have the experience where the Open Signal recognized Sri Lanka as one of the main countries where the difference between the 5G speeds and the 4G speeds are highest. So it's 16 times in the download speeds and 4 times in the upload speeds. Yes, this is for the unloaded network, but the 5G networks will not load beyond 40–50% for next 3 to 5 years. And by that time, there will be new technologies that more spectrum will freed up from the 4G. So the speed gap or the speed generational gap between the speed will remain several times than that of high 4G in case of 5G. Then comes to the economic sense. The World Economic Forum forecasts the 5G will enable $13.2 trillion economy by 2035. So that is from manufacturing, from communications to retail and so on. And it will generate about 22 million jobs and contribute to about 11% of economic growth. And Sri Lanka will also benefit from attracting the foreign direct investments and enhancing the competitiveness and the productivity, national productivity. And also, the countries on digital adaptation and digitalization, the countries are divided into the 3 broad areas. Some countries in the taxi stage, where they have only deployed the 2G networks, and their internet penetration is lacking. The most of the African countries fall into this category. Then the most of the Asian and the Latin American countries who are actual competitors of Sri Lanka fall into this middle category called runaway, where these countries have deployed the 4G networks and they have the internet penetration, well-developed internet penetrations. But they are lacking in 5G as well as digital ecosystems. And the countries who has moved into the takeoff stage, they are actually reaping the benefits of the digitization. So they have been getting more business investments, more industries picking up due to they are moving ahead with the digitization. So those countries has deployed 5G, and those countries has well-developed digital ecosystems. So the main thing is developing digital ecosystem. So the Sri Lanka has to move quickly from this runaway state into the takeoff state before the competition to make a competitive advantage for Sri Lanka. And what are the areas that immediate 5G or the quality connectivity will bring to Sri Lanka? So first of all, it's the digitization of public services. So the access to government services, to the digital health, digital education, the remote sensors, and these are the first thing that we need to mention. And then the productivity enhancement for the enterprises from the artificial intelligence, automation, and the cloud computing will bring a lot of efficiencies to the enterprises. Then the third one is the industrial revolution. with the sensors, IoT devices will improve the manufacturing, the healthcare, or the logistics. And additionally, tourism. We have a lot of ancient sites where we can use AR or VR scenarios to recreate the traditional walkthroughs across Sigiriya, for example, for tourists to go through, to see and experience how these sites were earlier. So for these things to happen, we need to develop a digital ecosystem, digital applications. So that requires entrepreneurs and the developers, software developers and the application developers. So this entire thing, when we have this entire ecosystem well developed, the Sri Lanka will reap benefits of digitization and 5G. And then the government vision. The government wants to have a fully interconnected digital Sri Lanka, centered on the digital ID platform and the payment system. So it will integrate the government institutions from motor traffic to IDs to education with having open APIs. And the industries will also come up in the future. So they will with those data and their applications will also have access to these enterprises. So the entrepreneurs and the startups, as well as other businesses, can reuse these application interfaces, the APIs, to build the new applications, new use cases for their imagination, use their intelligence, so the creative power to build the new applications. That will make the digital economy thrive. For a normal consumer, the average Sri Lankan citizen, what will 5G bring? So the faster data speeds and larger data buckets. That means his per GB cost will be reduced. And for homes, this will enable the HD TV, the high definition TVs, as well as 8K TV, and the work from home scenarios and the smart home scenarios. So that's for the consumers. And for the enterprises, it will be only productivity enhancements, and also they can unlock the value coming from the digital economy, the digitization. One more thing is the customer experience, where when the things are digitized, the enterprises will have better means of more means of engaging with the customer. So they can bring more use cases or more avenues to make the customer experience a worthwhile one. 5G or fiber. So unit economics makes that in the metro areas, the fiber will be dominant. But when it moves from the metro areas to urban areas and the suburban areas, when the building density and the population density decreases, the 5G business case might not valid. So from the rural to suburban areas, the 5G might be the standard mode of connectivity, the high definition, the advanced connectivity, the super connectivity will be via 5G rather than on the 4G. So the 5G will bring the faster rollout time and the lower cost and also the reachability. And in my opinion, in the metro areas, 5G will compete with the fiber, but in the rural and the suburban areas, the fiber will complement the 5G. So this will be the backbone in the future Sri Lanka, the fiber plus 5G. And over the time, the Sri Lankan economy will grow. The economic complexity will grow. There will be more industries, more advanced industries. So the 5G use cases will also grow in the same line. So initially, it will be fiber-like connectivity, the surveillance, and the distance learning, the digital health kind of use cases will prevail. But time to come, then there will be private networks in our ports. There could be private networks in our airports. And there will be the smart manufacturing, our industries like the garment or in the future high-end industries, they will move into the smart manufacturing. And when the 5G coverage moves beyond the rural, in the suburban areas to rural, that will enable the smart agricultural use cases as well. And then I mentioned about the private networks. This private network is an area where an organization, then they can have their own network, dedicated network, without interfering with the public traffic. So there are 3 types of private networks. One is fully dedicated private network, where the enterprise will have their own radio network and also their own core network. And this network will have only its traffic. But this kind of a fully independent private network mainly possible for large enterprises, industries like ports, airports, or mining companies. But on the other side of the spectrum, there will be something called private network in a slice, where they will not deploy their own physical network, but they will share a private slice of the public radio network and also a private slice of a public core network. But within this private slice, only that enterprise's traffic will be there, without interfering or without getting distracted from the general public traffic. But in between, there's something called public RAN and private core, where the core network, the user plane will deploy on the enterprise premises, so that the enterprise's traffic will not go beyond its premises. So it will stay in their premises, but they will use the public RAN network to reduce their costs. So these kind of private networks in the future will enable advanced use cases. So how can Sri Lanka position itself as a competitive player in global digital economy? So the Sri Lanka has 2 main advantages. One is its people, another one is its geography. So the Sri Lankan people, our education levels are high, the skill levels are high. But for those people to get use of their intelligence and their skill set, they need exposure to new technologies and they need the connectivity. So enhancing connectivity, that we can get more from those people, more use cases, more opportunities, and the more applications developed by these professionals. The second part is the connectivity, the geography. So the Sri Lanka is situated in the middle of the Indian Ocean, closer to the shipping lines. And multiple governments had plans to make Sri Lanka a hub of connectivity. With 5G, with advanced connectivity, we can make sure our ports are smart ports and our airports are smart airports. And we can develop the smarter logistics so that we can bridge the gap between the regional players like Singapore or Dubai or even the new coming Indian port, Adani port in the Kerala. So we need to bridge that gap via smart operations. And then position Sri Lanka as a regional digital economy, in a regional economy. So when countries are growing up, large countries are growing up economically, its benefits fall into the wider region. That's how the East Asia developed with the Chinese economic growth. So the India will be a $10 trillion economy by 2035. So the Indian economic growth will also spread into the wider region. So we need to be ready, and our systems and our digitization and our connectivity shall be ready to reap this benefit of Indian economic transformation. So that's another part. And third one, there's something called the event economy coming up. So the tourism, various events, various conferences, collaborations. So if we have the right kind of a connectivity, we can bring those events into the Sri Lanka. Then that will not only bring the money, but it will spread the word about the Sri Lanka in positive sense. Like the Sri Lanka, it's a good country with super connectivity, and it's a good place to visit and invest. That's the other point. So overall, what I have to tell is, sooner we embrace the 5G, the sooner we will experience its benefits for as a citizen and also as a country. So embrace 5G, adapt early, and it might be the only way forward for a digitalized economy. Okay. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your talk. Couple of questions. So you say that you think that you're several years behind on a 5G deployment. One of the things you've mentioned in there was talking about network slicing. Are you aware of any networks that actually have deployed network slicing in reality, globally?
It's like there are something called dynamic slicing and the static slicing.
Yes.
So there are networks with the static slicing now, but not dynamic.
I was going to say, I'm not aware of anyone doing dynamic slicing at the moment, so, okay, cool, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shalika, for your descriptive dialogue had with us. And we know that the discussion was very futuristic because as local service providers, we are looking forward to expand our network into 5G. That is the future of the wireless communication. As operators, we are always having an economic discussion whether 5G is economically scalable for us. But when it comes to the benefit of the 5G, yes, we have to go for that. And on the other hand, we are looking forward another wireless wired technology, FTTH. So that's always the comparison between 5G and FTTH, where to 5G and where to FTTH. So thank you very much for giving these insightful ideas for us. So
we are asking you to come to the stage for the token of appreciation. May I invite Mr. Tarangudu Mipagama, our LKNOG member, to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Shalik.
Thank you once again, Mr. Shalika, for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move ahead to the next discussion that we planned today for this workshop and conference. So for this, let me honor to invite Mr. Kaushalya Ikanayaka from SLT Mobitel, who will be discussing about another very futuristic topic for us. Let me hand over the mic to introduce him to the audience.
Yes. Mr. Kaushalya is the peering administrator of SLT IX and SLT Global Network at Sri Lanka Telecom, playing a key role in managing and optimizing Sri Lanka's internet exchange infrastructure. He will be presenting the last developments in his talks, SLT IX updates. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Kaushalya.
Thank you. Since we are running behind the time, so we'll have to rush through the presentation. So actually now my topic is enhancing local internet experience for all. So I will yeah, actually, I think Dev and Shalika, they have covered some sort of insight of our country. So actually now we have 22 million people with 60% percentage of internet penetration. So that's actually not so good. So And the other thing, we have less than local internet. That's actually, we are like, we have a poor number of digital exports. So it's coming on to the other import and export economy. So it's quite similar. So that means actually we have heavy downloads and little uploads. So too sad. The other one is heavy cost on subsea cables. So that is actually now we are an island. We have limited connectivity to the global internet. Where don't think that 10 subsea cables is not a good number. And actually now, since on my the second one, so we are depending on heavy downloads. So the resource for the heavy download, that is expensive, the subsea and satellite. So that's the point. The other one is the cost sensitive. Unfortunately, we have low middle income country. So that means we are cost sensitive and we are spending on expensive resources. So why it's not? Yeah, so why we are coming on to the internet exchange? So that is actually now, I'm not going on to the technology much. So since if we have an internet exchange within the country, so we have lower latency and cost benefits. That is actually, we are not depending on local traffic for you to go to the sites if it is resides within Sri Lanka. So that is why the cost benefit comes. And the no dependency on submarine or satellite, the connectivity and direct presence. So for traffic exchange. So the Colo 6, our brand name for internet exchange, the only internet exchange in Sri Lanka. So here actually all the service providers within Sri Lanka, they know the importance of having an internet exchange and how important to have local traffic exchange. So they are all present in internet exchange, the Colo 6. And we have any content within Sri Lanka or any destination, so that is within 5 millisecond range. So, and no congestion. All service providers, they maintain ports with no congestion. And the why we are promoting Colo 6 here, actually we have less than 10 number of ISPs. So, but if you are going on to digitalization, if 5G comes and if there are a lot of startups, we have to make a lot of networks. So the IX point of view, we understand networks as autonomous system numbers, a unique number in the internet, and with their own prefix. So if you have some big networks, so you have to have at least 256 address space. And if you have such needs, so you can go to regional internet exchange registry database like APNIC and take IPv4 address space and ASN as well. So that's why we are promoting this. So you have to have enterprises, banks, or whatever the government institutions, if they are looking for expansion, please think on your IP address resources so that you can take more IP addresses, and you have to, it's better if you can form independent networks where you have freedom in the internet. Yeah, this is the proposed network for middle of new customers. If you are forming a new network, so that is actually now this new customer, he has his own autonomous system number and he has his own IP address base. So it's so he can have his internet connectivity from any ISP. So ISP will send your traffic to global internet. At the same time, if you have any local content, so you can have a separate connection to Colo 6. So with Colo 6, you will have all the local internet traffic via Colo 6. Actually, compared to internet service, that is much more economical because we are not dependent. For you to have the local traffic, we don't depend on subsea cables, so that is much more economical. So if more networks come onto the Colo 6, you will have more traffic on local side, so your dependency on to subsea cable will reduce. So once you are coming onto the peering, so that means if you have a larger network, so there's kind of peering. So that's new name, but still that is actually subset of network administrators. So where you can have a settlement-free peering with you can negotiate with other peering administrators in other networks. So there you can have free traffic. So that actually will reduce your cash flow. So that is how this industry goes. So there you have a peering administrator, and he decides with whom you should peer. And if both parties agree, so you can have the settlement-free peering. So that platform, the environment you can have on Colo 6. So that's what, and there are two, the direct peering and the public peering, where you can have the traffic from a route server, where you can have the BGP peering at route server. So that's, and there you have to have peering policy for your company. So if you are open or selective or restrictive, so that will show what's your stance on settlement, negotiation. So that's what I have to say. So I hope I will be within the timeline. So if you have any queries, so we are open, we are contactable at our site, colo6.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushal, for your informative discussion about the Colo 6 and the applications of it. And I'm sure this will give a new eye-opening for everyone in the audience. So in order to appreciate his commitment and the contribution to the conference, let us give a token of appreciation to him. Let me invite
Mr. Pupudu from LKNOG to present the appreciation token to Mr. Kaushal.
And we further appreciate the contribution of Mr. Kaushal as a secretary of the LKNOG for continuously. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaushal, again, for your contribution. So with the interest of time, we are moving to the next session of the conference. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Sahir Hussain to present a valuable informative session in front of us. So in order to introduce him to the audience, let me give the chance to
Mr. Sahir Hussain is an experienced IT section manager with a strong background in military and government sectors, specializing in networking systems, fiber optics, DNS, and technical support. He will be sharing valuable insight through case studies in his talk, Measuring Internal Bandwidth. Please join us welcoming Mr. Zahir to the stage.
Okay, I would like to start my session with the two questions. So this is basic question. We'll see if you can answer or not. The first one, have you ever measured your LAN connection? Yes. Second one, do you know how to measure your LAN throughput? Not only you. Yes. Sometimes you have answers, yes. Sometimes you don't have. No worry about this. During my presentation, you will get the answers. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Mohammad Mansoor Zahir Hussain. I'm working as an Open University Network Manager. So almost I have a 12 years experience in this field. I am very good with networking, system designing, and cybersecurity, as well as open source systems such as Linux. So more over with me. So recently I complete my master's, and I am very good with security. So additionally, I am an executive member of the LKNOG. So as well as I am working as a fellowship committee member and program committee member of the CNOG. Let's start my session. Network slowdown mystery. Do you have ever that? So generally, if there are unexpected or uncertain issues without clear reasons, for example, your stakeholders or users you complain I have a network, but system is not working. Still I am loading. My system is loading. Web page is stored loading, but still network is slow. I just log on the system, but still I can't do the necessary things. So, in additionally, the user will respond, my network is available. That means the computer icon is available, even though LED light also blinking as a green color, but still my system is slow. So then what you will do as IT division? You will send your technical to diagnose the systems, right? What's the problem? So initially what you do, first you will check the authentication, whether username is password is correct or wrong. Second, you will use the ICMP protocol to identify whether his ping connectivity is available or not. So moreover, you will check the DNS and resolve. Use the NS lookup to resolve your connectivities, whether you can access the DNS or not. Then you can trace out and see the traffic path. Are there loss or not? Moreover, if there are malicious activity, you can check the logs file. So, but you forgot one thing. Oh, you don't have that things in your network. What is that? Like LAN throughput, the respective network LAN put throughput. That is why I'm here. That is my case studies. That's I'm going to tell you. Okay, before that, I want to tell about you. Do you know, do you think really you want to measure your bandwidth? Yes or no? The answer should be yes. Because of why? You should know what is the performance running on your system or network. Then you should know what is the capacity running on your system. For example, if you have 8 Mbps, so what is the capacity you need to futures? So, and budget. Do you need budget? Yes. Otherwise, how can we purchase the new things? So, support your devices. How do you convince your managements? Especially management guy doesn't have an idea about technical. So, you are the technical guys. So, you should have to show the proof. How will you prove? Through the NMS, Network Monitoring System. I'll give the golden advice for everyone. If you don't have a network management system in your organization, NMS, please install it. There are enough tools in open source. For example, Subix, Libra, Cacti. So within the 2 hours, you can implement it using the SNMP protocol. You know why? It will show you clear graph. Okay. So in this case, in my case studies, I use the 2 essential tools. One is IFF3 and Libra speed. So manual method, I use the IFF3. Libra speed, I use the automated method. Okay. First, I'll explain what is the IFF3. If you are looking for a deep analysis, best one is IFF3. As well as its work as a server client architecture. More this, I am doing this practical, the demonstration will be through the Windows environment. Okay, second things. Before that, I want to explain what is the automation. Guys, do you really think, do you want automation or automatic methods? Yes. Why? If you are using IFF3, you should have a good technical background. If you are something developed by automation, you don't need to do much of technical for your end users. So while you are giving something for end users, especially non-technicals, you should give the 1 or 2 steps. If you are giving the more than 2 steps, that means a technical. For example, if you are giving something, just browse the website, you're giving the URL or IP address something, just once you open your URL, just click and see the result. It is called basically automation. So that's why we call user-friendly. No technical skills you need. It's always on. It should be available in your network. It's the last one. If the person runs the system, it will be shown to your system. That means you have a log file. Why? You can take the future reference. Okay. Now we'll talk about the Libra speed. Okay. This is open source system hosted in Ubuntu with the web server Apache and did the few configuration using the Libra speed. Okay. Then all the things are browsing through the web server. The sample images also display in here. This is my organization. So I'll do the demonstration. I'll show you that how this works. Okay, let's move to the demonstration. So in this case, I'm logged on to my remote servers. Okay, this is my remote server. This is a server PC. Then this one, my client PCs. So first I will run the server edition. So basically, so first demonstration, I'll show you how IFF3 is working. You should have to copy the exe file in your root folder, such as C partition or something. So after that, you can open your PowerShell command, PowerShell terminal. So inside of your IFF3, should be IFF3. Then you have to type the command IFF3.exe -s. Then it will be start to listening from the client. Server listening. This start the server listening. Now I'm moved to my client machines. Same thing. I will open my PowerShell command. So once I copy it into my root folder. So in this case, I'm using the PowerShell script. Make it more easy for my technical guys. First I'll run and I'll let you know what is inside the PowerShell script. And it will ask what is the locations. So for identification, so I here give LKNOG9 and enter. Okay, until then we'll go to my PowerShell command. This is a PowerShell script. So I already opened in my net folder. So in here, I will do the 4 testing. Very first one, TCP packet transferring, UDP packet transferring, and trace out as well as ICMP protocol using the ping command. Once it's run, it automatically saves in my log file, my locations. So it's already saved, LKNOG up to my time. So this is a file, just open and see. So it will show the first one, TCP how the TCP packet transferring, what's the data rate transferred, 10.2 bytes, and sender, the receiver is a 10.2. Same thing in the UDP, as well as this is UDP 1.2 Mbps. And trace out is only I have one hops because of both client and server in the same architecture, same server stack. The last one, ping command, within the 1 millisecond connectivity have a client machine to server edition. Okay, same thing in have, same copy of that, you will lively receive this one things, but it won't be saved. So this is from the server machine. Okay, now I'll do the second demonstration from my client PC. Okay, okay, this is the browser, will maximum it. Okay, so I'm using the speed.oeslk. Open University is my organization, so this is already in live productions. So it's better to show you how this works. So speed.oeslk is my own domain. Whether you can use your IP address as well as your own domain, it doesn't matter. Just enter, and you have to click just start button. This is what say automations. So end user can test it from his PC or his desktop machine through the URL. And I'll first SSH and so. Okay. So this is my my hosted machine, lived at speed. So 166 IP, you can see that one here. I'll do the LS and show you. So these are the file in I configured. You can find it everything from my GitHub. It's publicly available, everyone. Through the GitHub, you can configure the whatever thing. This is the main Libra Speed GitHub site. If you need more about technical, you can if you would like to install in a Docker manner, you can go through this link. So if you would like to, whatever I did in my organization, you can copy to all the configuration file here. Just you want to change your IP address. These are the things basically. So only these are very important things. So while whether you are very good with networking, whether you are good with Linux, it's not a rocket science. Within the 45 minutes, I am damn sure you can configure it. If you can't, please free to contact me. I'll give them my remote support. Okay, that is the system. Let's see it will show the 1 millisecond ping connectivity, the level of that jitter is 0. So 8,975 megabits. And upload is 6,200. Why? Do you know why I'm getting this amount? Because of my network card is support 10 gig. My respective client machine network support is 10 gig. Okay. So that's it. Okay, I'll back to the presentation. So, okay. During my presentation, I found few of bottlenecks. So if you feel if there are any bottlenecks, should be one of these reasons. Because you should verify whether your layer 2 device should be support 1 Gbps, that means 1000 Mbps. It should be gigabyte Ethernet port. It not be a fast Ethernet. If it is fast Ethernet, should be a problem, should be a bottleneck. The second thing is, should be use Cat5e cable or higher. It's the basic things. The third one, your desktop machine or your laptop should be support 1 gig. I'm pretty sure with these things, if we have bottleneck, should be clear from these three, then do the troubleshooting. Okay. Earlier I told you, our stakeholders, users are complaining. Still I had a problem with network. Still I'm getting slowness. That means you can argue with your system side. That means software team. No any problem with the network. We had to thoroughly check that. Even though you can check it from the client end and see that. So that means as a network people, as a network professional, you should ensure with the proof. Okay. What is the main difference with automated and IFF3? That means manual method. If we want to run this system, I did some network _TST PS1 script, right? It should be someone went to the client machine and do it. If there are 1,000 users or more than 100 users, is it possible to technical person go there and run? It's not possible. That's why I say automation is very beautiful one. Right? That's why I use automated methods. It's in my organization, I have more than 500 layer 2 devices. Island-wide, I have 28 branches. You know how many people are handling? With me, 6 people. So all the things are centralized, everything monitoring. If there any problem, we immediately access. Most of the guys know that story. Okay. So we came to the conclusion. If you ask me, which is best? What is the answer? Which is best? Answer is hybrid. You know why? If you are looking for a deep analysis, if you want to check your deep performance of your respective network port, go for IP3. No, it's difficult for me. We have less people to do these things. Better to go for a Libra speed. Only you need you had a technical skill. Linux. Okay. So what's my recommendation? Use both. You know why? Then only you know what is happening in your network. What is the behavior running on your network? Okay, these are the reference I got from the internet. Okay, that's we came for end. Now floor is open to ask your questions. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Zahir Hussain, for your excellent live demonstration on network measurement. So we would have feel great if we can allocate more time for you, but with the interest of time only, we have to move to the next session. Before that, let me appreciate your commitment and contribution for the conference by presenting a token of appreciation.
Yes, I invite Mr. Nipuna Sudualla from LKNOG committee to present the appreciation token to Mr. Zahir.
Thank you once again, Mr. Zahir Hussain. We are in a struggle of time measurements, so we have to move into the next session, which will be conducted by Mr. Dumidu Karunanayaka from SLT Mobitel. He'll be delivering on securing the core AI-driven defenses for modern data centers.
Mr. Dumidu Karunanayaka specialized in building secure, resilient, and high-performance networks at SLT Mobitel, with a strong focus on protective cybersecurity and business continuity. Today, he will discuss securing the core AI-driven defenses for modern data centers, sharing strategic insights to stay ahead of evolving cyber threats. We'll warmly welcome Mr. Dumidu Karunanayaka to the stage.
Good afternoon to you all. Currently, we are living in an era where the new currency is your data, and the walls that keep the currency is called data centers. And when you hold something valuable, you can realize that attackers' eyes are on you. Then that's why the global data center security market projected to reach around $32.4 billion by 2028. Today, I would like to share my experience and insights with you. And let's start with the battleground. If you can remember the major cyber incident reported in Sri Lanka, there are a significant increase in ransomware attacks during 2025. And when we consider in the APTs, that means advanced persistent threats, which means gaining unauthorized access to the networks and remaining undetected, that can be happen via phishing emails and malicious contents. Likewise, then they can install your data and they can do some misconfigurations and everything. Then most of the thing that currently when we are more into digitalization, customers need quick solutions. That means they need solution within a day, but they don't pay much attention to the security and they don't have much plan on that. That's why the cloud misconfigurations can happen. I will share some experience, the practical one, then for just think about the SSH access, we will block, that means we will permit only the static IP via perimeter firewall, but the VM level, they have they have given the access to the any rules, that means with VM level, right? Likewise, there are so many incidents. Then unrestricted outbound access are there. Then when we consider about the insider threats, it can be intentionally or unintentionally, because the attackers can use your employees. There are some practical scenarios. We have provided the protection via our perimeter firewall and web and every layer, but for the company employees, they have provided a separate network to access their applications without bypassing all the security measures. Then it's easy to create the backdoors, and they can change, that means if it is intentionally, they can change some firewall rules for the time period. Then they can have the access to your data, and they can change the logs and everything. Using SIM tools, you can mitigate these risks. And it doesn't matter if you are a small business or large enterprise or government. If you have a public-facing interface web application, you are vulnerable to the threats. Just dive into some practical scenario. I think all you have pen and paper with you. You can draft something that imagine you have two web applications, public-facing web application hosted in your bare metal or VM level. If you wish, you can complex that more by adding branch network VPNs and more remote endpoints likewise. Then your business operation and your all financial transactions are happening via this application. Then you can feel how critical is this. Then you have a problem. How can I protect my data while having a smooth operation? Let's find the solution for that. Remember the pain you have, then it's easy to identify the solution. Now you have your VM and that means your web applications just connect to the internet. If you move to a data center, we will provide that means layered defense. First, DDoS protection at the ISP level, then the perimeter firewall, then web application firewall, then new application. Earlier, that perimeter defense was enough, but due to this evolving threats, we cannot consider that is enough for today. Now you have to do some server hardening, and you have to check whether you are using end of support, end of life OS in your system, or you have to do some regular patch upgrades to maintain your system. If it is vulnerable, it's difficult to maintain your security only with the perimeter defense. And during these configurations, there can be some human errors. That's the nature. We can use some automation tools like Ansible, TensorFlow. We can reduce that human error by that. Then, since today the attackers are using AI tools, we have to use AI features to defend these attacks. Let's move on to the important topic, microsegmentation. I think you can remember your scenario. You have two public-facing web applications hosted in your VM. Now we have that perimeter level defense. And what is microsegmentation? Currently you have your VM, the two web applications are hosted in one VM. But you can consider about, just think if one web application get attacked, then the VM got compromised, you cannot use your second web application. Therefore, you have to do some microsegmentation. You can simply use two VMs for two separate web applications. And also, furthermore, you can use two different VDCs for these two applications, and two different VLANs for these two web applications to limit the lateral movements. Right? Then furthermore, in firewall level, when we consider the hardware firewall, we can have some virtual firewalls on it. You can have a separate VCs or VDOM from the firewall. Then again, there's a level of separation. If you need further optimization for the one web application, you can have several VMs and have a load balance on that. Also, the zero trust principle, we never trust, always verify. Due to this evolving threats, we cannot verify, we cannot trust anything, therefore we have to always verify. Then I think you all know about firewalls and next generation firewalls. There are some features, that means sandboxing. That means you can have some isolated control environment to analyze specific suspicious files and network traffic without before harm to your system. Also, without using, this is good for the ransomware and zero-day threats. Without using firewall as it is, you should implement the firewall best practices as much as possible. That means you have to check about how many any rules do you have. There's no point of having a firewall with any rules. Like you have to limit the access, and there are some called bulletproof IPs or external dynamic lists. That means there are all over the world. The attacks are happening. There's a suspicious IP list. The vendors are providing these lists, and day to day they are updating these lists. Then you can have that bulletproof IP list, IP rules on the top of the rule list to mitigate the incoming and outgoing traffic from that identifies suspicious IPs. Then always try to use scheduled rules. That means if your VM sometimes need internet access to do some OS upgrades likewise, if you put a scheduled rule, you need internet for 1 day. After the 1 day, it will automatically disable the rule. Otherwise, you will forget to disable the rule, and some bot activity or something will happen. There's an example. There was an incident that his own website get continuous traffic via his own server due to a bot activity. Then always you try to use geolocation-based tools. And currently, the AI-enabled defense systems are available. AI-driven anomaly detection and threat response. Then and you don't need to analyze yourself and take actions from AI itself. They can analyze the anomaly and take necessary actions against that. Due to the current evolving threats, we have to go with that AI features. Then you have a question that do I need a WAF, that web application firewall, because already I have a firewall, perimeter firewall. In perimeter firewall, we only limit, that means we can allow port 80 and 443 for your web application. Then it will not further analyze that request. They will just allow that HTTP and HTTP request. In WAF level, it further analyze this request, and you can mitigate some risk. When we consider about the DDoS attacks, there are main DDoS types, attack types, that mean volumetric and application layer. In volumetric means flooded attacks, we can mitigate that at the ISP level. Then the application layer attack slowly exhausts your resources. They are targeting a specific application. It's difficult to identify. Using a WAF, you can mitigate these risks. Now, if you are in the data center, on-prem WAF, it's below the, that means after the perimeter firewall. If you are using a cloud-based WAF, it's at the top, that means after the clean pipe comes to the data center. And when we consider about the WAF features, there are some attack signatures, that means the vendor update every day. There are some attack signatures, like SQL injections, cross-site scripting likewise. There are a lot of attack signatures you can search on web to further study. Then these attacks will automatically block. And WAF has a feature of real-time learning. That means after we configure WAF, we will have to at least keep 1 week to learn regarding the traffic. Just think your web application have fields like name, address, and phone number. They will identify, in a Sri Lankan context, we have only 10 digits for a telephone number. If someone try to enter 12 numbers, it will automatically block. Just think about address field. We can limit that to 600 characters. If some bot or someone try to put 2,000 characters on it, it will automatically get blocked. We can define this manually as well. Then if I tell some AI, generative AI use case, simple use case for your system, that means you have 2 web applications. Think you have one public IP. Then we can divide the traffic via WAF level using iRule. Then to write an iRule, you don't need to have some coding idea or something. You can just go to a AI tool like ChatGPT and type your prompt. You can use your prompt to add your requirement, and then you can just get the iRule. It's perfectly working. Then also, when we are considering the cloud integration, there are some SASE solutions. Nowadays, we have AI-based SASE solutions, which we can trace back to up to 100 hops backwards to find the culprit. Likewise, there are some, you can study more on hybrid cloud security and cloud security posture management, which can prevent costly cloud misconfigurations and DNS security. In conclusion, if you can remember your case study, you had 2 web applications hosted in one VM. Then what you have done was you had added layered defense first, DDoS, perimeter firewall, and WAF. Then not only that, you have optimized your VM, you have did some patch upgrades and everything, then you have a better solution. Then when considering the data center, there are a lot of customers like that. It's difficult to manage that. When we consider the monitoring, we have to have some lot of dashboards to monitor the traffic, because we have a lot of interfaces, a lot of VMs likewise. Therefore, we can use the AI. That's the beauty of the AI. From AI, they can automatically analyze the abnormalities and take relevant actions to avoid these abnormalities and create some alerts to the relevant parties, share the mails and everything. In the current system, we have to monitor, we have to analyze, and we have to get action. There's a delay time. But using the AI tools, it's easy to do this continuous monitoring with a large scale of operations. Then the autonomous is also we can use. As we did with this case study, plan your security solution properly, because we see that a lot of customers have in a hurry to get the solution. Do a better risk assessment and allocate some security budget, because you have to consider if you hit with a ransomware attack, what's the cost you have to incur, that brand tarnishment, and you have to have some financial risk, also the non-financial risk also after the attack. Therefore, you have to count on that. After that, you have to have some better backup policy also. I think now you have a better idea on how to secure your data, since you have built your own secure network during this session. There are a lot of things that we can have discussed, but the time is the limitation. Therefore, I will leave with you with this. In a world of adaptive threats, our defenses must be equally adaptive, autonomous, and intelligent. And securing the core is not just about the firewalls, it's about your foresight. Thank you very much. If you have any questions or any pain points regarding your current network setups, feel free to discuss after this event. I'll be available here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dumindu Karunanayaka, for your insightful session. Yes, I invite Mr. Tuan Jalil from LKNOG committee to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Dumindu. Next, after 3 presentations from the lunch, we have Tashi Putsho from Flex Optics. Tashi is an experienced network engineer and internet advocate with expertise in designing and operating IP and telecommunications networks. He's known for promoting best practices and straightforward engineering approach. Today, Mr. Tashi will simplify complex topics in his talk, Optics 101 for Non-Optics IP Folks. Please welcome Tashi.
All right, I am sleepy. I'm sure many of you are sleepy. Please bear with me. Let me try to wake you all up, throw some lights at you. Is there a clicker that I can use? All right, those of you who know me, I used to be an IP guy most of my life. It's BGP, IPv6, RPKI. I started my career at Bhutan Telecom, but I started as a transmission engineer, microwave radio, optics and all, before I moved to IP. Then at APNIC, all the RPKI, IPv6 push, and now I'm back to, again, layer 1. So my life has gone a full circle, and I hope I can do some justice. My name is Tashi, like Rainey introduced earlier today morning. I'm one of the evangelist opticians for Flex Optics and part of the APAC team. So, disclaimer, if you are an optical expert, ignore this. IP guys are not too well used to optical terms, so this is mostly for the IP folks. So, because it's for IP folks, I'll start with something simple. What's optical power? It's the brightness of the light that's hitting my face, right? If it's bright enough, we say, oh, the power is high. If it's dim, the optical power is low, right? But generally, the way we express optical power is in terms of decibel. Decibel is very good when you want to express something smaller or something big. Instead of saying 1 million watts, or instead of saying 10 power minus 6 watt, you want to express things in decibel. So decibel is very good at that, right? So if you see something like minus 10 dB or minus 10 decibel, what it's trying to say is it's 1/10 of something. If it's minus 20 dB, it's 1/100th of something, but it doesn't tell you what it is, right? So if you want to measure power, we need a reference point. And that reference generally we use milliwatts, right? So with that same logic, if you hear 0 dBm, what does it mean? It's 1 milliwatt. Minus 10 dBm, what is it? 0.1 milliwatt. 10 dBm is 10 times more, which means it is 10 milliwatts. So please interpret it that way, IP engineers, right? If you're not an optical guy. So starting with that, then comes attenuation. With everything, even today when people were speaking, if we were all not listening, then you lose the voice by the time it hits me sitting at the end, right? So as light travels through any medium, whether it's fiber or any medium, it starts losing its energy. That's what we call attenuation. And physics says there are coherently few properties in physics which says shorter wavelengths tend to scatter. Some of them escape out of the core of a fiber. Some of them gets reflected back. And if you are using OTDR, it is that scattering that you see, which actually is what your OTDR sees. It's that bad property of light. Shorter wavelengths is what gets reflected back to you. Now, when it comes to longer wavelengths, what happens is it gets absorbed by some impurities in the fiber. Remember, your fiber is glass. To modify the refractive index of a glass, we add dopants in the fiber, in the glass. But there are some hydroxide molecules that are still left, which absorbs longer wavelengths, right? That contributes to attenuation. Of course, chromatic dispersion. It's like me driving a Ferrari, you driving a Bajaj, I don't know, auto rickshaw. If we start at the same time, let's go 10 kilometers, who reaches further? Faster, I reach the Ferrari, right? The Ferrari is your red light. Red lights, longer wavelengths, so that speed difference between different colors of light means what? We start at the same time, but we reach the destination at different times, which means if you look at a light pulse, as the distance is longer, the pulse broadens, because the shorter wavelength lights are still coming, but the longer wavelength lights have already reached the destination. Which means if I'm a receiver, when things are not spread, I can make the first pulse of the light looks clear, second pulse of the light look clear. But as you travel longer distances, these pulses of light start overlapping each other, and me as a receiver, I don't know which one is the first pulse, which one is the second pulse. That is bit errors. For IP guys, it's your bit errors or it's your packet drops, right? Of course, there's one more polarization. Physics just won't let go, right? We call it polarization mode dispersion. If you start using different polarizations of light and if you start sending data, again, different polarizations of light travel at different speeds. Again, if I'm the receiver, I receive one light in a different polarization faster than the other polarization. The pulses of the light broaden. I don't know how to make which one is the first pulse, which one is the second pulse. They start overlapping. For you on your routers, you see it as packet drops, bit errors, right? So how do we measure a link quality? Generally, whether it's radio, whether it's fiber, you measure the link quality using signal-to-noise ratio. I was at LKNOG a few weeks ago. When the keynote was happening, everyone was talking in the crowd. We could not hear the keynote. The noise floor was so high, so signal and the noise were equal. It was a 0 dB signal-to-noise ratio at PHNOG, the opening keynote. But here in LKNOG, the crowd is very nice, very polite. The noise level, the noise floor is very low, which means as I talk, you can hear, right? So you have a very good signal-to-noise ratio, right? And signal-to-noise ratio directly affects bit error rate, right? Higher or better signal-to-noise ratio means lower bit error rate, right? If you have a bad signal-to-noise ratio, you have higher bit error rates, right? And if you see a bit error rate of 10 power minus 9, what does that mean? That means the receiver's expectation is if I transmit 1 billion bits, I am expecting 1 bit as an error, right? So that's how you interpret what a bit error rate means. Again, for IP guys. If you don't believe me, let's have a look. This is a 16 QAM constellation diagram, right? With very good signal-to-noise ratio, 30 dB, absolutely great. Very high signal-to-noise ratio, 20 dB and 5 dB. If you look at the first one, where the signal-to-noise ratio is really good, if I'm the receiver, if this signal is coming to me, I can make out each point in the constellation diagram. It's clear-cut. Sure, I can decode the information. But as the signal-to-noise ratio drops down to 20 dB, things are getting a bit plastered, a bit smudgy, but I can still make out the points in the constellation diagram, which means I can decode information that is in each of those points. But as you drop down to 5 dB of signal-to-noise ratio, if I am the receiver, I give up. I don't know which point is which. How do I decode information? So this is how your signal-to-noise ratio affects your bit error rate, right? And next slide. So what do? We humans are smart. It's like NAT in your IP world. As you run out of IP, you come up with NAT. We come up with solutions, right? So we again come up with a solution. We call it FEC, forward error correction, right? So we have some parity bits that you transmit so that even if there are errors at the receiver, you can use those parity bits to regenerate those error bits, right? So that's what a forward error correction does. In practice, though, you don't need to know what FEC is or the definition of it. But as an IP engineer, what you need to at least know as a network engineer is, what does FEC do? You might have a very bad quality fiber. If you can enable FEC, it will help you work with a very bad signal quality link. That's all it says for an IP engineer, right? And how do I go back? There. So I've given an example there. If you have a 10 gig link, which might be 10.3 gigabits, if you pad it with a forward error correction of about 7%, something that could go maybe only up to 20 kilometers, you can actually drive it up to 80 kilometers with just 7% of forward error correction. But please remember, you're sacrificing bandwidth just for reach, right? So there's no free lunch. Even at LKNOG today, me and Trouble, we went to lunch. Oh, we forgot the coupon. They say, please go back, get your coupon. So there is no such thing as free lunch. So FEC cost money, right? It's an overhead. Okay, just a quick refresher. Wave division multiplexing. On one fiber in the old days, SONET. How many of you come from the SONET days? SDH over optical network. I was carrying only one thing on one fiber. What a waste. And people got smart. They said, well, let's ask physics. Oh, physics says I can carry different colors of light on different wavelengths in the same fiber. They don't interfere with each other, so I increase the capacity of my fiber. That's how when you hear things like, oh, Facebook launched a new submarine cable, this many terabits per second. No, the fiber cannot carry that many. It's the multiple wavelengths that they're able to carry on that fiber, which gives you the total capacity of whatever is the capacity, 100 terabits per second. So it's thanks to this concept of multiplexing, right? The most common ones being what? CWDM, 8 channels. If you go with low peak fibers, you might be able to go up to 16 channels. Problem with CWDM, it's a 20 nanometer spacing. What does that mean? Broad spectrum. Broad spectrum, don't play nice with amplifiers. I can push longer distance. So you're limited to 20 to 40 kilometers generally with CWDM. Then people said, okay, let me use denser, right? So we use dense wave division multiplexing. And the most common that you see today, in the old days, we used to use the 48 channels or the 96 channels in the 50 gigahertz or the 48 channels in the 100 gigahertz. But recently with 400 gig, 800 gig, what you will commonly see is you will either see 64 channels in the 75 gigahertz or you will see 32 channels in the 150 gigahertz. Because for us to do 800 gig with AI and all, sure, your AI is magic, but packet needs to still flow at layer 1. So to achieve those, we have now gone even more denser. We do 150 gigahertz channel spacings. Problem with that DWDM that I showed earlier, that fixed grid slot concept, is it's very inefficient use of your spectrum, right? If I go with the example, in this example, I'm giving you a 50 gigahertz channel sizing of 80 channels. If you get a perfectly shaped symbol, perfect. The gigabaud, 34 gigabaud symbol fits perfectly into that channel. There is no wastage of my spectrum. But if you get a very narrow symbol or a signal, you're wasting a lot of your spectrum. If you get a bigger symbol rate, these days we're using 100 gigabaud symbol rates to achieve 800 gig, 400 gig data rates. In that case, I don't have enough. My slot channel size is not enough to fit that big symbol that comes through. So people have given up on that, and we have come up with a flexible grid approach where we are saying, okay, give up on that fixed grid approach. Let's have multiple 12.5 gigahertz slots. If you have a bigger symbol coming, give it more channels. If you have something narrow, give it less channels, so you don't waste your. This is very important when you want to do long distance 400 gig, 800 gig links. Because if you have a very long distance in a bad fiber link, you can bring down the data rate. So flexible grid allows you to play with multiple data rates, which means if it's a 400 gig link, if the signal is bad, I can bring it down to 200 gig, I can bring it down to 100 gig. But you can't do that in a fixed grid DWDM, right? Now, this is the reality. We think we live in a digital world. We don't. We still live in an analog world. Your zeros and ones need to be encoded into a carrier signal, and that signal we're using optics, light in fiber. Light is an electromagnetic wave. What is an electromagnetic wave? It's an analog signal, right? Your zeros and one, I encode it into a carrier signal, I send it from A to B, right? With optics, it's very surprising, right? Those of us who come from the radio days or microwave transmission days, we use very fancy modulation techniques. Even those days, early days of microwave SDH. But optics, oh, we have enough spectrum. They started with a very simple modulation technique called what? IMDD. Intensity modulation. What's intensity? Amplitude. Intensity modulation, direct detection. Direct detection meaning the receiver at the other end is a very simple receiver, not highly educated receiver, who can only detect the brightness of the light. It's very cheap. It's inexpensive. Right? So it started with IMDD, and IMDD is what we call on-off keying. It's like turning on your torch Morse code. Torch on, 1, torch off, 0, torch on, 1. So that's how you encode data into that kind of signal, IMDD, which means what? I'm only able to encode 1 bit per symbol. So if I have a bit rate of, example, a 50 gigabaud symbol rate, I can only achieve 50 gigabits per second, because I can only encode 1 bit per symbol, right? And please, when I say symbol rate, it's how I modulate a signal, right? It's like if you see, oh, Tashi is saying 10 gigabaud or 50 gigabaud. When I say 10 gigabaud, it's flashing your torch on and off 10 billion times. That's 10 gigabaud signal, right? Now, then you go like, oh, okay, if that's the case, Tashi, can we, to achieve 100 gig, 200 gig, 300 gig, can we just keep increasing the baud rate? Again, no free lunch, right? Physics says higher baud rates. What happens with higher baud rates? I need more spectrum. More spectrum means what? As you go longer, bigger spectrum means as I travel longer distances, light pulses again broaden. Dispersion again starts killing me, so I can't push longer distance. So you can't just go crazy with higher baud rates, right? So what do? Again, we humans are smart. We say, okay, if I can't just go crazy with the baud rate, can I play with the amplitude? Can I play with the modulation? Yes, of course, we can go with higher level modulations. So if you look at the previous none return to 0 or on-off keying, where there was only 0 and 1, 0 and 1, we said, okay, why only 2 levels, 0 and 1? Why not have 4 levels? So we have pulse amplitude modulation, 4 level, right? With PAM4, I'm able to encode 2 bits per symbol now, right? So with the previous example that I was using, if you have a 50 gigabaud symbol, because I can now encode 2 bits, I can achieve 100 gigabits. Oh, for the same baud rate, I have managed to double my bandwidth. That's how you build. So that's how we build 100 gig transceivers. Those of you who use your 100 gig transceivers, there's no magic, there's physics, right? But we solve a problem, we create a problem, right? As you go higher modulation, what is happening? If you compare to on-off keying, if you look at the eye diagram on your left, on my left and your right, if you look at the eye diagram between PAM4 and NRZ, for NRZ, the eye diagram is very wide, but for PAM4, it's only 1/3 of your NRZ. That means with that small window, you're more susceptible to noise. Noise means high SNR, signal to noise ratio. High signal to noise ratio means higher bit error rate, right? So you can't just go crazy with modulation either, right? So then you pause and you ask yourself, I can't go higher bit baud rates. Tashi is telling me I can't also go high fancy modulations. So what do I do? How do I achieve higher data rates at longer distances? Remember we said light is an electromagnetic wave. Light has more properties than intensity, right? Yes, amplitude is one property, but light also has phase as a property, right? And what is phase? If you were studying well in your school, during your colleges, you would still remember. Phase is just the position of a wave as it travels, right? Its position in time. So if you look at these two waves that I have here, the green wave is off by what? 1/4 of a cycle, so that's about 90 degrees. So this is what we call a phase shift. So instead of just using the amplitude of light to encode data, can I also use the phase shift to encode data? So more property of light, higher bit rates. So how do we do that? So if you have heard about the word coherent optics, actually that word comes from this property of waves, right? Two waves are said to be coherent if the frequency is same and if the phase shift is kind of constant, right? So now, instead of just using amplitude, let us also use the phase. I'm giving here an example of a 16 QAM, but we use what's called quadrature amplitude modulation. Quadrature meaning off by 90 degrees, right? So we use two carrier signals. We modulate the amplitude of those two signals, which are off by 90 degrees. 16 QAM is a very typical modulation used in optics. So with 16 QAM, I can now encode 4 bits per symbol. Remember, NRZ, 1 bit per symbol. PAM4, 2 bits per symbol. Now with 16 QAM, I can encode 4 bits per symbol. 2 raised to 4 is 16. So I have 16 different amplitude and phase points on this constellation diagram, right? Now let us look at our bit rate. For NRZ, for a 50 gigabaud symbol, only 1 bit per symbol, 50 gigabits. For PAM4, 2 bits per symbol, 100 gigabits. For 16 QAM, you can encode 4 bits per symbol, all of a sudden, 200 gigabits for the same symbol rate, for the same spectrum usage, right? So that's how we build those fancy transceivers, right? So do I just go crazy with modulation? Oh, Tashi, if 16 QAM can do 200 gig, let me do 256 QAM. No free lunch, as I said, right? If you look at the constellation diagram, the space between those constellation points is your immunity to noise. So if you compare 16 QAM and 64 QAM, and if you want the power to be the same, you see in 64 QAM, the points in the constellation diagram are closer to each other, which means they are more susceptible to noise. Again, that means bad signal to noise ratio. Bad signal to noise ratio means bit error rates, right? So we can't just go crazy. Then again, you pause and you ask, okay, you are telling me I can't go crazy, what else? Light has more properties. Light has polarization. And polarization is nothing but the direction of the electric field. You know electromagnetic waves. There's an electric field, there's an orthogonal magnetic wave. Forget the magnetic field, just focus on the electric field. In this case, this is a vertically polarized light because you see the amplitude is going only in the vertical direction, whether up or down, that doesn't matter, right? Where do you use this concept? You're an island nation, Sri Lanka. I see people with sunglasses. In Australia, we wear a lot of sunglasses. Why do we wear sunglasses, polarized sunglasses? Light from the sun hits a surface, it reflects. It gives me that glare when I'm driving. Because the surface is horizontal, I get horizontally polarized light hitting my eyes. So what do? I use a sunglass that is vertically polarized. It blocks all the horizontal polarized reflections, the glare, and I get a glare-free image when I'm driving. Similarly, you have your 3D movies. When you're watching Avatar, how the hell are you falling along with those Avatar characters? because it's tricking you. There is two sources of light, one with one polarization, the other one with other polarization, hits my 3D glasses. The vertical polarization goes through the vertically polarized glass, horizontally polarized, and my brain then thinks it's a 3D image. So we use polarization in daily life, but how do we use it in optics? We can use it in optics too. I said with 16-COM, we were able to achieve 200 gigabits. Can I use two polarizations? Send 200 gigabits on one polarization, 200 gigabits on the other polarization, all of a sudden I have achieved? There should be animation. Whoa. My animation is failing all the time. So, if that animation worked, concept is great, physics is great, but in reality, this is a 3D modeling of how a 16-COM looks like when it's vertically polarized and horizontally polarized. And if I'm the receiver, can you play that animation for me? Just click. Yep. There you go. Thank you, sir. Physics is great, theory is great, but that's the reality of the signal that I receive. On the other side, vertically polarized, horizontally polarized, 16-COM signal. If I am the receiver, I have no idea what this is. How will I decode information out of this? So remember, our cheapest transceivers use direct detection, meaning only the brightness of the light. It can only detect brightness of light. It has no capability to detect the phase change, the polarization change. So how do you decode information from a signal that looks like that in reality? We created a problem. We need to solve the problem. We need coherent receivers, right? With coherent receivers, I use a local oscillator, which is a laser, which amplifies the signal that I received. The reference signal from the laser, I mix it with that signal that I showed you, and then I'm able to extract the phase and amplitude for each polarization out of that. So that is your coherent optics, right? So now, all of a sudden, our bit rate is a function of baud rate, modulation level that you're using, and polarization. And this is how we build your 400 gig and 800 gig transceivers. No magic there. It's all fundamental physics, right? But in reality, it's not 50 gigabaud. For a 400 gigabaud, we have close to approximately a 60 gigabaud symbol, right? Which means you actually get 480 gigabits, not 400 gig. You receive a 480 gigabit signal. What's the Ethernet size for 400 gig? 425 gigabits per second is the Ethernet requirement. Then you're left with 55 gig. Where does that 55 gig go? No free lunch, remember that. FEC, your forward error correction, is an overhead. Your pilot signal is an overhead, right? So you need that extra 50-something gig only to make sure the receiver can decode information correctly, right? And of course, in coherent optics, the most important thing is your DSP, the digital signal processor. Its job is to encode data into amplitude, phase, polarization, send it, decode it at the other end. Its job is to do forward error correction if you receive any errors. Its job is also to compensate for any dispersion that you get. That's why all your old fibers that you laid 20 years ago, they are priceless now because of coherent optics. 6.52D fibers that you had to use DCM modules maybe, Sri Lanka Telecom probably. Those fibers, you don't have to do anything because your DSP will compensate for all your dispersions now, right? And there is also this concept of probabilistic constellation shaping. What does PCS do? Again, going back to basics, within a constellation diagram, the point from the origin to the symbol point in the constellation is how much power I consume, right? So typically in a coherent optics, in a 16-QAM coherent optics, what happens is your outer constellation points consume more power, the inner ones consume less power. The probability of the inner and the outer ones getting used is the same, but with PCS on your DSP, it will always try to use the inner ones more that consumes less power so that your transceivers pull less power. Magic, right out there using those coherent optics. So this is the reality. 5-6 years ago, those of us who were running DWDM networks, your transponders were bigger than my laptop, consuming so much power. This is just a 100 gig transponder, right? It consumes close to 150 watts of power, costs a lot of money. From that one, now we have miniaturization techniques. We use silicon photonics. With silicon photonics, I can compress that one to something which is the size of QSFP-DD 400 gig is the same size as this clicker from a laptop size that costs so much, and it consumes only 1/8 of the power. So your power consumed per bit is almost 8 times less with modern coherent pluggables compared to your DWDM transponders, right? And the cost, of course, is also less. And now we are working with Moore's law. We use 5 nanometer or 7 nanometer DSPs, everything in this. So next time you have a 400 gig transceiver, appreciate it a little bit more. There's so much work gone into that one, from this thing to that. Right? It's not just a transceiver. There's so much going on there, right? So just a quick look at what it means. I'm just comparing the OIF 400ZR and the OpenZR plus 400 gig. Focus on the orange ones that I've highlighted. These are your optical parameters. Focus on the signal-to-noise ratio tolerance. Focus on the chromatic dispersion and the polarization mode dispersion. If you look at those numbers, they are as good as your DWDM transponders in something the size of this, right? So please, you have to think about what it means. It means, do I really need those DWDM networks? I may not need them if I can achieve the same level of performance in something as small as this. The only drawback I see is your launch power. Because in something as small as this, I can't have a big launch power. I can't have a massive 10 dB launch power. So you're looking at a very -6 dBm or -10 dBm for OpenZR low power, or for high power OpenZR plus, you're looking at 1 milliwatt worth of launch power. Why? You need to dissipate heat. How do I throw heat out of this when it goes into your router or switch port? Right? So that's why you have a very low launch power. But the reality is what's on the right-hand side. If you can see that your right, my left, 400 gig coherent optics from our test with DKIX in Germany, it consumes about 17 watt. How much do I need for my TX? 0 dBm, 1 milliwatt. It consumes 17 watt, I only need 1 milliwatt. Where is the rest gone? The rest is consumed by your DSP, and it's just thrown out as heat. So imagine if you have a 32-port switch that can handle 400 gig. Please be careful, don't go crazy, fill them all up with 400 gig optics. It will burn your switch. So talk to your vendors and tell them that, hey, do I need to shut down every second port or do I need to shut down every third port? You need to talk to your vendors because not every port, you can't fill up the whole switch with 400 gigs and then burn your whole switch. So be very careful, right? Now, as an IP guy, what does all this physics mean? Physics is great. Transceiver is great, but I need visibility. All of a sudden, these modern coherent transceivers are now able to give me all these optical parameters on my router's management plane. I don't have to wait for my transport network to fail anymore before my routers can do anything. Because I can see all these optical parameters and warnings on my router or my switch, I can react at the upper layer quicker. Segment routing, you could reroute traffic somewhere if you're using topology independent, loop-free. Alternate TI-LFA, you could reroute, or if you're using automation, based on the threshold, trigger something, reroute your traffic. You don't have to wait for things to fail on the optical side anymore, because I'm plugging this in directly into the router. What does all these things mean? It means we are finally able to move from something like this, where you are having a transponder, gray optics, you have a DWDM network or an optical network that you're running, to a very collapsed single IP over DWDM network, right? Where I don't need those gray optics, I just have one coherent optics. Please remember the launch power is low, which means you might want to use your external amplifier still. So that's why you have optical line system, which means I'm now able to run a routed optical network. So if you hear the word IP over DWDM or routed optical network, there is no magic. There's all this physics converged into something as small as this, and we are finally able to do this. And in reality, what you can do is, if you have a dark fiber, you can use the 400 ZRs. It has about 11 dB of link budget. So up to 40 kilometers, you don't need any amplifiers. If you have 100 gig ZRs, you can go up to 120 kilometers, right? And if you have old DWDM links, and if you're able to use external amplifiers, you can go more than 120 kilometers. And if you have a full-fledged DWDM system, based on our test, you can go thousands of kilometers. right? So IP over DWDM is now a reality, right? And if you think I was just bullshitting my way here, this is based on a thorough workshop that we did with DKIX in Germany, right? Using the 400 gig coherent transceivers and their Nokia boxes. And if you want more details, this was presented at NANOG, so I have left the link in the slides for you. Thank you very much. So that is Optics 101 for the IP folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tashi, for your valuable insights. If you have any questions, yeah, you can. We can allocate few questions with the interest of time.
Yeah, yes. I need water before Dave asks me a question. Can I get a water from home?
I have one question.
Yes.
Why did it take you optics people so long to work out what us RF people worked out 3 decades ago?
Absolutely. Let me translate that in English for everyone. Dave is from Australia. That's a very good point, right? And this is what Dave and I talk. I also was a microwave radio engineer. He was also working on radio. Radio people, Wi-Fi 6. Anybody use Wi-Fi 6? What modulation does it use? 16? 1024 QAM. Optics is still 16 QAM. Why? Because radio, you don't have the spectrum. You can't go crazy, right? Because the spectrum is so expensive in radio. That's why radio people have to rely more on modulation, and Dave's question is that, why is optics still doing 16 QAM? Whereas your 5G, 4G actually uses 1024 QAMs or 512 QAMs or 256 QAMs, and Wi-Fi 6 uses 1024 QAM. If we can do that, maybe that's our 1.2 terabit transceiver, 64 QAM maybe. Yeah. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Rashi. And with the interest of time, we will going to appreciate his contribution and commitment to success this program. So let me appreciate Mr. Tashi. Thank you very much for your valuable insights and thoughts given for us. So please accept our token of appreciation.
Yes, please come. I also invite Mr. Rene from Flex Optics because we have arranged another token of appreciation for you also. Mr. Siam, please come to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Tashi and Mr. Rene.
Thank you very much once again. So we are into the last two sessions of the day. So next, we're going to have a insightful session with Oral IT on effective DDoS defense in cloud era by Subodha Kumara and Tarindu Meepegama.
Subodha Kumara and Tarindu Meepegama from Oral IT. Two seasoned IT professionals with deep expertise in network infrastructure, data center management, and cybersecurity. Together, they will present on effective DDoS OS defense in cloud era, sharing practical strategies to protect modern IT environments against evolving threats. I warmly welcome Mr. Subodha Kumara and Mr. Tarindu Meepegama to the stage.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your time. My name is Tarindu. I'm Vice President of Infrastructure at Oral IT. I'm responsible for setting up infrastructure operations locally and globally, and also taking care of the physical well-being and the technology of our cloud stack. I have with me my senior colleague, Subodha, who is consultant in infrastructure, IT infrastructure and cloud. And we were going to talk about DDoS defense in the cloud era, but thanks to Dave and a few others, you guys have done most of the presentation, so we'll keep it very quick, and we can move on to the social night sooner rather than later. So as far as an agenda is concerned, we'll talk about DDoS basics, which again covered by Dave, cloud-based defense, which we'll talk about a little bit more, on-prem defense versus cloud-based defense, and case scenarios of what we've seen, or what the world has seen rather, and the potential impacts on Sri Lanka. And then finally, a case study of how we implemented our DDoS protection for our cloud stack as well as our general infrastructure. So in terms of DDoS attacks, right, and understanding DDoS attacks and their solutions, first of all, what is a DDoS attack, right? It's basically weaponized devices or attackers essentially using those weaponized devices to flood or attack a single network, or sometimes even a single server or a single host. And the mechanism, as I mentioned, is, I mean, we heard about botnets, not just botnets, but it can also be compromised servers. It can be servers or devices that have vulnerabilities that are used by attackers as an attack source to start launching attacks, right? And the impact of DDoS attacks is basically denial of service. So it's very easy. It's in the name itself. And I should actually preface this, I missed to say this before. This is intended more at our community members who are not on the service provider side. I know this year we have a lot more enterprise finance companies participating in LKNOG rather than service providers, where previously it was majority of network operators or service provider network operators who joined. So this is why kind of Subodha and I want to talk about DDoS protection for enterprise or non-telcos rather, so to speak. So the impact of a DDoS attack, going back to my slides, is that your services become unavailable or your entire network becomes unavailable. And we'll look at ways on how we can mitigate this. So in terms of types and techniques of DDoS attacks, so the first one, or the more like, you know, where this all started, the granddaddy of DDoS attacks was volumetric attacks. Basically, you have a 1 MB or 100 MB or 100 GB pipe. Just send so much traffic on that pipe that it becomes unusable for legitimate traffic, right? And we still, the majority of the attacks that we see are still, or large attacks that we see are still volumetric, because that's where you measure the attack as, okay, this is a big attack that's consuming a lot of internet bandwidth. The second type is protocol attacks, where you look at your firewalls, your routers, and then you launch attacks which flood the state table or the ARP table and various other things that makes that device unusable. And then the third is the application layer attacks, right? Where you have a web server, you have an API server, whatever it may be, and then you start flooding that server with requests or with illegitimate traffic that the server itself stops responding, either memory overflow or session count exceeds, or the server just simply crashes. So with those three types of attacks, when we look at, according to Cloudflare, the global sort of summary of DDoS attacks, right? In 2025, as of the end of Q1 of 2025, there was a massive increase in the number of DDoS attacks. And whether we want to talk about it as volumetric or whether they're protocol or application layer, regardless, 2025 just saw a huge jump in DDoS attacks, and there's, I would assume, from my view of it, is that it probably has to do a lot with geopolitical tensions and things that are going on around the world. But what's also interesting is within Q2, not only was there another significant jump, but we're seeing more and more of the HTTP or protocol level or application level attacks rather than volumetric attacks. And then just at a very high level, if you look at sources of DDoS attacks, Indonesia, Singapore, Hong Kong are some of the largest sources where DDoS attacks are actually initiating from. And then when you look at targets in terms of who is being attacked, I mean, Dave mentioned it, even the attacks from Sri Lanka are going towards China. So China is the #1 attack target for DDoS, according to Cloudflare. For some reason, on the information that we found, the US wasn't mentioned. I'm not sure why, but it's not mentioned on that. So with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague Subodha, who can talk about the definition and role of anti-DDoS solutions.
So let's discuss about definition and role of anti-DDoS solution. So purpose of anti-DDoS solution, why we need anti-DDoS solution? Because these days, all are digitalized. So we are using government services, banking systems. So to protect those services, we require to use anti-DDoS solution because there is a lot of anti-DDoS attacks coming to the systems. To use our system to legitimate users concurrently when they require, we require to use anti-DDoS solution. So mitigation techniques. So there are 2 methods of mitigation techniques, filtering and rate limiting, and also using AI and ML to detect DDoS attack. And also ensuring serviceability, as I mentioned, so we need to available services concurrently access to the users when they require. And how anti-DDoS solution operate in the cloud era. So in anti-DDoS solution, when we select anti-DDoS solution, we need to consider scalability. So there is a lot of large volume of attack coming to the system. So to protect the anti-DDoS solution also required to be scalable to handle large volume of attack. And the real-time detection. If the system cannot be detect the DDoS attack in real time, it cannot detect the real time, it will be more damages to the system and systems not be available to users to access, and that can be the impact to the company reputations also. And automated mitigation. Without any human intervention, system can be able to mitigate the attack automatically. And the adaptability. So nowadays, attackers are finding various methods, new methods to launch the DDoS attack. With that attacks, the defense system also required to be adapt and evolve to mitigate that attacks. And this is the Gartner Insight top-rated DDoS solutions. As per this, Radware is the top-rated one, but as we see Cloudflare, the number of rating is 279. So a lot of users are using Cloudflare also. So detection, mitigation, and response process. So to detect traffic anomaly, anti-DDoS solutions are using AI, ML, and baseline profiles to match real-time traffic to differentiate the anomalous traffic. And mitigation techniques. Rate limitings are, filterings are used to mitigate the traffic. So as example, if there is a website, normally it gets 100 requests per second. If suddenly it's take to 10,000 per second, so the anti-DDoS solution detect it has an anomaly, and it take mitigation. And also the incident response and recovery. Anti-DDoS solutions are generating automatic reports, and you can use that reports to identify from where you get the DDoS attack, which services affected, and how long its impact. To integrate the anti-DDoS solution with cloud infrastructure, so nowadays AWS, Azure, Huawei Cloud, they have cloud-native anti-DDoS solution and also Cloudflare, so you can easily, without taking any more effect, you can configure the anti-DDoS solution to integrate with cloud-native services. And also when it's come to cloud, the elasticity. Resources can be scaled with the demand to handle the large volume of traffic and the global network reach. Cloud providers have globally spread data centers, so we are calling it as a region. So without coming data into the centralized location, the anti-DDoS providers can block the attacks nearest to the source. And automated defense mechanism, as we discussed previously. So system will be monitoring the traffic continuously 24/7 and take automated mitigation to. And the on-premises sources, cloud anti-DDoS, and differences and considerations. So there are two methods, on-premises and the cloud-based. So on-premises, you have to purchase the appliances and deploy it in your data center or organization to protect your system from the DDoS attacks. But when it's come to cloud-based, you don't need to deploy any appliances yourself because cloud service providers take care of that. And on-premises sources, cloud-based anti-DDoS protections, limitations and advantages. So in on-premises, if we see, so we have a full control in our infrastructure and low latency, but we have a limitation about scalability. If there is a high volume of traffic, on-premises devices are not able to scale to protect that DDoS attack. And also the cloud-based anti-DDoS protection can be scalable and flexible with the demand of the attacks. So when we selecting the right approach, which one? So cloud-based or on-premise, it depends with your company requirement. Whether it and also the cloud-based has a low upfront cost. It's a subscribe-based or pay-per-use model. And on-premises have the higher investment. And cloud-based have a flexibility, automatic updates, so you don't want to worry about that because service provider take care of all of that. And in on-premises, you have a TCO. You need to buy hardwares, you need to invest for your data center, you need to invest for staff and concurrent maintenance and updates. You need to invest high cost for that.
So we'll talk about two real-world scenarios that were attacks at the national level or the national network level, and then we'll talk about a few areas where whether it's a network operator, whether it's a service provider network operator, or a person or private enterprise network operator, that things that you need to consider and deal with. So the first example that we want to bring up is in 2016, a botnet 14, which is a Mirai-based botnet, attacked Liberia and basically flooded Liberia as a country with more than 500 gigabit of traffic, which essentially was aimed at clogging their undersea pipelines. Now, in Sri Lanka, I'm not sure 100%, we talk about 9 fiber cables, 10 undersea cables, and those cables have terabits of capacity, but Sri Lanka as a country, or our main service providers, haven't contracted terabits of capacity. Our contract limit is, our contracted amount is limited, right? And it's As far as I know, it's not even in the hundreds of gigabits. So if any local network gets attacked, then yes, we can increase the pipe, which comes at an additional cost, but there is a potential that until that happens, our total internet connectivity is cut off, which is what happened in Liberia, where they had total internet outage because their entire bandwidth and their traffic was clogged up. Similarly, you think Liberia, okay, emerging or developing economy. In Belgium, Belnet, in 2021, which was quite recently, was attacked, and more than 200 government institutions and financial, educational institutions lost service availability or could not deliver the services that they were supposed to deliver. So what are the potentials for Sri Lanka if we have this kind of effect, right? First of all, communication disruption. As what Kaushalya mentioned in his presentation about Colo 6, there's very little Sri Lankan services with large uploads, large downloads. All of that is coming from overseas, right? And if our overall internet pipe gets blocked or let's say, our organization, say the web server in your office becomes a target of an attack, whether it's especially a volumetric attack, your 10 megabit, 100 megabit, 500 megabit internet lease line will essentially be ineffective, and then what happens to your Gmail or G Suite or O365 or whatever it is that you use for your day-to-day critical applications, especially with more and more services moving onto cloud away from on-prem. These kind of things become a major concern. The impact of financial systems, right? So we are aware of like banks that have had certain downtimes, like hours or 1 hour or 2 hours of downtime for a bank on their IT systems because of a data center outage or something like that. The numbers are in millions of rupees, right? And that's while they have a DR. Now, imagine if the online banking app goes offline, or the mobile app is offline, or it can't cater API requests, or any sort of their payment gateways, interfaces go offline due to a layer 7 volumetric, application level or protocol level attack, right? The cost, and imagine if that becomes targeted across multiple banks, right? Let's say the top 3 commercial banks in Sri Lanka get targeted for an attack where all their online services get targeted, and they don't have a way of mitigating that. What happens to our day-to-day lives, right? Even doing a funds transfer to your spouse to pump fuel becomes impossible, right? And then, again, one of the presentations about 5G, what was mentioned was about the new government digitalization vision, the new Sri Lanka unique digital identity, and then more and more services going online, right? At the moment, pretty much all our government services are offline. Yes, they might use IT or IT systems or whatever to manage the services, but they're not actually digital services. I think the only one that's fully online at the moment is the revenue licenses for our vehicles. Everything else, it's either offline or there's a hybrid. You can do online and offline. But when eventually, I say before the end of the next 5 years, eventually everything will move into online only, like most countries have. And then when you don't have access to those services, what do you do then at that point? And then lastly, at a national level, right? There was a comment made that service providers talk about DDoS attacks and things like that, but then do the bare minimum to sort of protect them. I think part of what we wanted to say was how, as an organization, as network owners rather than, or network operators at the local level, at your enterprise level, this is going to be a concern that you need to look at. And national preparedness, even as an organization, that you need to start looking at lobbying towards having regulation. Imagine if there was, like in Bangladesh, right? If one service provider starts attacking the other service provider in the view of changing customers around, what happens to us as customers, right? Service providers are just going to be attacking each other, and we're all going to be suffering the impact of it. So having regulations and things like that ready for that. And then from what has happened, right? Because we are quite fortunate that we are not the subject of very large attacks, so we don't feel that impact, right? So then what are the lessons learned and what are the preparedness strategies? So layered defenses, right? I mean, there was multiple discussions about patching, whitelisting, blacklisting, having anti-DDoS solutions, having rate limiting implemented. So make sure you have all of those and look into all the different layers at which you can protect yourself. Have proper incident response planning. I'm still not aware of any single enterprise. You know, there's preparedness for a ransomware attack or a data breach or whatever. I don't think I've ever met or ever talked to a corporate that has a DDoS mitigation strategy or a response plan for DDoS, right? If their services get taken offline. And then, like I mentioned about national preparedness, public-private cooperation, right? The government is as much a stakeholder as we are as users. How do we, as the public, lobby them, or as enterprises, corporates, lobby the government to bring in the regulations and the protections that are needed for all of us as a nation? And then lastly, I mean, there was so much talk about monitoring. I know from Ripe, Leah talked about it. Multiple other people talked about monitoring and, you know, network throughput, bandwidth, looking at the latencies, looking at packet loss, continuous monitoring at your personal level. And then Zahir talked about it in terms of their internal network, continuous monitoring of your own network as well as your outbound traffic. A, because you don't want to be a source of attack, so you want to identify when you are being used as a source and block it. And then B, if something is going on the internet that you should be aware of, then you, as part of your NOC/SOC process, keep track of that. And now I'll hand it back to Subodha for the last bit.
So let's see how we implemented the anti-DDoS solution in our cloud platform. So as we discussed previously, when we evaluating a DDoS solution provider, we evaluated scalability and real-time detection, automated mitigation, and adaptability. Also, we evaluated global presence. So the selected anti-DDoS provider has the 26 scrubbing centers in the world. So we selected the anti-DDoS provider evaluating those details. And then we had a IP block that purchased from AppNIC. So we updated our IRR tables to allow ISPs and IXPs to validate our routes. And then we have configured, we have peered our IPs to our ISP to advertise this to world. And then we have configured GRE tunnel because we use cloud-based and anti-DDoS solution. Therefore, clean traffic needs to be get through the GRE tunnel. And also, why anti-DDoS solution providers use GRE tunnel? Because it's stateless and it's not heavily CPU usage. And also, GRE tunnels are supporting for multicast IPv4, IPv6 traffic to travel through. So that's why we are use GRE tunnel. And this is how the traffic flow, a normal traffic flow through the internet to service provider and then the customer. But if there is a DDoS attack, so scrubbing center will advertise our IP address, only the attack IP, I mean destination IP address with the higher priority to the internet, and then all the traffics will routed to the scrubbing center. Through the scrubbing center, they are cleaning the traffic using rate limiting and filters, and the clear traffic will be routed through the GRE tunnel to our router. So that is how the anti-DDoS solution works. And this is the sample report that automatically generated. With that, you will be able to check from where the traffic comes, which services affected, and how long it infected. Like that, you can see all the details from the report. Thank you.
So with that, we'll wrap up. I hope that was as short as I hoped it would be, because we skipped through a whole bunch of things that we wanted to talk about. But if there's any questions, happy to take them now or at any point later. Yeah, Renee. Oh, you need a mic?
Give me one of yours. Yes. I think, Tashi, you need to listen. So I think a good friend of us, you know Shamim from Bangladesh, from Shamim Bhai from, what is the event called? Phoenix event, Phoenix Summit. It's one of the largest cybersecurity event in Bangladesh. I will do an intro for you to Shamim. I think it's an interesting topic also for the next Phoenix Summit next year. They tried to do a couple of cloud things this year, and they have Team Red, Team Blue, and doing also live hacking and all this kind of stuff. Probably it's a cool, interesting thing for you guys.
Sure, absolutely. We are doing some work in Bangladesh as well, and we'd be happy to participate in that. Yep. Yeah. Almost. Thanks for that, Renee.
But I think we have 2 more tokens for the speakers. So DDoS, yes. Now, I have a question for you too, like, on DDoS, for example. Now, if we were talking about having it on the cloud. So for a service provider like Dialog or SLT, who is actually providing large chunks of IP blocks, services for large chunks of IP blocks, how is it possible now? Is it practical to have only cloud, or do you suggest to have on-prem as well?
No, definitely. I mean, for a service provider, you need to have some infra that's there as well. But also, I mean, now we actually provisioned a separate ASN for DDoS protection. That is, we have protected and unprotected ASNs. So only those ASNs that you're providing for the customers can be given to the cloud scrubbing centers, and then they'll protect only those ASNs. So you're just changing the BGP advertisements, basically.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll have a separate chat later on, so we have some details to clarify. So from there, we go for the presentation of tokens to the speakers.
Yes, to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Tarindu and Mr. Subedha, I'll invite Mr. Sanjeeva Darshana from LKNOG committee. Please come to the stage.
Better go to the stage, I think. You get a better photograph. Right. Now we come to the last session, but very much interesting session on segment routing, which is a very new technology, probably even for the service provider. So with the massive growth of traffic that we are expecting on the network, especially for the service provider networks, segment routing is an essential technology that all the network engineers in the service provider domain needs to know and get the knowledge on. So I'm inviting to talk about segment routing and share his knowledge on segment routing from Superloop, an Australian service provider, ISP, Dakshina Hettiarachchi, to come onto the stage to deliver his presentation on segment routing. I think last LKNOG9 we had a workshop on segment routing as well, but today there will be some eye-openers for the people who are looking into new technologies, especially service provider domain, to look into what knowledge that you are lacking in this domain. So to reintroduce Dakshin Hettearachi, he's an experienced engineering professional specializing in carrier-grade networks, design and implementation, with extensive expertise in IPv4, IPv6, dual stack operations, and Ethernet transport networks. I cordially invite Dakshina to come onto the stage.
Good evening. I know you guys feel so sleepy right now, so I'm sorry again. It will be a technical session, so don't worry about. It's not gonna be the rocket science. So you have to keep it with my slides because I have some animations. So then you can learn about segment routing. I believe that you will go to home some idea about with the segment routing, even if you don't have about existing MPLS technology, but I'm trying to get it done. So if I explain about myself a little bit, I'm Dakshin Hettearachi from the lead engineer, network operations Superloop. Superloop is an Australian ISP provider. So the Australia have a number of ISP providers, like 200 to 300 small ISP providers. It's totally different infrastructure and design from compared with the Sri Lankan telco. So mostly they have the fixed line ISP providers. So, all right, so segment routing. First of all, I would like to know any IP guys here? Any IP transport? Oh my, cool. So then I can easily go through it. Okay. Segment routing. Segment routing is actually one of the emerging technology in the transport network. So first of all, what's the transport network? Transport network means, if I talk about from your context, right? There's a core network, right? Also, there's a base stations. So from core network to base station, the traffic is delivered by the transport network, right? So I'm a little bit introduction about because of I want to make some flow. Okay, let's go for the agenda today. You can see very first I will talk about the diverse applications and what's the impact for the transport network. And then we will move to the principle of segment routing. What are the key innovations done by the IETF? And a little bit go with the building blocks of the SR-MPLS, because I'm going to talk about SR-MPLS because segment routing is born upon the the MPLS, right? So it's not like the Dev mentioned, we don't have the IPv6 knowledge, but I'm going to talk about the SR-MPLS because of that MPLS, based on the MPLS concept, right? So then the well-known deployment modes, there are some 4. So I'm going to run over these 4 models very quickly. Let's go for the first. Challenges by diverse application landscape to transport network. 2 decades ago, 2 decades ago, we had a problem like telco was moving from packet switching to circuit switching to packet switching. So also telco core networks devices integrating their protocol, their stack with the TCP/IP protocol stack. So at that time we had a problem as a transport network. We need to implement some IP capabilities in transport network. We had to implement. So at that time we had a problem like the longest prefix match when we using with the IP network. Also, we had a problem like the IP network it didn't support with the VPN. It supported the IPsec like VPN, but not with the provider provision VPN. So then we moved to the MPLS, right? So now after 2 decades, now we are in another era. So now we need to think about new transport technology. We need to move from the MPLS to what you call segment routing, right? So you can see the reason is the evolutionary pressures. You can see the last 2 decades, we're thinking about only the bandwidth metrics, right, as a metric. But right now, we have to think about the latency as well. You know, I'm not mentioning about the 5G here, but 5G also one of the evolutionary pressures. That means we need to think about the latency when we design the networks. So you can see, if you think about the latency, you know, the latency is mostly added by the transmission distance, you know, transmission links. So therefore, we need to have, we need to reduce some transmission distance. In that case, we need to add more routers in the access network, right? So the future, we will need 10 times routers in the access network compared with today, right? So another one requirement was like the heavy traffic engineering. You know, currently we have the IP cores. That IP core only we run full mesh. What do you call traffic engineering? We cannot run in the entire transport network because there are some limitation. You know. In the MPLS, we have, if we run in the traffic engineering, we need to run the RSVPTE. So if you run RSVPTE means, you know, every router has to be maintained, the sessions and RSVP tunnels information. So it will eat a lot more CPU and the memories of the devices. So that's the actual problem is today. And we need some service-aware network right now because of the mission-critical application, you know, autonomous vehicle, remote surgery, those are the mission-critical application in the future. So in that case, we need, as a transport networks, need to be aware about the application layer. That means, for example, the application is asking, hey, I'm doing some mission-critical works, then I need to move, I need to have better transmission quality or low latency path. In that case, the network should be able to arrange that path connectivities automatically. So another one is the sustainability and the cost management. You know, we have 2 metrics. So bandwidth and the high bandwidth consumer application in the mission critical. So in that case, you know, we can't run 2 dedicated networks for each metrics. So we have to, it really costs for the operation wise, right? Therefore, we need to have one network, but well separated logically. Simply, I'm talking about the network slicing, right? So then, these are the problem currently with the MPLS and MPLS traffic engineering if you use with the future application, right? Okay, so the solution is actually given by the segment routing. So segment routing is standardized in 2018. It is not the new technology, right? So it is a new technology, sorry. The concept is very old. You know, it is based on the source routing, but it's technically new for us. Let's go first. Okay, so I'm going to talk about key design principle behind the segment routing. So you will see how segment routing works in this slide, right? The very first one is the ingress router determine the full routing context. That means in this example, you can see from R1 to R7, the packet should be travel. So the R1 should be determine the full routing context, right? So look at this. Then the ingress router encodes the routing path into the packets. You can see what will happen. From R1 to R7, So that routing information we are going to encode to the packet headers. That means that instruction given, you need to go first R2, R5, R7. Likewise, you need to go. That means the middle routers or transit routers, no need to think about any LSPs or no need to think about any what you call RSCP tunnel or anything, right? Only R1 has to decide. This is happening in the current MPLS as well, but only difference is the current MPLS technologies, the middle routers has to work with the state maintainers, right? You can see state and the flow maintainers. But with the segment routing, the transit routers no need to maintain any states. That's why segment routing is super scalable, right? You can see it's going to the R2. So once the packet is come to the R2, you can see R2 instructions has popped, removed. So now next instruction is R5. That means R2 has to find from their routing table where's the R5 and then forward it, right? You can see it's going to the R5. Then R5 has to find where's the R7. Then it's going to the R7. So this is very simple. You can see if we are running with the MPLS traffic engineering or MPLS LDP, so we will need additionally that flow need to be maintained, right? Okay. Next one. SR can be run over 2 data plane, right? So one is SR MPLS and other one is SRv6. So SRv6 means we are running segment routing over IPv6 network. SR MPLS means we are running segment routing over MPLS network. So in that case, you know, the previous slide, I have mentioned these are the segments and the informations. So these informations, if you are running with the MPLS, SR MPLS, the label has to be, encoded that information. If you are running with the SRv6, IPv6 address will be the one take care about that information, path information, right? And if you think about deployment, currently we are very matured with MPLS. So in that case, the SR MPLS will be the very good solution for the brownfield implementation. The SR MPLS support with coexistence and the internetworking with the current MPLS technologies, the LTP and RFCP-TE. But if you think about to design a new infrastructure in the greenfield, so the better option is SRv6, right? So other one is the there's 2 operational differences between these 2. There's one actually. So one is SR MPLS pop the label when the packet is going through the network, but SRv6, it is not like that. It just pointing out the IPv6 headers throughout the SRH headers. So SRv6 actually the most simplified version. So if you are going with 5G SA sort of implementation, so SRv6 is really recommended. But if you want to try out the SR, definitely we can go with the SR MPLS. All right. This is something about I have given the protocol stack. You can compare it, how much it has been simplified by, the SR. So you can see if it's traditional MPLS, in the transport protocol, you can see if you are running interdomain, we need to run the BGP LU. If you are running intradomain, RSCP-TE, LDP, IGP, there are a lot of protocols has to be run to, we need to implement, we need to configure in order to run the traditional MPLS. But SR MPLS, it's not like that. You can see everything is done by the IGP protocol. What are the IGP protocol? OSPF and the ISIS. That means there are some extensions, right? So when compared with the MPLS and SRv6, you can see SRv6 more simplified. You can see when it comes to the inter-domain routing. So SRv6, we can use summarized route, right? Very simple, very simple. And also, if you are running with the either SR MPLS or SRv6, we recommended to go with the eVPN instead of currently we are using LTP for the L2 VPN, we are using MPBG for the L3 VPN. So we have another very good technology, eVPN, we can run the eVPN. So in that case, the future network, we will have only BGP and the IGP protocol. It's very similar to the, the standard, the enterprise network. It's not like the future network will not, we will provide the service provider, carry great services, but infrastructure architect-wise, it's like an enterprise network. It's only the BGP and the IGP, right? All right, so I'm going to go for building blocks of the segment routing. I'm going to just explain it in context of SRMPLS. We can't talk about SRv6 right now. So I think, yeah, okay. Running my all slides. No worries, I'll continue. So you can see in this diagram, the router has connected with the network, and there's a link, and there are, the segments. These all, I mean, in SRMPLS, anything can be the segment. You can see. There's a node segment, adjacency segment, and the prefix segment. So look at the router. So if you want to identify this router uniquely within the SR domain, we can use node seeds, right? If you want to identify any point-to-point IGP link within SR domain, we can use adjacency seeds, right? If you want to identify any IPv6 or IPv4 prefix within SR domain, so we can use the prefix seeds. So what I want to just get some focus about, because otherwise you will unable to understand the rest of the slides. You can see, so in SR we don't run LGP or any RCP protocol. So therefore, we have to define the labels range, right? Therefore, how do we define label range? We will have two types of label range, the global and the local. So if it is global, so you can use the index value. You can see this router, we are using 1000 as a global range. Then we are using one index. That means 1000 plus 1. This node we are calling as a 1001. So similar to here, the prefix is also derived from the global block. So that means you can see 1000. There's an index should be the 10. So 1000 plus 10, 1010. So likewise, we are identify each and every router in the SR domain using these seeds and the sRGB blocks, right? Okay, so let's go for the okay, the same thing. I think something has issues in my, sorry? Yes. The previous slide, also some old slide. I think something has mixed with here, the presentation. Anyway, so the same things I have explained here. So you can see, same thing as I mentioned previous. Nothing to think about, right? Let's go for the next slide. So well-known deployment modes. You can see there are 4 deployment modes. So I have just mentioned from SLA guarantee and power of automation from, you can see from top to bottom, it will increase, right? For example, if you need to run like fully autonomous network, like with the self-awareness and the network service awareness, so we can go for the below SRMPLS, the last solution, but the top one is very less with the SLA guarantees, right? Okay, so this is something about I'm really go through SRMPLS, how it's working. So you can see again there's an index. sRGB is 1,000. So what will happen? If you want to go from R1 to R6, just R1 to add 1006 segment label, then pass into next router. Next router finds the routing table and find that the 1006 learned from R3. It's going to R3. So it's very similar. Very similar to the IPv4 forwarding. You can see in upper table, ILML table. So when it's come to the MPLS, you can see the incoming to outgoing label mapping is there. Normally it's happened like there's one label from incoming, there's another label from outgoing. But here, we will not see such a condition. We will swap with the same label with the same in label with the same out label. So that's how the MPLS BEs works. All right. This is something like the failure scenario I want to explain about the TI-LFA, topology-independent loop-free alternative. So that is introduced by the SRMPLS. That means if something happened in the network within 50 milliseconds, under the best effort scenario, under the dynamic scenario, it's getting switched, without any micro loop. So if you're not using TI-LFA, so there could be some routing loop between so R2 and R3. I mean the micro loop. So until the convergence is complete. So that is one you can see. Only I want to just highlight it here. So if it is happen TI-LFA, so there's the segment called the adjacent segments will be involved. Like for example, it's going to R2. R2 says that the link between R2 and R3 goes down. Then R2 adds some labels additionally. Just go to the R5, that's why 1005. Then it's come to the R5. Then R5 remove the 1005 and it send it through the destination. Right? All right. This is SRMPLS traffic engineering. So traffic engineering means just like we are telling like go to this node, go to this link, and go to this node, go to this link. Like we can map manually entire path. So pretty much similar to RSVP-TE, general traditional traffic engineering. But only things here we don't use any tunnel informations. We don't use any state informations. Instead of that, we just add in the path information. Can be added by manually. It can be added by some controller as well. So it is going through like that. So okay, the binding seeds. So that's one of the interesting thing. If you are using traffic engineering, you can see the previously what you call RSVP-TE. We use only two labels, right? One for the tunnel, other for the VPN. So, but here, because of the nature of the segment routing, we are adding labels in based on the routing path, right? Here we have only 4 to 5 routers. Think about the real world is not like that, right? Think about there will be some 100 to, not 100, let's 20 to 50 routers, or maybe 20 routers. So in that case, we will have to add at least more than 10 labels. But the problem is, when it comes to the real world, the device can't process such a huge number of labels. We are calling the maximum depth, label depth, right? Therefore, again, we are getting some problem with if we are going with the SRMP list. So how it is going to resolve? It's resolved by the binding seeds. So binding seeds is something like one label represent number of paths. You can see here, R1, R3, R12, R20. So R3 and R12 has 2 routers between 2 routers. R12 and R20 has 5 routers. You can see when it comes to here. Okay, so R1 only need to go for the R3. That's why it's pointing 1003. You know, did you remember 1000 plus 3, right? So then R1 also have some label called 4001. That means when it comes to here, R3 pop out his label 1003, then find out the 4001. 4001 means that is the binding seeds. You can see under the binding seeds there are another list of labels. So what happened is here, R3 just replace entire label stack with the given list. That means the path going between R2 and 12. R3 and 12, right? So likewise, we can encapsulate number of paths through the binding seeds. So it will give exponential, support for the traffic engineering, under the traffic engineering, if you are using the segment routing, right? So we are recommended to use PCE in that sort of very complex scenario, because otherwise we have to configure a lot of things. So if you use the PCE, we can randomly do these things. I mean, automatically we do these things, right? All right, so the last scenario, I want to explain SR MPLS, SR policy, plus flex algorithm. So before going to this solution, this will be the segment routing, the highest, the most SLA guaranteed solution. We can say, if you use this one, we can ensure the traffic transmission characteristics required based on the service. So before I'm going to this one, just focus about the flex algorithm. The flex algorithm is something like, in IGP, if we want to go some destination, the IGP protocols normally what doing is like just find the best path. You calculate the best path and calculate the path and find the best path. Then it's sending the traffic. But here, think about it. If it is like that, we will have one best path. I mean, active best path. So think about if we have 2 active best paths per destination. So sort of things in flex algorithm, especially the flex algorithm provides network slicing in SR MPLS, dynamic slicing. So for example, you can see, we can say one area of the topology we can define with the low latency. For example, these routers, green routers are deployed with the low latency links. So the red routers are deployed with the high bandwidth links. So some scenario we need to go from R0 to R9 only via the low latency path. In that case, what we need to do, you can see it. Just call the flex algorithm low latency related node seeds. You can see there are some 3 node seeds. Node seeds, that is the one uniquely identified. We can configure multiple node seeds if we run in the flex algorithm only, right? So you can see if we select the 1009 because it is mentioned in the R9, so then R0 can R0 can send the traffic towards the low latency path, right? So likewise, if you want to, we can customize this algorithm. that means we can have multiple topologies based on our requirements. Sometimes maybe if we want to run through the secure links or secure path, so we can add another node seeds and just configure different flex algorithm. So likewise, we can logically separate the routing with the segment routing, with the flex algo, right? So what if you have the policy and with the flex algo? So for example, there's an upper service layer, maybe can be the C gateway or D gateway if it is what you call the 5G, or maybe some any tool application. So he's asking like, hey, my application need to travel to the low latency path. So then he's asking from the PCE. What the PCE doing is like getting all the topology information from the BGP, and PCE calculate what is the best path, and then PCE send that information through the netconf to the the ingress router. So you can see that that is like a SR policy, right? The PC send the SR policy. SR policy, it's mentioned like color code is 128. 128 means, that means PC saying, okay, you need to send this traffic via the low latency path, right? Not via the other path. Likewise, the PCE can randomly change the path based on the requirement, based on the upper application layer requirements. So that's why I said this is the really ultimate goal if you are running with the SR. Under the SR-MPLS condition. All right, conclusion. We can see this is SR segment routing means simply it's a simplified version of the routing mechanism. When it comes to service provider, we only need IGP extension. There's no need traffic engineering or RSCPT OLDP. And it is future-proof transport architecture. You can see diverse metrics. What are the diverse metrics? Low latency, high bandwidth, some maybe secure path. So based on that, it can be routed dynamically. So and other one is support automation and software-defined network. You can see the PC can seamlessly integrate with the segment, SR domain and the applications layer. So, and other one is there's no limit for the traffic engineering. Currently, we have biggest problem in the transport layer. We cannot run full mesh traffic engineering, but we must run full mesh traffic engineering in the future because of the low latency applications. We need to make sure that traffic is going via our expected path. All right, so Q&A, I don't think that we have time. Okay, no problem.
Got it? Yeah. Correct. We don't have time. So, anyways, thank you. We have some questions. Obviously, it's going to get some questions. I hope it is on SV6, right? SRv6?
So SR-MPLS versus SRv6. You say brown field for MPLS, green field for V6.
Yes.
Why?
No, actually, that's a good question. It's depend on the business and the nature. So it's not like SR-MPLS only for the brown field. It's not like SRv6 only for the green field. If we can afford, if we need some business use case, yes, we can run SRv6. I know you are always supporting for the IPv6. Yeah.
Hi, Tashi here from Flex Optics, but with the IP hat. Not with my optics hat. I think good talk. Thank you. Great talk. I think one key message here, I suppose, in your talk to the crowd should be, forget the TE aspect, forget those aspects, right? Those are too deep. I think the message instead to the crowd should be, you get to dictate how your packets go, which link it uses, right? That's the whole essence of why you would want to go, why you would want to use something like segment routing. You decide.
Yeah.
Correct. Because so that for me is network programmability, me deciding how my network should behave, right? And of course, I would choose a better data plane.
Yeah.
I wouldn't choose MPLS as a data plane, I would choose V6 as a data plane, but that's again, like you said, it's not a difficult choice to make, right? Like Dave said, the problem is what happens when you hit a packet from one domain to another where the other one does not understand the MPLS label, then I strip. Because you fall back to native IGP, then your whole SR concept gets broken, right?
Yes.
So I would pick an easier data plane, IPv6.
Obviously. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I wanted to go with the SRMPS because to show the concept.
Right.
But yes, I agree with that point.
So what I heard from some of the people, service providers in Sri Lanka who are looking to expand their networks, they are seriously looking at SRv6, right? So they don't want to be in the 2.5. They want to straight away go to the 3, right? So then it is easy to switch off IPv4 when you go to SRv6. That is what I feel as a service provider person. So anyways, nice talk, nice eye-openings for all the engineering people. And a lot of new things that we need to learn, a lot of jargon that we need to learn. Nice talk and a lot of details.
I'll share the if you want.
It's on the internet, so everything is on the LKNOG site. That is, the resources are all available for you. Even the videos are available with us on the web. On YouTube, yeah. So on the YouTube channel, it is available, so you can watch all the videos and also get all the presentations from our site. So that is a wonderful thing. You can go back and have a look, because we cannot remember all these technical jargon in one shot. Anyways, so we have come to the end of the presentations. You may wait until you get your token, Dakshina. Wait till you get your token of appreciation. Who's coming? Yeah, so we are inviting our Vice President, LKNOG, Suba, to present the token of appreciation to Dakshina. Come to the stage, please. So it's time to close the conference session, but it's not over yet. Next we come to tea, I suppose. And before that, we have some tokens for our sponsors, the great sponsors who made it happen, the gold sponsors, AWS, Amazon Web Services, Dialog, and SLT Mobitel, and our silver sponsors. Great appreciation to Apinic, HP Aruba with Plexus, the local distributor, and Oral IT, and our supporting partners, LK Domain and Lanka.com, our community partners, Learn and ICANN, and our fellowship partner, Flex Optics, the orange t-shirt guys, right? They are giving you the social in the evening, so they are sponsoring that. Thank you for all of the sponsors for supporting LKNOG, and you have been continuously supporting all of us throughout our journey up to the 9th conference. So great, thank you, and I think you deserve a large applause from the crowd. Yeah, a loud one. Thank you. All right, yes, and now we come to the presentations of tokens. You guys are going to get 2 tokens. I hope you have enough luggage space to carry it all the way, right? So we'll come from one first, AWS?
Yes.
Yeah. So Suba, please.
Yes, I invite our Vice President, Subhashini, to present the token of appreciation to our sponsors. Yes, a member from AWS, Amazon Web Services. Dialog Enterprises. SLT Mobitel. Those are our gold sponsors, then silver sponsors, Epinic. Anyone from Plexus? From Morel ID? Our silver sponsors, then our supporting partners, .lk. Lanka.com. And then to our token of appreciation for community partners, Learn. Anyone from Learn? I can. Then to our fellowship partner, Flex Optics.
Flex Optics. I was checking what's in this image. It's a woodcut image, a copy of the woodcut image of Gold Fort in the back days, olden days. So Gold Fort and the harbor and the old ships in the Gold Fort. So now we come to the end of the conference and I think the tea is ready. Huh? Tea is ready? Yes. The tea is ready on the back for the foyer. And after that, we invite all of you at Breeze. Yes. Yeah, we have the social event at Breeze, which is next to the Wolfers Hotel. And we expect all of you to come and enjoy a nice time with some drinks and snacks. And we probably can have a photograph here, right? All of you. I don't know whether we can accommodate everybody because there's a big crowd here. Huh? Yeah. So to conclude things, before the tea, I invite Srimal to do the honors of giving out the vote of thanks on behalf of LKNOG.
Thank you, Asela. Good evening, everyone. I think hope you have learned something and you have something take away. I mean, take home from this conference. So, on behalf of LKNOG, I'm the treasurer for LKNOG. So, I would like to thank our sponsors. First of all, Asela already mentioned everyone. So, as you know, our gold sponsors, silver sponsors, everyone, I just wanted to mention something for Flex Optics because when I was talking with some of the engineers, they are not aware about some of the benefit that you can get from Flex Optics because I saw Tashi was talking about transceivers and those SFPs. Like if you order something transceivers from Flex Optics, usually you can get a Flex box for free of charge, which is worth more than $1,500. As I know, many engineers, if you have a SFP, you usually connect to the switch or router or the server, which is already configured. So the beauty for Flex Optics, you can even learn as an engineer how to configure the SFPs. So they give a free Flex box that you can configure your SFPs the way how you need. So if you need more information, maybe you can talk to Rene or someone. So that's the beauty, that if you get, from Flex Optics, any SFPs. And then again, our speakers. So thank you for our international speakers. You travel all the way from many different countries. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Rene. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Lisa. So thank you, our local speakers also. So it was an insightful session. I think all of you have at least learned something. So thank you once again for your time and your commitment and to make this event successful. And most importantly is your participation. As a participant, if you are not around, like many events, if you see like after lunch, you don't see the people, like after lunch session. But you see, still it's almost full. So that's the beauty. And thank you once again for your participation. The things what we are expecting from as LKNOG perspective, not just like other conference. You see, other conference, people do conference, let's say LKNOG9, when you go to LKNOG10, you just have another conference. Not like that. We are focusing something connected. You see, what we have discussed, maybe I can suggest like you can bring your ideas, like this kind of forum. You can talk about, invite different stakeholders. We can discuss something in this kind of forum, then we can invite the policymakers, take it into the next level. Like example, you see, nowadays talk about digitalization, but most of the time what I saw in Sri Lanka, connect with digitalization, don't talk about any data protection, or we don't talk about much into that. So what is connected with these topics, maybe you can suggest for the next event what we are going to talk about, or any panel discussion, then invite the different stakeholders who are the policymakers, then take it into the next level. And also I would like to thank our committee. They did many planning, like more than 6-7 months ago. This kind of event cannot happen overnight. So our president, Tilina, is staying in Norway, so I think he write more than 500 emails to different sponsors, different speakers. So thank you, Tilina, for your dedication, spending more time and to give the leadership to the committee and to make this event successful. And also our founding president, Champika, is the one who giving guideline, many advice to make this continuously grow. Like to tell you, you see, when we compare with our previous events, this event, we got many participant registration, but unfortunately, because of logistic issues, we couldn't manage all the registration. So we are planning to accept maybe in the more participants in the future, depending on the logistic capacity. And Jivanti and Asela, thank you for comparing, So, and our other members, I think I don't have time to mention each one of you, but thank you for your dedication, support, logistic, this kind of event, you can see is a lot of work. Like to tell you, even we planned more than 6 months ago. Tell you something like, imagine we forget last moment, we didn't remember that we arranged this stage. We only recognized last two days before we didn't arrange the stage. So something this could have happened, any time. So that's why I say many people, we need many members. So our team members, thank you, committee, thank you for everyone for your dedication to make this event successful. And thank you for the Golf Fest Hotel and and the staff. You see, we expected today even 150 participants, like we accept the registration. You see, finally even came like almost 200. We had to cater for that. We discussed with the hotel staff to arrange the other logistic. So quickly, within 1-2 hours, they managed to do that. Thank you once again for the Golf Fest Hotel staff. Like we usually work with them since LKNOG9. So thank you once again for the hotel people. And one more suggestion from the committee, like you see, this lanyard, if you are not using, if you are not coming to workshop or if you are not attending for the evening gathering there, so they suggest if you are not using, like, as a memory or anything, if you are not using lanyard, you can leave it there, that maybe can use in the future for another NOGs. So it's just a suggestion, it's not compulsory. If you wish to take it, it's fine. And also, I just wanted to apologize if there is something like not done in maybe any mistake happened from us, just because you see, we had, like I said before, we planned this event for 150 participants, and last moment it came like 200, so we had to cater. I think we managed to do that. So if there is anything, we apologize on behalf of our LKNOG committee. Thank you so much once again for your participation. So we have evening gathering. That is also, I just wanted to thank again for the Flex Optics, because we wrote to them like within 2-3 days, they accepted to sponsor for that. Thank you, Rene. So thank you so much. So he accepted within 3 days to give the sponsorship for the evening gathering. So we have something out there opposite this Golf Fest Hotel. So you can participate and can enjoy something we are arranging there. Asel, is there anything missing? You can add. Yeah.
I think we are good. So I hope that you enjoyed the sessions. It was very informative, and I think we gathered a lot of knowledge. So hope everybody is fine with it. So I apologize for any things that didn't satisfy your needs. We had to stop registration at 194 people because we were getting overcrowded. So we had to turn away some people, and we are really sorry about it, but they were not registered on the web. So we had to turn down those new registrants on site. So with that, we are hoping to have successful workshops. There are 4 workshops going on from 22nd to 25th, and there's a big crowd there as well. We hope to see good participation there, and you will learn a lot of things in detail on those sessions. So let's move for tea then. Thank you so much. So if you don't need this lanyard, if you want to keep it as a memento, please do. If you don't need it, please leave it on the stage. We will, reuse it, recycle it. Yeah. Shall we have a group photo before leaving for TV? If you, yeah, it's better because it gives a good memory for our LKNOG9 website, and for all of you too.